Hello, good morning. Hope we are doing well and feeling good heading into today's matches in the CCT. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful Nexus. And before we dive into today's games, Nexus, how are you feeling today?
Doing pretty good. I'm doing it pretty good. I've got a cat that I'm giving a little bit of attention to. You might hear him in the background. He's a very vocal cat that every goddamn time I start work, he starts meowing for like 10 minutes non-stop. I don't know why. It's like I'm clocking in, he's clocking in. We got a good little thing going on, but we're chilling, man. We're chilling.
It's fine. You can get the headphones on him and he can do the pre-show. Me and him can rock out. Either way, though, look, I think today is going to be a good day for CS. Sadly, we're not getting to see the, I guess, upper games, as today is kind of the lower matches. It's the teams that are 0-1. So, obviously, after today, we're going to have 4 teams that are 0-2, which is quite scary if you really think about it, because in the Swiss stage, you know, that's backs against the wall. You are kind of up against it. You've got to win 3 in a row if you still want to progress. But I'm excited for today. Obviously, if for you at home, if you're not too sure as to what the games are today, we can bring up the schedule, have a little bit of a quick chat about those matches. Obviously, the first game of today being that Zero Tenacity versus Sinners, which is kind of crazy, right? You look at these two teams, you look at the Swiss stage, and you're thinking, how are they 0-1? Obviously, though, to follow things on, we've got 9 against Fabbet, Astrum to face DNE, and then Passion UA fighting against Flux at the end of the evening. So we've got some banger matches here, and I think there's a lot of teams you question, okay, well, how are they here? Astrum being one of them, Passion UA another, 9 as well. Obviously, Fabbet, their loss was a forfeit loss.
Yep.
So I guess there's a slight asterisk there, but kind of preliminary thoughts on this first match.
I mean, I had this thought yesterday when I was looking through the schedule for today. Right, I was surprised Fabbet were here, so I think that is, like I say, it was a forfeit win, but I don't think they should be here, so it's an interesting climb they have to make as well.
Yeah.
That's one. Passion UA, that's... Hello? I mean,
Crazy.
Yeah, sure, I guess. Tough times, but... either way, I do think today is really good in terms of, like, these are 0-1 teams. That's very much a surprising thing here, but all it does is promise us a bunch of banger games. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it definitely shows and kind of elevates how good the competition has gotten here within the CCT. Obviously, with it being the first series, you know, it's a big one for a lot of these teams. They want to kind of establish dominance throughout this season and want to show what they have to offer. Obviously, though, on the Sinners side, you know, it's the same Sinners team that we've kind of come to know and, you know, and love over the last couple months. Obviously, with their most recent additions being both Pipo and Zedco. I think realistically, you look at these roster changes and you say, okay, well, Pipo has been a real positive effect on this side. Zedco as well, you know, a very, I guess, a very consistent rifler, which is, you know, really important. Don't get me wrong, Zedco can have some big games, but a lot of experience as well alongside Zedco. But who do you want to point out in this Sinners roster? Who do you think is going to be the difference maker today?
I kind of default to a couple of different answers. One of them is, I would say Zedco, right? From Zombie, he was there a big factor, a big game player. Here he's yet to find that form, which is kind of an issue for recent times of Sinners as well, because nobody besides like Peppo is putting out those consistent numbers, I think.
Yeah.
But you have these X Factor players, and in my eyes, for a long time, like 2-3 years, I've kind of looked at Shock as one of those where he's incredibly locked in, or he's just kind of there and maybe not doing all too much. Right?
Yeah.
Like, he is all or nothing. He's just all or nothing to me, and that's kind of a thing that I find to be maybe problematic with all of this Sinners lineup as well, where they need to find this consistency, and I know they can. We've seen it before as well, with a couple of different iterations, but they still got to find that form yet again.
Yeah, and I think as well, something that's always crazy to me is when I look at Marisco's kind of last 3 months stats, it's a 0.97 rating. I always feel like Marisco has a lot of impact. I always feel like he kind of has those big moments, you know, when the team really has to dig deep. So I'm hoping to see that kind of level of Marisco here. Obviously, on the flip side, though, we can talk about Zero Tenacity. This being a side that have played alongside one another for 2 years and 8 months. One of the longest standing teams, I think, within CS, probably in total. Not many teams have such a strong tenure with one another, just on the basis that I feel like a lot of teams, when things go a little bit wrong, we always see a change. Zero Tenacity, and then they realize synergy is such a vital and such an important part of success. And I think we have seen a lot of success from Zero Tenacity in the past, but there has been a slight dip, hasn't there?
Yeah, they has, and that also could be just attributed to the fact that they were playing so much. They maybe get a bit burnt out, in this last 6 months, wanting to slow down a little bit. I kind of would argue for that, but then when you look at it again, they've still played like 124 maps in the last 3 months. So, I guess from what my memory tells me, it's like they used to play like 150 at some point, maybe even more for the last 3 months. So I guess maybe they slowed down a little bit, but probably not really. Let's be honest. They've just been going at it, and that does take a bit of a toll. It's very hard to keep consistency, especially when you've been playing that much. So that is like one of the things as well to look out for as well is the form and the past form being the most important part for Zero Tenacity again. Kind of just going against what we've said or mentioned for Sinners as well, being that they've had that in the past, they've had that dog in them. For Zero Tenacity as well, we know they've had it as well. From the highs of, let's say, like 6 months ago, the numbers as well, the statistics and such, like, that has changed a little bit. A lot, actually, because Pneumatica used to be like a 1.20, 1.30 impact sort of rifler as well. It has just dipped a little bit, and that's been the thing for the entire team as well. And I do appreciate as well one thing. They have kind of explored their map pool a bit more than just 50, 60 games of Anubis. They've kind of started to explore other maps as well. And Nuke has usually been the sort of thing they now find themselves going towards. And still having the reliability of a map like Anubis as well in the back pocket, and the others as well. But it takes a little bit of time to officially find those results, I guess, and solidify every single map to be that good. And that's where the recent troubles maybe come through as well, is the fact that you don't want to be a one-trick pony anymore. So they've explored other options, and it's not been perfect.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I like the fact that you brought up Anubis, because it was a map that they usually have, as you said, 60, 70 maps played in the last 3 months, nearly a kind of a 70% win rate on it, yet they have dipped massively in form in Anubis. And I think, obviously, something that we can say when it comes to that, when it comes to kind of maybe Zero Tenacity's lack in Anubis, is maybe the fact that, Namana isn't fragged. A lot of the time, you'll see on Anubis, on that CT side, Namana would play solo mid, and he'd be able to be very cheeky with pushing through smokes, finding timings, being able to kind of lock down middle, which strengthened up not only the B-bomb side, but allowed them to go for kind of these risky canals pushes and I guess, constructive A plays. Whereas maybe with him not being so prevalent at the moment, that's what's lacking for Zero Tenacity on that map. But speaking of maps, as you said, ZT, they love a bit of the Nuke at the moment, so they are going to be picking that Mirage as that second, and to end things off in Inferno. I think when you look at these maps, I feel like Nuke is probably the only outlier here, just based on sample size, based on win rate. Zero Tenacity nearly, 13, 14% win rate above Sinners. When it comes to Mirage and when it comes to Inferno, I think it's going to be fairly close. I really don't know where this series is going to go just on the vetoes, because I feel like both these teams, they have similar win rates on similar maps. For example, they both play Train, but it's a pretty weak map for both of them, not the most sample size. Obviously, Nuke being one of the most played maps for both these teams. Same with Mirage. So I think maybe we'll see 2-0, but just based on individuals, whoever's playing better on the day could dictate which team is the 1-2-0. But I really don't know. Any kind of ideas or any prediction from you?
Honestly, I feel like I'm in the same boat with you almost. Of the individuals will decide this to the point that it might as well lean to a no, depending on who's online. Yeah, and it's just the conversation as well, right? Until I start to see that solidify and stabilize for either side, right? For Zero Tenacity to come back to being the dogs they used to be, and same for Sinners to find that consistency. Right now, there are a lot of these things that they need to look at and figure out. But we still see these individual performances as well. Like from yesterday, Sinners, the game against Ruby, it was very, very, and I mean this in every single way, it was scrappy. It was almost bad at the point. Like, Anubis was one that I would like to wipe from my mind. That was a map where so many things went wrong for both teams. It was mistake after mistake, but then they had a trade pick in their pocket out of every map, believe it or not. They cleaned up like they've been playing it for years, right? They have so many different sides to them as well, but they need to be able to show that in every single game to their best level, and that's the problem that both these teams do have. And it's not just Sinners, but that's the perfect opportunity to just bring that up. Yeah. So we have that to go off of. Then we have the, I guess, comparisons as well. You can still make. Maybe you can, right? Peppo, Oscar, But nonetheless, the AWP has still slotted in fairly well, and that's a good thing to at least have consistently there in your pocket. But I am a little bit worried either way for both teams. Is that too crazy to say?
No. I think both of these teams clearly out of form. Both of these teams face going 0-2 here, and do I think they're on that kind of level where, okay, yeah, maybe a couple upsets early on, but they can still take it? No. I genuinely think both of these teams have fallen massively out of favor. I don't really know why.
Time will take a toll, I guess. Unlike Counter-Strike, very hard to actually keep that form for a long time. Zedko's dualies, I like this. Him and Peppo. They can have 3 kills here.
This is going to be disgraceful. Well, Zero Tenacity fortunate to make their way down the vent. Zedko progressing down himself. AVM to get the bomb down. Kyofo will find one. B-Stick trading, though. It's on AVN, a Brute Monster, to win this 2 versus 4. The problem is, so isolated is AVN. He's trying to maneuver here towards Dark. Morisco will get the trade, though, and with Brute Monster completely out of this one, I doubt we're going to see much of a chance. Then, why has Morisco just gotten off the bomb?
Wanted to get a better view towards single door, I suppose. What? Okay.
There is enough time for the defuse, but if he fully stuck it, I think he wins it anyway. I don't really know what's going on there. Either way, Sinners, they will start off nicely here. They will win the pistol. Great round from Morisco. Exactly what we've been hoping for.
A wonderful start as well. Right, CCT they get away with the bomb plant. That's good enough as well for them to start off with a little bit of surprise here, perhaps. And we are going to see that. It's going to be forced by Galil's in the mix, Tech 9s, and probably even Mac 10s.
He was going to keep the Julies. Oh, I thought he was going to keep the Julies and play towards top part. I was so worried that.
Not this time. But
Can I get your thoughts on something, Nexus? Right.
Sure.
In this round, 3 MP9s have been invested in Sinners.
Yeah.
Every time I see more than 2, I wanna gouge my eyes out, because there is no such thing as a bonus round anymore. There isn't. Even if you're against the ecos, and even if the MP9s find all the frags, when they're playing against the AKs in the next round, they're disadvantaged. If they lose that round, they don't have enough money for a perfect investment anyway. I hate the idea of this many SMGs in a round like this.
yeah, that is something that you actually as well look at a lot when it comes to how many SMGs are there after winning a pistol round. The investment is just something that is very fun to look at between teams, right? Gives you a bit of an idea on the mentality as well.
Yeah.
And the expectation of is there going to be a force buy or not, perhaps. And it might not pay off here all too well, because Sinners, they've lost the B side. And it is not a contest.
They have to save. Keep these rifles in the next, at least give yourself a chance. There's no way they win this one. Like, look, don't get me wrong, sometimes you can really utilize these MP9s, especially on a map like Nuke. And if you maybe have kind of a structured lobby push, it could work out so well. But my problem is Sinners just go into a default setup on the CT side, where the MP9s aren't going to be as formidable. They're not going to be able to have the impact, not only defending outside, but also looking to retake. And they didn't really utilize the utility that they got because of bringing out the MP9s. And I think that's where maybe you just stick to the rifles. It's a tough decision. It's a tough call, but it's not worked out for them here. Zero Tenacity, an excellent force buy. Great opener from Namana down towards Secret.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I didn't really get to say it either, but Nuke is the sort of map as well. The T side of force buys will work out. Just because of how the map as well kind of is. It has the asterisk of gimmicks will work.
Yeah, definitely.
A rush, A pop, like, it doesn't matter what weapons you have as long as it's more than a Glock 18, you can probably win just with pistols on A as well, right? Like, that's how gimmicky or difficult Nuke can be at times if there's even a single gap to exploit. And there the gap was MP9, weapon not in hand in diamond, round was done. Capitalized off that opportunity, Z then committed to it, and now they've got it themselves a 1-1 situation with the CT side just hanging around the weapons they still have, and trying to make this one work.
Ooh.
In garage, Morisco has spotted one, but Nemandia will still be traded out.
Yeah, great positioning there from Peepo. B-Stick's already down towards Secret as well. Molly coming through. Shock. If he can go 1-for-1 here, it'd be excellent. Jumping around is the MP9. He will get one, in fact. AVN could trade. Peepo now here to try and help with the Molotov. will force him back for a little while. 3-on-3 here. Certainly a chance. Smoke landing though, and Peepo, I think once that molly comes through, he's got to take the decision of, look, let me just rotate to secret instantly. There's no need for me just sticking around. They're either going to keep someone towards ramp holding, or they're going to drop a smoke like they did. And now Peepo's just, 5-10 seconds behind where he could be. But it is this play through B. There is a defender in B stick. I think he wants to wait for some rotations. Wait for the cavalry to arrive.
Getting himself into position and calling that away from Z-Center. Lets his teammates as well.
Information.
A position they're going to work with. That is a good spot, but now you got to still figure this one out. Because Joffo is on site. That still does hold a power position at the moment. It's not easy to clear out. Especially with the overwatch of sorts given by the rest of his teammates on the ramp. And he's one out fight at number one. Dueling for second is still a bit of a crazy goal.
Sticking the bomb.
There's
a nade.
There's the kit. And we have got ourselves a back and forth with P-Stick on the kit to defuse. And well.
I don't know why Kyofo's overfighting there. It just comes from a place of overconfidence and complacency where he's thinking, well, I can take this fight. I've got two teammates towards ramp. The smoke's on the bomb. Why are we risking this? Also, the second there's that tap on the bomb, why is the nade not used to blow open the smoke? Zero Tenacity, that was their round to win. Should have gone their way, but Sinners have stole it away. But we are in this force by war. I love a little bit of a force by war early doors, especially on a map like Nuke.
I'm all for it. I am all for it. And if you as well look at this round, it does not look like the force by any means for Z10. And that's the fun part of Counter-Strike. That's the fun part of a situation like this as well. You've got the bomb down a couple of times. You've got Morisco now down a couple of times. Now, very nice tap. Maria is out for blood, it seems. And not only that, he's wanting to get this position. This is going to be very difficult for Sinners. I'm already seeing a 2-2 scoreline here.
Yeah, not only are they're really limiting in utility. That's going to be a big problem. Oh, Simka takes a lot of damage. Same with Brute Monster. Namana, though, with the trade on to Shock. That's excellent. And Namana's making his way up heaven. Although they've lost this lobby control, Namana, he can spot. Maybe should have been a bit more disciplined there. But we are going to see the T's stagnate with their decision making. No need for them to rush this. Brute Monster going to send the Molotov. Beastic's in front of it, though.
They're still thinking about if they go back to A.
Ooh,
with the time
Namana.
they did have the possibility, but with the MP9 of Peppo, that gets taken away. Up close, another MP9, but dealt with quickly, swiftly. Zedko can stop the bomb plan to take a 1v1 here.
Why is no one covering?
Becomes a bit of an issue. Didn't
Nexus,
assume there would have been a second round, but that is a question, a problem. But now it's a different problem. Both players tagged up here, and Simke will turn around in time. Peppo will adjust, or will be adjusted onto it. Thus, a second round still coming through. We are fighting for this one as well. That is very much down to the first shot if Simke finds it or not. Peppo finds it or not. Getting lost into players here as well with the plot and what is happening. There's so many moving parts already, and we're 4 rounds in, man.
Yeah, still this continual force by though, which is always nice to see. I don't know how Zero Tenacity were the ones that made 2 huge mistakes in this round and still won it. Namana just shifting outside. Okay, yeah, he might want to take some space, but he offers such great positioning there towards heaven. He doesn't need to go searching, goes down to Peepo, and then no one covering for the bomb plant. We have these 2 massive mistakes where you might say, okay, well, that's going to change the round, yet they're still victorious. Crazy result. I think, obviously, the kill that Brute Monster finds onto B-Stick is monumental. The fact he's aware of that is excellent. Simka, though, great find onto Morisco. No tag there, so when the Deagle rotates in, it might get a body shot, but no kill. 4 versus 4 now, but the advantage certainly the way of Zero Tenacity. Simka. He's a player that I feel like gets very overlooked on this Zero Tenacity side. I feel like Brute Monster, Namana, usually the ones that we talk about, but Simka's always a player that can have those huge moments. You know, a game not so long ago, I saw him get back-to-back aces. which was just absolutely insane. Something that will bore a hole in my mind for quite some time.
This was the CMK Life game, correct? Or
Yeah,
Anubis?
No, it's the Simca live game on Inferno.
Was it Inferno?
Yeah. I think it might still be his best.
Okay. I was under the impression that was Anubis, but it doesn't matter, right? I'm sure that was displayed in that series.
He might have live gamed again. Who knows?
Maybe he's got another one in him. Let me. I'm gonna double check this. Versus GTC Inferno.
Yeah.
25 out of 5, a solid 2.79 rating, not bad. And that was 2 months ago.
I've never seen back-to-back aces ever happen. I did a lot of digging. I think it's only done once before, and I think we all know by who. The GOAT himself, Simple.
If I had to guess, that was the option I was going for. God, there's so many talents nowadays, man. It's hard to guess.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it the other day about Navi Jr. About how kind of crazy CS is going to be for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, years. We have so much talent, so much young talent within the Counter-Strike kind of scene at the moment that I'm just happy that I get to be a part of it. What are your thoughts on the save there from Sinners? They had the advantage. They were close to the bomb site, but I quite like the discipline. Oh, Naman, a bit of a missed decision there.
It's difficult, right? In one way, on one hand, I respect it, or think that at the same time as well, or sorry, I think that they should have gone for that retake, just because of how the game is. The momentum is going back and forth. On the other hand, I see like they were stuck towards ramp a little bit. Yeah, I hate ramp retakes. I'm good with it, not going for it, so
yeah.
It's a whole thing in that regard as well. But we got ourselves, hold on, some sort of a return fight from Peppo. He's got so much control as well, by the way. Just zero tenacity. The amount of noise, pressure they keep putting towards that ramp part of the map as well. Peppo has been able to take inside. A great reaction here for the CT started to take control of it as well. But it's not the only thing they've got going for them. Nobody will spot the shadow just in time. That is Peppo. They know that was a man on A they had to deal with, and Zedgo now the next one to fall, and it seems like we might be seeing the end of the little Force by adventures here.
Yeah, potentially. Well, this is just half by, in fact. they can buy the next.
It's not really even a Force by, it's just a intermission for the next gun round, and that's coming up next round.
Look, I think the problem with that round is because it's Peppo that goes down first, and B-Stick has been, I don't want to say predictable with going down towards Secret in most of these rounds, but look, he has been. In nearly every single one of these rounds, he's been down towards Secret initially. Oh, nice deep shots from Shock. Simca does have this round confirmed as he's wrapping through Heaven, but yeah, because B-Stick has been quite predictable with his endeavors down in Secret, when Namana gets that kill and sees it's not B-Stick, he realizes there's another.
Wait, hello?
Oh, hello? Shock. Talk about financial damage. He's done so much damage to the money here of Zero Tenacity. Absolutely excellent.
See, if anything, that proves they probably should have gone with the retake. Deagle had 3 kills in it anyway, man. Should have tried it previously.
I always look at the Deagle shots from these players.
Yeah.
And it just makes me, in every single half buy, every single eco, I'm thinking, oh, well, I could buy an MP9, but I'll buy the Deagle because I've just watched Shock get an insane 3K. And I think we all know it never works. I fire 6 bullets, 1 connects, and I'm sat there crying.
That I think is where selective memory comes in, of you saying, I'm built different, I'm the top dog, I'm the best at this game, and you forget every other time it doesn't work out. Just remember the good times, and you're going to be able to think, okay, yeah, I am that good.
Oh no, I'm
just
not remembering I'm not remembering me hitting the shots, I'm just remembering a professional player hitting them. Seeing that it is possible.
Aspire to be that good.
Yeah, exactly. Dimka's been really good on these entries towards Ram, but it seems as though he wants to kind of pressure and probe towards Hut. And I think Zedco, he's got to be cautious because Zimka does seem aware of this.
It's It's a very nice change of pace as well, right? Like I mentioned last one, it's been a lot of that ramp aggression outside as well, where Nemadia has been getting this control, bullying Moresco a couple of rounds as well. Now we are going to a different area. Maybe. I say maybe, with Nemadia still toward the lower side, and he's not alone either, so...
It's on the Sinners to make...
Yeah, it's on the Sinners to actually make some sort of live information. They don't have any of that at the moment, and apparently they don't really want to. Shock eventually gets fed Nemadia for the first kill to open up the round, and there's 30 seconds now remaining. But you have to make that play, and Z10, they're still going, defaulting back toward that ramp play. Shock waits up close, but Joffo just locks himself in instead. Nobody that was already going to be that man on the side, on the rafters, and Catwalk. Peppo will go out and check for the first of his M4. Second to swing out, Simk will trade, but it's not looking all too likely here with the CT rotations inbound. It is Sinners to take this one, and a very clean one at that.
Yeah, it's a great round from Sinners. They're very reserved. They don't really have the utility. They don't have the weaponry either, but they do really well to contain Zero Tenacity in that round. And I think there for Sinners, yes, they're losing control towards outside and they're losing control down towards Secret, but there's no bomb site there. They've got to progress on through out to that B bomb site. And Sinners are very well posted, well kind of positioned to deal with any crunch down towards the lower side. So I think for Sinners, it's a good setup. They're not really giving anything up. And obviously when the kills are coming their way, they've been clinical in that one. So an important round for Sinners to win. I think we both know if Zero Tenacity were victorious there, we're maybe looking at a 6-2 scoreline. And obviously with being on the T side of Nuke, that's where we start the argument for, is this already getting a little bit too out of hand?
Play to be made. Z10. Finally, that change of pace.
I love this from Zedko. He's going to be pushing through with the pack. Oh, but he's hurt by Simka. Steps are made. Kills are found. And man advantage the way now of Zero Tenacity. Morisco's been very cautious, very passive. Does have a Namana to contend with. Oh, missed shots. Namana was trying to play discipline, trying to kind of get as many kills as possible, but that trigger discipline has cost him. The lack of health on both Simka and Kyofo are going to be a problem as well. Avian and Brute Monster with work to do. Brute Monster's on a flank, though. He's going to make his way up Heaven. All they need to do is hold for the Heaven player. Brute Monster needs to make his way up. There's no way Shock knows about him. There's limited time that Simka can find another. Brute Monster has to make his way up now. Oh, he goes the harder route, and now Peepo in garage alone.
Damn.
Great round from ZT.
That is the threat of Nuke and these pistol rounds as well. Again, it just shows itself every single round, every single time. That is going to be a possibility of these ones working out. And, you know, we see it for Z10. Even when you can put it as well, right? Zedko had a nice little play. In the smoke, out the smoke, dead. On the ground, suddenly, from a Tech 9 headshot. That is the possibility. Where even when you think you got something, you're being a little bit sneaky. Now, people are going to expect you.
Yeah, look, Nexus, he said it. You know, rounds where you got pistols, we got SMGs, a fast pop tool take can work so well, and that's exactly what we saw.
Way too easy. Way too easy. Nuke lets you get away with that. CT side needs to be more than wide awake. A single gap will be exploited. Here it is a trade. Morisco gets a kill onto the Nemadia for, I think, the first time here. Cuts him down, but it's not without cost. Peppo's lost his life. As usual, I like the fast pace for Zero Tenacity as well. This was the thing as well I mentioned when I last saw them here on Nuke. I really felt like they had a lot of different things to offer in terms of the pacing and tactical side of this map as well. But it's nice to see them exploring that now as well, a bit more than just down Secret and a down ramp at the same time. It's a classic split on Nuke, but...
Yeah,
it's nice to see as well work out, because now they're not going to be deterred from going for it. Now they're not going to be suddenly afraid of doing this one change-up. Took a couple of rounds to get comfortable.
I think that's the problem with when you go for a fast A and you get shut down. I feel like a lot of the time you're then forced into, well, we're going to have to go towards outside. We're going to have to go towards ramp because A is clearly on lock. But the fact they've got that confidence, you know, winning it with SMGs and Tech 9s, they're obviously going to be happy to do it with rifles in play, and it works out very nicely. 6-3, though, already. Things are looking very scary for Sinners. We mentioned the fact that both map 2 and 3 are possibilities for Zero Tenacity. They're strengths for Zero Tenacity. So right now, if you're Sinners, I'd be a little bit worried, a little bit scared.
This is concerning, I think.
Yeah.
Now that we're seeing Z-Head has taken over a little bit, right? It's the initial back and forth now to be dealt with and now to be done. And it's leaving them in the dust here a little bit, right? We talked about it as well, right? In this video, the only outlier specifically is going to be Nuke, right? This is the one where, like, statistics-wise, there's any massive change or difference. And Z-Head, the results they've had, again, kind of consistently as well, like 71% win rate. They've had 22 out of 31 games being won here as well. 4 win streak currently going on as well. Before that as well, another 4 win streak. Before that, another 4 win streak. Before that, another 4 win streak. Before that, another 4 win streak. There's been a lot of those actually for them here. But if anything, history then shows us this one is going to be a loss, but we'll see if patterns are real or not. But for now, maybe they're going to try to break that, because it is started off so damn well here for them. There has been a fight back from Sinners. The rotations have been very much part of the game as well for them. But actually stopping, right? Like, when you're thinking of Nuke, you want to be somewhat aggressive on that CT side. You want to get in the face of Z10 and their T side, and don't let them have control as much as they currently do, right? How many times have we now seen the body going down secret stairs for free, essentially?
Yeah.
More than I can already count.
I think we need to see maybe a bit more kind of aggression, structured aggression from Sinners towards Yard. Kind of get yourself deep, maybe, you know, push the red box, maybe try and get players in. Mana. So cheeky. They're aware of the chance of B-Stick shock pushing in the back lines, though. Simka will get one. The bomb is here. Peebo could deny it. He could find it, and that's where this round is possible. Great find. Peebo 6 HP. He's worried about facing Brute Monster. And now it's Morisco's time to shine, with Simka holding as he emerges through the smoke. Simka. Bullets in the back of the head. And a good game from Simka. He's 9 and 5. The entries towards ramp have been key. He's been very clinical at times, and I think for Sinners, that's a really scary thing to think about, because we always talk about Brute Monster and Namana being the real heroes, but the fact that the lines are led by Simka just goes to show that Zero Tenacity, that's another arrow in their quiver.
That as well being a point we talked about, right? Namana, the most consistent on this team. But it doesn't mean that the rest don't have bark as well to them. It's just about showing that, and to their credit, I think the last few games I've seen, Brute Monster has been almost playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen, maybe, from him. So that is a thing as well. You gotta maybe keep an eye on. Maybe we'll start to see him peek his head out a little bit more when he does get his hands on that AWP, where things started toward that CT side, perhaps, because currently it's all easy breezy on the T side, and like we say, Sinners, maybe it's time to get a little bit more aggressive in their face. Yeah, but here's the counterpoint. Guess what would be really, really funny?
What?
You now go for the aggression. You now try to change it up to counter outside, and then Z10 is going like a ramp rush or something. It would be really funny.
Yeah, it's tough, but that's, you know, that's the intricacies of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. It was still apparently one of those rounds, however. Not at the start for Sinners, but they have the open at garage. That's not going to do all too much. There's got to be smokes here. That AWP is probably crazy. As good as useless at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll see these nades coming through from the smoke. And I say nades plural, it's just the one. Utilities very limited here for Sinners. It's clear that they want to adopt that mentality of, look, we need the weapons in play. The MP9s are not cutting it. A lot of steps have been made, and people will have all this information here. So a Zedco rotation down the vents. People posted up here, prepared for Simka. Shock's in a good position, and Zedco just jump spotting. I really like the idea of this, but they've dropped a smoke to cross. Shock now needs to be very worried. Trade needs to be seen, but Shock can go 2 for the price of 1. Disappointing there from Zero Tenacity. The trades have got to be better, and Zedco can find as well. Brute Monster on the AWP will get his first of the round. Retrieving the bomb would be so key. He's been able to do so. And now he can join... I say join his teammate. And he just realizes Simka's taken down.
Might as well join his teammates.
Yeah.
Early retirement is calling. Or timely in this case.
Great
20
round,
seconds left.
Great round from both Zedco and Shock. Absolutely brilliant.
Right,
I'm surprised there was no flashbang though. Why was there no flash to get out on the bomb site?
That is a good question. But if we are talking as well, right, about Sinners maybe needing to change up the aggression, that is one option. There as well, that was instead to be more ready for the actual B play, the execution, and the call that Z10 is kind of making. If they are taken outside, they're gonna have to place toward the lower side. And both were ready. But it is still such a gamble and a commitment to have those players, have those assets there instead of elsewhere, where they could be a bit more useful. In some parts of the round, early on, here we have a little bit of tag team. Zedco as well takes a shot from his team at a warning. Not to get all too close, that orb, it is itching to shoot every single bullet out. But they get away with the first one, they get his B-stick as well into position. Wiki belongs to the CT side. Now, Z10, if you keep taking outside, Sinners will have to respond eventually in kind by taking some part of the map back. And usually that is lobby control. Perfectly balanced.
Great from Peepo.
Not balanced at all. That is a one-man show.
Yeah, excellent from Peepo. He's a player that he's had the AWP in most of these rounds, yet just hasn't had the success with it. Namana taken down by Moresco. 5 survivors there for Sinners. At least they can end this half with a bit of confidence, as they do win those final 2.
Could be enough. Could be enough. Considering as well how this half starts, with like 3, 4 spies, a half by a gun around right after. I'd say it's an okay enough of a start and turnaround for Sinners, right? They did let Zero Tenacity run away with it for a little bit, but they're showing some grit. They're showing what they got here as well, right? So go to Peppo, right? Maybe not at the most impact, but he's still at least awake. He's hitting those shots when he needs to. Shock's been delivering fairly well. That's one good side for Sinners as well to look out for.
Yeah.
Like I said, all or nothing sort of player in my eyes. Of course, a little bit of hyperbole and, you know, maybe not the most accurate or nuanced description, but it does paint a picture that he's currently on. That's a good sign for his team. And now they've got this T side and aim stars, hopefully, to awaken. Give yourself something to work with here.
Zero Tenacity CT side is very strong, though. And I think that's something that Sinners need to be worried about. They've nearly got a 61% win rate in comparison to on their T side of 50. So we're expecting a little bit more of a better performance.
Fast A.
I like it.
Take the Glocks.
Back to
run
basics.
them down. But there's nobody here. Z10 to play a retake. They've got one flashbang on Shuffo, and he's going to be setting that out. When he does, the rest of the troops start to move in. I'm still looking at Jamandia, though. So there is a bit of a timer on this, and still most likely will be the Heaven and Play to come out first. Brood Monster around at the same time for main, and it's just buying a little bit of time, create some sort of opportunity for Jamandia as well to close something out here eventually. But this first round, or part of the round as well, needs to be a success either way.
Not much
Labored.
time.
It is tough, and shots being hit, ammunition running low, but on that bomb, you gotta get under the fuse. Jamandia's dancing, trying to be doing his best Matrix Neo impression. Can't do it, and thus, eventually, it is Sinners. 6th round of the board, and that is a comeback now looking like it is officially on.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. What a statement for Sinners it would be as well if they are victorious here. It would put them in such good stead to close the series out 2-0. Just because this is the one map, this is the one outlier that we've kind of already written Zero Tenacity's kind of victory upon it.
If nothing else, at least this map does paint a very clear picture as to statistics and consistency-wise, while the other two are very much instead more individual-based and on the day, perhaps. So, Nuke, take that away. You've got yourselves the perfect position for the side of Sinners. And yesterday as well, they played a pretty mean Mirage.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
And it is it's a fun map as well, right? I think I'll put a bit more emphasis on it as well. I think Shock as well is a kind of a fun switch up as well, because I've seen in the past him being like a secondary oper on that map. Haven't seen it as much recently, but it's kind of a nice change up when it does happen. Because he's pretty good, he's pretty consistent, but I think that has become a slightly less prevalent thing as time has gone on, and some changes have happened as well. But they've got a pretty good situation overall on it. Even if yesterday only...
Look, it's a 7-7, right? I think if Sinners win this next full buy, it'll be that 9-7 scoreline, puts them 4 rounds away from closing out Nuke. Obviously, we know that ZT are a very formidable CT side on Nuke. Nexus, I'm going to push you for a prediction after this gun round.
Okay.
Because I think if Zero Tenacity take it, that might change your... Actually, you know what? I'm just asking you beforehand. Never mind. It might change your mind on it.
I'm not going to flip-flop. God, yeah.
It's tough, because Sinners have looked a lot better in this kind of latter portion. That's what, 4 rounds in a row now.
My gut is telling me Sinners got this one.
I like it. Go with your gut.
Apparently, yeah, I should be. Beasting. Jump in Max 10. Shuffle down, and then he is down for the count completely. Avian, he's made his way toward the lower side. Molotov, forced to fight. Peppo will have a teammate to trade him, and ammunition's running low, but Avian has absolutely done more than enough here to at least open up the C-side, but guess what? That doesn't matter when the rest of your teammates end up falling.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but look, kills is the name of the game. You can bring them all down to 1 HP, but if you're not finding the kills, it doesn't matter. Sinners, they will secure this one. I can already imagine you sat smiling after the prediction of Sinners. Look, I think Sinners are a very strong side. I think both these teams clearly haven't been hitting the levels that they'd been hoping for, and obviously levels that they'd hit in the past. So I think for obviously both Sinners and Zero Tenacity, you'd hope that this game is going to be a bit of a statement maker. But I don't think either team are going to be too confident when it comes to statements, because it's 8-7. It's Zero Tenacity's map pick. They're on the favoured side. Things have fallen a little flat for them.
Yeah, that was not the expectation I had at some point, at least. Especially considering as well, I kind of mentioned the tactical depth of Zero Tenacity, and that T-side ended up being our split 2 outside, 2 round, and 1 somewhere in the way, just probably gets lost. But it felt very simple. Like, there was nothing all too crazy about it. It still worked out, right? It was an effective T-side, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel like they were deliberately outplaying Sinners either.
No, I think a lot of the success that Zero Tenacity had on their T side, it was kind of opening duel dependent. It was Sim finding a pick towards ramp, forcing a rotation, or Namana kind of taking space outside. It seemed like Zero Tenacity, they had a nice grip on this game, a strong grasp of kind of the control that they had on Sinners. Yeah, now Sinners are the ones in the driver's seat, and I'm sure they are not going to want to take their foot off the gas. Great find from Peepo. They're taking down Namana. That's one of the saved rifles from the last round. So things get even harder here for ZT. Expectations are somewhat low, but Simka as well.
Oh, damn!
Have we even seen a bullet fired for Zero Tenacity here?
I don't think so.
Doesn't
apparently
like
we
it.
have from ABN, but we've not seen that really. For all we know, he was shooting the bullets in spawn. Out of frustration.
Namana has done 21 damage as well, but we'll pretend that we don't see that.
Yeah, no, that's not real. It's a conspiracy.
That was mental damage. That was mind game damage. That wasn't weaponry damage.
Yeah, what is real? However, currently is Sinners on a 6 winning streak, like 7-3. Not tripping, am I?
No. Spitting facts.
Oh my god. Out of every language possible, I woke up and chose to speak facts today. Wow.
I haven't learned that language. Maybe you could teach me one day.
Yeah, it's you should usually start by studying a little bit of bullshit, and then you kind of adapt and change. It comes with the it's just a dialect.
Well, that's the only language I speak. Ooh, needed a smoke there, Brute Monster.
Talk about openings for Zero Tenacity. There's finally one.
Yeah, big kill. For a player that has been a little bit quiet today, Brute Monster needs to find his form. And an opening kill like that is going to be so vital for it. Peepo now is searching with the AWP towards Heart. I like the idea of it, but with the positioning here of both Simca and AVN, Peepo would really have to push the boat out if he wants to find a kill.
Useful. Do they deal with AVN? There is a Molotov on both Peppo and B-Stick. Not sure if either one is actually in a position to throw one on top of here either, so it's his eyes they're drawing towards Squeaky at the moment. I like Pneumonica as well. In the vents, just being a little bit of a goblin waiting for an opportunity to shank anybody. But that is not going to be happening. Not anytime soon. It's got to be the play here coming through. On top of flashbangs and through the smoke into their demise. Well, trade comes through. AVN still up above. And Zedko going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. And may or may not, probably will not work out here. Gets sandwich. He's got one in him at least, but more still required. And there are not many possibilities to make that happen. But it's got to be Z that are peeking and playing off of each other here to close out the round.
8
Get an entry. They converted as well. They played that advantage very well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is something that Zero Tenacity, they need to continue upon. Because the money is still good for Sinners. They're going to get an investment. Obviously, the first 4 on the T side, a fair few of these rounds have been won very, very kind of confidently and with plenty of players surviving. So Sinners, they've still got a bank. Bit of a technical issue at the moment. Hopefully.
Yeah, we are.
Well, there you go.
all is good.
Already sorted.
You know, wouldn't be Counter-Strike without a couple of pauses in the mix. A little bit of the spice of a life, you know, variety. Change things up. Just slow things down for a little bit. Appreciate them for what they are. Except if they're like 20, 30 minutes, maybe 40 in some cases. We're gonna forget about those. We're gonna preferably not have them at all, but
I feel like you're just trying to jinx
I'm coping. I'm coping.
Well, I don't know. No, we don't talk about 40-minute tech pauses here. You'll speak them into existence.
Oh, but those already happened. Yeah, no, I had one of those like a couple of days ago.
I love it. Brute Monster's so aware. Brute Monster secures a second. Yeah, Zedko will take down the mana, but Brute Monster's hungry for more. Just shy of spotting out Zedko there. Brute Monster. An important start to the round for him. Obviously, was the one to get the opener in the last, and he's done it here again.
This is the kill. Good side of the round almost. Could change it. If nothing else, they have got Zedko as well now, dueling a Brute Monster. Now, suddenly, the AWP is stuck between these two. And no easy way out, but a quick scope to connect. His spidey senses tinkle. Someone is coming through that smoke. Turn around. And 2 remain. Rock on 18, Mariska orders 12. There's 2 or 2 to confirm this round, and who will take it? Zero Tenacity. Now's the time to prove that name wrong. Show us what you got here. Brute Monster's already on 4-3. We talked about him as well. Second half is where he's finally started to show up here with that AWP. And with Simca Into, the player highlighted as well to be perhaps underrated. Flips under the radar nonetheless, but make this retake. Time is running out. They at least have those kits to work with. It makes it a little bit easier. But there's one on the defuse now as well. The Shock needs to find this one, but in the defuse, in the smoke. Cannot find it the correct angle. And Zero Tenacity, they will be taking this one.
Well, look,
high up the game. Give us that back and forth, man.
Yeah. We saw the Ninja defuse from Cinders on their CT side. It's only fair to see one from ZT. But 99
bounces out.
It's now really tough because Sinners, the finances, they lose this. They will get another investment, but it'll dry up when Zero Tenacity, if they find 11. I'd be very worried now if I was Sinners. It seems like ZT have found their groove. They're on their map selection. They're on their favored side. And they're slowly getting into flow state. Brute wants to know up, though. And I think we know what the difficulties will be here for Zero Tenacity. Straight away, 2 rounds in a row, he gets not only the opening kill, but in the last he doubles down. He finds a third, in fact. Yet here, no war.
No chance for it. Wait, out. I do want to see a spot, right? Remember, this is the first half as well. We got to mention C10, how much outside it was just a massive part of their game plan. Currently, all Sinners, after a few attempts at it, right? Fairly successful, I'm still saying, getting control of the map, exerting themselves, but getting flashbacks of Brute monsters just from the last one that they're saying, you know what, maybe not. Let's look for something else instead.
Great angle for Skillfolk. He's got all this information.
Oh, no. What?
How are they not ready for him? How have they not communicated that he's elevated up here? Poor comms here from Sinners might cost them. And already the quick rotation of Namana, they're never going to check Dark. Peebo does have a Molotov, but he can't waste it on Namana's position. And Simka opening the door is just going to confirm everything. Yeah, there we have it. That's the first rotation. We don't even need to look elsewhere, but there, yeah, brilliant from Namana. Nice discipline to get himself tucked away there, but what a round from Kyotho.
I don't even know if you can say that's him. That's Sinners. The flash was perfect for him to get him out of contention just for a couple of seconds, let Sinners walk in, but they did not just react to that at all. We'll go about it for a second or two long. At a 10-9 now, Sinners on the losing side of things suddenly. And that is, well, against my expectations, but nonetheless, good to see because we are seeing exactly what Zero Tenacity as well is made of, what these winning conditions for the team are going to be as well.
You gonna see a flash through this smoke? Are we gonna see Namana?
They're going to. Surely.
Maybe he'll wait his time. Oh, timing Namana! He can play 2 of them. Not ready for the third and Beasting behind him, but still a great play from Namana. That double is so vital. Barisco maneuvering through the vents. AVN surely to be caught off guard, and although he's surprised by it, he still finds the kill. HE grenade sent Beastic's way. Important kill for Beastic, but Shock. He's very far out of this one, currently towards lobby.
That's not going to fully force a rotation down toward the lower side. They're still thinking about it, knowing Sinners have plenty of time as well to regroup and find out if they've got a different plan in mind. 2 players linger towards ramp for Zero Tenacity. At least they've only got 1 to worry about if they do decide to head back A. MK awaits, but 30 seconds. No more utility on the B side to make their lives all too much easier, bar for 1 Molotov. And that's ramp or dark is the question.
Honestly, I think you save it for the post plant. I think you break open the windows, hope you can get the bomb down, but with them throwing this molly, not only is it the indicator that it is going to be this play through B, but secondly, it takes away from the utility that they need to hold off for this retake, because there's smokes, there's flashes, there's mollies for ZT. And now, this is where things go from bad to worse. If Shock goes down here, it should be the round over. Simka will find him, and now all on the low HP Beastic. He's been spotted in the open, and surely to be taken down. Zero Tenacity find 11. Bomb plant a bit of a bonus. I don't know whether we can see an investment off of it from Sinners, but it's going to be 11-9. Sinners, they're just such a good track record. They won, what, 6 rounds in a row. They were 7-3 down. They brought it 9-7, yet fallen off the face of a cliff.
I did tell Zero Tenacity to prove me wrong and to show us that they do have that grit. They do. Couple in a row coming right out for them as well, and suddenly Sinners, at least, if nothing else, we're going kind of back to the start of the game toward the end here instead, where we are seeing an investment, we're seeing a bit of a force buy with what they do have available to them. And a quick change of pace for 1 Shock down the vents. He's managed to not really sneak down here. They know he is going to be down here, impeding his way down. Even like as well, Zero Tenacity, we're gonna see them go a little bit aggressive this part of the map, perhaps. I would not be opposed to it.
Yeah, the problem is Shock's had such good space here, but Zero Tenacity don't have any CT control towards outside. And because Shock hasn't already activated down, now they realize, okay, well, Namada could have got a timing. Someone could have gotten down. I think Shock has missed his timing. He's missed his chance to have impact down towards the lower site. And I think it's going to cost them. But this is it. This is the full investment from Sinners, as you touched upon. A loss here, it goes 12-9. They're fighting with scraps, and I think we all know the difficulties that might pose. Kyofo towards Heaven, Namana towards Icebox. All going to be about timing here. Great
opportunity.
Excellent there. Moresco finds AVN as well. Kyofo needs to rotate in to help on out, and Brute Monster, he's a wasted asset here towards Ramp. Kyofo, HE grenades landing. Sim picking up one. Kyofo rotating in to find one of his own. A 2-on-2 here with Brute Monster slowly creeping closer here from Ramp. And it's all a game of how long Kyofo can keep attention away. Brute Monster creeping closer now, not being held. Maneuvers closer and closer to Hut, but all on timing. He does get the timing. He will find one, and it's all on B-Stick. Both players around half HP, but still disadvantaged here is B-Stick. Oh, shots come through. The bait of the shots is everything. Brute Monster accidentally getting the information on B-Stick's position. It's so tough, but ZT find 12.
That's all it is. Sometimes just take the shot, missed it, and you're done for. And with that as well, another one hits the board, man. Zero Tenacity. Right, in the end, they are proving to us as well that they do have this map pretty much locked in, right? We had them as the favorite for this one. We said individuals overall very well could make the difference for the entire series. And currently, we're seeing a little bit more of that, I think, for Sinners. It's just Zero Tenacity, like first half, as I said, it was more outballing almost. I don't even know. It wasn't insanely overly dominant, but nothing insane, perhaps. Here we still could have a bit more to give, actually. So let's let this one... Oh, no. That's disgusting. That is disgusting.
There's a flank coming through from B-Stick. He makes his way to Heaven. Kyofo seems aware of it, though. B-Stick, it's another 1 versus 2 against both Kyofo and Brute Monster. He will find the first. Brute Monster now can reposition, though. And the problem for B-Stick is, not only is the bomb dropped, there are so many unknowns. Brute Monster will just back away. Big clutch here. Massive clutch. I like the idea of... Oh, he stabbed. I'd quite like the idea if B-Stick just stayed on the rafters and waited for Brute Monster to go searching. And he is going to do that.
He's thinking about it, but Brute Monster as well, right? He doesn't have the position to work with. There is no reason for him to be the one to initiate this, knowing the bomb plan is what he's waiting for. And he's got sideline to it as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is out cute.
Brute Monster could just drop a molly on the bomb. That has been retrieved, and there it is, Brute Monster. A perfectly played round, a great clutch. Brute Monster had a really tough start to the game, but he ends the half, and he ends the game, leading the lines there, obviously for Zero Tenacity. I feel bad for Shock. He had an incredible game. Yeah, sometimes it's, you know, it's more of a team performance than the individual show, but Nexus thoughts and feelings after Nuke.
It's kind of what I was trying to vocalize there toward the end. That first half for Z10, it didn't feel all too overly complicated, but they were still very comfortable in the, sort of the default and what they were doing to carry them through that. Then for the second half as well, I just don't really know where. Like, it felt like it went wrong toward the end. The 6 rounds that Zero Tenacity just won out, and I'm kind of weirdly enough struggling to see where that all goes wrong there. Like, how do Sinners just fall off the face of the earth there toward the end? Why did they not start winning a couple more rounds? A couple of clutches, of course, and that don't go their way in a situation like this. But it's still a little tad confusing for me.
Yeah, I think as well with the way that Shock played. Yeah, I think he ended the game. I want to say 23 and 15, something like that. I think he had a really good game, and you know, above 100 ADI. He was the dominant factor throughout the game, and hopefully that's something that can be brought to Mirage, because Sinners now, they are kind of, I guess, backs against the walls in this series, because if they do lose Mirage, that is them going 0-2. So a big next map of Mirage. I'm excited to see it unfold. Both these teams have looked pretty decent on Mirage as well. So we're in for a banger, but beforehand, Nexus, we will be jumping to a short break. Back into the action we go. We're going to be heading into the second map of the series, but more interesting things going on. We've got the cat cam going on. I'm so distracted. I'm a bit distracted. Either way, look. It was a good game from Shock. He played really well. 104 ADR, 23 and 15. Sadly, just not enough from the rest of his teammates, let's be honest. We didn't see enough formulation from players like Beasting, like Zedko, which is always tough to see. Hopefully, we can see a change, though, as we head to Mirage now. And I'm excited because, obviously, there's that idea of whether we're going to see 3 maps, whether it's going to be 2-0. And obviously, in about an hour's time, we'll have the answer. But into Mirage we head.
Let's get it. By popular request as well, of course, we did get the cat this time. He's been chilling. He's been behaving, except during the pause where... Yeah, you were able to hear him meowing a little bit there in the background. Wanting to be let loose, to get outside, but...
Like, I hope some of the players on Sinners let loose, because there was there really was a kind of a disappointment from many players. Obviously, though, we have to say Shock had an incredible game. And it's always so sad when you watch something like that, because you know that all it takes is a couple more kills from other players, and we're seeing Sinners take a bit of an upset. But Zero Tenacity, they've now got 2 maps, 2 chances to close out the series, whereas Sinners could face a backs against the wall type scenario. And Namana, great awareness, pushing into Palace. Clearly a bit of anti-stratting going on with the knowledge that is usually Shock lining up that molly. But Namana still in a great position. Brute Monster as well. Molly towards Ramp. What has happened in this pistol round? Not a single bullet connecting. Eventually Zedko comes alive, but he's trapped in the Molotov, trying to back away, but no bomb. This is going to be an impossible round for Zedko, but let's see what he can do. Let's see how close he can bring it. 1v5 pistol?
I'll be down. No, never mind. Never. Sorry. No, not happening.
Great pistol, though, from ZT. A great response to any A pressure that Sinners wanted to place, and it's from Namana, the main man himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit here as well. You asked me as well right before we went back, and who's gonna take this? I told you. I think we are gonna be sticking with the initial thought of a potential 2-0 here, whoever won that first map.
Yeah.
Mirage as well, right? It's a sort of map where we are not gonna be looking at anybody and be like, oh yeah, no one's gonna... There's a team or people who don't know how to play this map. No, everybody knows how to play this map. So individuals will make the difference, or maybe that one specific play style at times as well.
Kyofo gets a 4K there with the MP9. You know what I'd love to see in this round? Kyofo just drop the MP9, get the AWP out for Brute Monster. Obviously, maybe not the best financial decision, but I think it would, is obviously going to help. Either way, though, an important round for ZT to win. No casualties, no reinvestment needed. MP9 on Simka this time. He's got the spawn for under, and I think he might take it, maybe boosted into apartments. Either way, though, look, I think a lot of the time, us casters, we generally like to take opposing views and opposing sides to create a bit of tension, a bit of argument, I guess you could say, between us. But I'm going to be right there with you with predictions. I think ZT take it 2-0 as well.
You know, I'm going to fabricate a little bit of drama here. I'm going to say you're only picking it because I did. You're just copycat. You're a copycat, man. A fraud.
I've been a ZT fanboy for about 2.5 years. I got to cast their first game with this new roster, and I've been obviously keeping tabs, whether it's within the CCT or other events on this side, for about 2 years. Not a good round for them here, though, while I'm rambling on. Brute Monster's in a 1v4. They line up nicely, but sadly can't convert.
Inner fanboy left hurting.
Yeah. Their second ever event on Liquipedia. I had the beauty of being alongside for back in 2021.
Damn.
Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, feels like it. I had this as well, right? You know, there's, you know, the world's kind of been feels like it's been going on so quickly these last, you know, maybe 4-ish years. You know, something happened. You know, pandemics and such. People, it just feels like people are trying to give every single, or maybe not specifically, but it feels like everybody's overcompensating for lost time, so the world feels like it's going by more quickly than it actually is.
I don't know. That's far too
deep.
Yeah, far too deep for not only a Thursday morning, but for a conversation with me.
Fair enough. Yeah. I accept the fact that it's early as well. It's like 10 a.m. for you.
Yeah. And I think we all know that I haven't had my 6 coffees yet. That's a question that's a 5 coffee question.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll ask you on like 4 or 5 coffees.
Yeah, in about an hour's time. Don't worry.
Sounds about right. Yeah. What about Brewmonster though? Is he right?
He's on the AWP. He's got a great position as well towards short. Kyofo doubles down. AVN's elevated on balcony as well, so if there is any palace pressure, he can deal with it. Brute Monster's now keeping Zedco contained here in con, and he flicks away from it. Zedco lucky to be alive. Gonna drop the smoke to try and evade, but Namana firing the bullets into the smoke. This fight for Peepo is everything. If he can take down AVN, he can offer support to his teammate. We're going to see rotations in from Simka now from CT. And as we see him swing on through, Simka finds 2. Zero Tenacity. They slam the door shut in any success for Sinners. An excellent CT round there.
2 thumbs up from me. Pretty good. 2 for the 2K Simk gets and 2 for the 1 Shofo gets.
Yeah. Kyopho's having a really good start here. Obviously, he got the 4K with that MP9, but he's continued. He's 7-2. A really good start for Kyopho. It is the investment here for Sinners, but limitations seen all across the board, whether it's utility, whether it's weaponry. We've got a Deagle, we've got a Tech 9, but as we say, these Deagles, I think we both know how clinical they can be, but it's a solo A defense from Kyopho. The man leading the lines here for Zero Tenacity is going to have to blur some with this solo A defense. Nade of the smoke from Namana, but no one's out so far for Sinners. Namana holding Mouse 1 in the hopes of connecting a stray bullet, but nade of the smoke once again, but nothing seen. Sinners, they keep themselves out of this one for now.
What do we got here then? For the retake itself, we've opened things up. Simk does manage to get himself the first. AK-47 on Shocky is playing together with Beastic, so there is going to be a potential dead mana back in Sport, but Demonica has waited for a little bit to see what else is going to be going on, but still gets caught. Beastic with Mac 10 pops a bit more cash, extra supply for the next round, if nothing else. Joffos just let one slip away. Knife is out now as well, but there is no time for this one anymore.
Yeah, real back and forth. I'm liking it. Somewhat reminiscent of to what we saw on Nuke. With these kind of force buy wars, and they will continue.
I'm down. I am down to collide with the force buys yet again. A little bit of entertainment. Make this morning a bit more lively as well. But what do we then see, right? Sinners, that was a daylight robbery, let's put it that way. Zero Tenacity. Now they're going to be put in a bit of an awkward position, strapped for a little bit of cash, weaponry, and all of that as well. The entire shebang is missing for them. So how do you make up for that? One little answer, a good one at that as well, is to push Simk up the apartments a little bit as well. With that, a nade. Just let him slip a bit closer than Marisco maybe anticipates initially. That's the advantage to work from. A wonderful play to make, and now you play that advantage as well. Now you make a gamble as well somewhere, and that should be toward the A side.
Not only does that nade allow Simka to kind of creep closer, but also, if anything, it completely deters Marisco from any push. Because not only is he thinking, well, that nade's landed, so if someone's here, they've been hit by their own teammate's nade, but secondly, the nade's there, they're probably on the bomb site, that's where they're defending from, but Namana under balcony. It is Kyopho to find, in fact, information of another, and Zedco gives his position up. It's a 2 versus 4, but the information heavily favoring Zero Tenacity here. Kyopho not realizing he can just hold Mouse 1, but it's Simka to do it, and now shocks towards ramp. Can't even find one. Zero Tenacity. Again, a big round, plenty of survivors. It will be the force from Sinners, surely. Zero Tenacity, though, with a really good start. If they win this, they go 6-2 up. And I think that's where we start, again, that kind of question where, look, Sinners, you've got to put some rounds on the board.
Yeah, but they also got to get past what Zero Tenacity for the moment as well will individually offer. Right, from map number 1, we had a good, absolutely good solution that was shot. So far as well, though, with barely any rounds, I think it's early enough to really say. But Zedco, I mean, a 6-4, there's a little bit of a hope there as well. I didn't mention as well, right? Before rejoining Now Sinners, back on Zombie, he was very damn good. Like, he was the star player on that team. So I feel like if he brings back a little bit of that form, obviously different positions, different teammates, and a whole different system, essentially. So it's not one-to-one to translate that over, as I feel like most people can tell. To bring a little bit of that flair back, maybe give him some of those positions as well that he was playing. I'm not 100% sure actually on every single one that he's may or may not be still playing those. But that would be the sort of thing I kind of want to see, just because we know he has that in him. He has already shown it fairly consistently as well, so
I think it was
could
always
be something for the future to look at.
It was always quite difficult for Zedko when joining that Sampy side, because I think we all know he was replacing Matties, right? And when you looked at that Sampy roster, a vast majority of the time you'd see their victories and you go, oh, okay, well this should have been a close game. You know, how have they been able to? Oh wait, no, Matties has dropped 35 kills in one map, kind of thing. He was a crazy individual, and that's why, you know, he made the move to Fnatic. You know, definitely makes sense. He's such a great individual, and I think that's why that move was made. But Zedko was thrown right into the deep end, and I think he did facilitate, obviously, for Sampy for quite some time. But he's made the move back to Sinners, and I think so far he's been a decent addition, right?
He's been pretty good. I think that just the difference for the statistical department as well, for his time in Zombie was like 1.1 or 1.07 or something like those lines, and so far it's like 1.02 for his 4 months back on Sinner, so there's definitely that sort of drop-off, maybe.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, right, that's, for now, something that we'll just leave in the background to brew and see how that does change, give them a bit more time as well, because it is an AWPer they've changed as well in recent times, and now Zedko, so there are a couple of differences and a couple of things you do need to catch up on, pretty much. Make sure you can officially get everything back on track.
Again, though, look, we talk about how Namana and Brute Monster are usually the stars here for Zero Tenacity. You're looking at the kills. Kyofo with 12, Sinka with 11. Really important.
Oh. Damn, that's quick. They'll even have any time to react, that it's going by so fast. And like we said as well, right? Like you said, that force by Sinners don't win it, it's 6 suddenly. And now we're talking about the potential of what do they do? Right? You gotta start winning these rounds or it's gotta be a bust quickly. And I thought as well yesterday, despite them still losing to Ruby, I think they did play a very good first half. And I think that was on that T side. I think so. Yeah, it was on that T side. It was the CT side where they did have issues, i.e. not winning a single round. But T side, I think they did play well. They have that possibility of making this what a close game yet again. But for the moment, they've not done themselves any favors. The ratio having lost the first, Peppo does try to bring it back as well with one of his own.
Yeah, Brute Monster, though, getting that opening kill, showing the value that he can have with this big green. Speaking of value, won't have any more in this one. He has been taken down. Beastick as well, boosted, confined. Flashbang coming through. Kyofo is very isolated here. There needs to be a rotation from Simka. There needs to be a gamble from Zero Tenacity. It will be Namana moving through jungle now. Top con smoke's thrown, so Namana can still have impact. If he can just hold towards Palace, will be so helpful for Kyofo. Namana creeping to stairs. Shock. Very worried about under balcony, and quite rightly. Kyofo just slowly jiggling. Shock. Been spotted. Kyofo finding, and now Namana needs to help him out. Molly coming through. I like this Molly from Kyofo. The low HP of Beastick, it's going to have to keep him contained. There isn't enough time to head back towards the B-bomb, so it's going to have to be this playthrough. 16 seconds on the clock. Beasting will find the mana, but that's a great flashbang from Simka. That's the bomb carrier, and now all Kyofo needs to do is survive. 9 HP on Peepo, 7 seconds remaining. Minimal ammunition, just the 5 bullets, but it only takes the 1. Excellent there from Kyofo. Another 4K from under balcony. He is having a heater of a game.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And that's... We move on, we continue again with what else Zero Tenacity is going to get up to here, because they are absolutely cooking with gas. And Sinners, unfortunately, they're the ones on the pattern. Now, not giving us enough round. Even that as well, right? They were down a man initially, able to still get themselves back a couple of their own. Not good enough to actually finish it off with that shot for play from the balcony. The fact that he stays alive as well is something that they simply just can't get rid of it. But for now, we move past that one and instead going to your average B defense, let's put it that way. There's about 17 flashbangs coming in from 3 players, pretty much. To ask your defenders, are you sure? You see the screenshot there. It is just like seeing heaven.
Nade here onto Peepo, who chips him away so heavily. And although Sinners can get the bomb spot, I doubt they're going to get the round! Peepo gets 2, and now it's all on Kyofo. It's all on the hero here for Zero Tenacity. He will get his first of the clutch. He's got a smoke for the bomb, and it's not planted for Beastic. He's going to have to go very wide. He's planted in the corner. Kyofo, all he needs to do is drop a smoke on the bomb and tap, or maybe even full stick, and the round is won. Beastic is so low. Limited time, Kyofo. He's kind of wasted his opportunity to stick, because Beastic is going to be spamming into the corner, and he will find it. The delay in decision there from Kyofo gives it, but obviously the round only made possible because of the double of Peepo.
Alright, so, a third round stolen. Is there any more fitting way than the force buy? I don't think so. I don't think so. And such, again, Zinners, I like this. They've got a game plan immediately in mind and set up. Nemaria flashed into ramp.
Kyofo. He's been such a hero here for Zero Tenacity. 17 kills within just the 10 rounds of play. A ridiculous start. Namana caught off guard by Beastic. The delayed Palace play completely catching him off. And with the opening kill going the way of Sinners, they need to find this one. Sinners taking their time. Want to ensure victory here. They cannot fumble now, although Peepo has been chipped away at, and Zedco half HP as well. It still can't be around that they lose. And I'd like for Zero Tenacity to throw a bit of a gamble, because there's no need for them to kind of risk a certain, setup. I think they just stick all 4 players on a bomb site, and if they get the gamble right, then they win the round. If they get it wrong, then at least they have weapons to face and fight with in the last. With the utilities heading over to the A bomb site. And I wonder if Zero Tenacity are going to give this much of a look, because no defuse kit. Brute Monster and AVN are here towards CT. Molly towards Ticket. Shock going to be peeking. Brute Monster's in a good position. Brute Monster won't see it though. 2 MP9 towards CT. And Shock does so much work. But this is the problem. If they fully gamble towards either the A or B bomb site, they can make the decision whether to save or whether to go for it. But now they're fighting with really weak weapons, and surely to give Sinners a fairly simple 5th round.
I mean, it seems like it. Hey, I'm back as well. That's my shoes, but Sinners, they are not. They're still getting back into it. And for the last hour and a half, we've got a Zero Tenacity. I mean, pretty much nothing left here, but hopes and dreams and scraps of what there is remaining of previous victory. Sinners, it kind of gets the 5th one. Just from the lack of success yesterday on that CT side, I would like to see this be something where they can still fight back. Of course, well, different day, different teams, different play styles will clash differently. That's one thing as well you got to consider, especially when you do keep playing online Counter-Strike. A lot of it as well. So the teams play a different style.
Yeah, definitely.
Consistency is very difficult to find in that sort of continuum, I guess.
I like this setup.
Biggie.
AVN doesn't know, and Kyofo will get one, but important trade from Zedco. It's all on Simka. Progressing through under now. Not only is there one to deal with outside connector, but there's Peepo on short. Seems aware. Simka taken down by Zedco, though. Great round from Zedco. Important triple. Obviously very fortunate to get the first, but the remaining 2 important there. Joffo's 19 and 5. Sinners, though, trailing by 2. Zero Tenacity. Now on the T side, they've got the slight lead, but nothing major.
So, then, yeah, like you put it as well. Joffo mentioned for the very first few rounds, like 19 kills. He is kicking ass. And now for Z10, the side begins. For Sinners, a test. How much have they had time to figure out some issues from yesterday? Who knows? But they gotta still play it out, and they gotta try to absolutely win this. But like we say, the stakes for this game is the loser goes down over into elimination games from here on out. Yeah, you never want to really be there unless you feel comfortable with that pressure until you feel like that's the place where you start to perform.
Yeah, it's like the phase effect where you know, they've got to give up 12 rounds to start playing.
They're just trying to make it a good show, man.
Yeah, exactly.
They remember all the Cinderella stories, those O2 and some massive things. But one of these teams will have tried to do that. For now, it is the CT pistol to defend. It's 1 and 2 to start things off, and more to continue as well. Look at how Zero Tenacity have no space, man. This is poor. They've just been completely denied that they are, as they try to fight, getting the shaft from Sinners.
They got delayed there, yeah. Great CT pistol there from B-Stick. Finding 3. Marisko's having a really tough game. 2 and 11. AVN as well, just the 3 kills. I'm feeling less and less confident for that Zero Tenacity 2-0. I think a pistol round had to be seen for that confidence to be felt. And the lack of a bomb plant, no investment here.
Round 7, with or without any casualty is the question. I'm gonna say without.
I'm saying without here. Well, I was right, but just wrong. Oh, that's a tough way to go down.
Yeah, triple ding from behind.
They should really give the MP9 to Namana. Try and get him to get another kill, and then maybe there's a chance of dropping an AWP over to Brute Monster.
We'll see. But apparently, they're still letting AVN have it. Spread the wealth a bit more on that T side as well.
If they headed to the B bomb site, if they headed to apps, they might be able to trade out B-Stick, and that's where it's an open bomb site they can plant. You know, swing coming through from Tipo. Oh, AVN deals very little damage there. He didn't connect a single bullet with the MP9. What was the point of giving it to him if he's not going to hold mouse 1?
Good question. Good question. MP9, a run and gun, man. That's the way it goes. Or it goes. You can also add a little bit of jump in there as well to make it a bit more variety. You can see it, but instead we do see a full buy coming out for Zero Tenacity either way. That was the eco for a reason. Here they got their guns, and now we're gonna see who comes out. I feel like they'll be taking control of the second half. Utility is basic. I like the basic ending for Zero Tenacity. This was one thing as well I mentioned on Nuke. The pacing they have is pretty good, but digitally a little bit stale. Yeah, Mirage is different. This is gonna be just playing out completely differently as well than Nuke, so it's completely fine if you just do want to go one thing only, and that being mid-control.
Sinners have just won 5 rounds in a row, though. Zero Tenacity thoroughly in control, but no longer. Double ladder setup. I don't know how I feel about this.
Oh, that's nice. Tempo didn't see the head. And wipe out.
There's another player in jungle, though. Oh, Namana gets the double. Surely not the third, Namana! Finding all 3 there in window. In the eye of the storm, but Namana, he walks out of it. Somehow surviving. And a 2-on-4 now. B-Stick backs away from the apartments. Brute Monster, if he can find Shock on the A-bomb side, this round becomes near impossible. But what a moment there from Namana. I like the discipline. When that molly lands, he could just take the shot straight away. But he's aware that Zedco was towards the right-hand side of top con. So realizing, well, we've smoked window, con smoked, he's probably going to go into jungle. I know there's a player who's going to be pushing through window. I can look to get that free kill. I can then look to swing on the jungle player. And obviously then just looking towards ladder at the end. It's just excellent from Namana.
Also a half bad game by the way from Beastic. Got to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, definitely.
He's someone as well we don't really talk or haven't talked about, but he has that sort of same possibility to pop off as well. And that's never really been the problem for Sinners. That's it. No, it's just, right, like from map number 1, you got Shock with like 23, 24 kills right now. He's had a solid 5. You know, it's just finding that middle ground of the floor.
Well, look, you said it. You said it. You know, the problem with a lot of teams with online Counter-Strike is consistency. And it's clear that Shock isn't seeing that consistency from map 1 to 2. B-Stick. Top performer here for Sinners. He wants to find the opener here towards apartments, but he takes a lot of damage in the process. Zedco, not the easiest of fights and flicks. Bit of a couple missed shots. Joppo will get the eventual trade. Ollie now landing for sure. Zero Tenacity. They've got so much control. It seems Sinners feel locked in. They've got no control in middle, in kind of jungle, and that's why we're seeing this rotation here. Morisco now holding Murder Hole, realizing, well, there could have been an elevated player in window.
Right, they go. Here's the problem. This is the normal position anyone defending this side would probably play if they're not going to be on car or balcony. Or even if there is one, that's where the rotations will go. That will 100% get checked, and you add on top that being 20 HP.
Oh, timing.
Now 0. He's caused a very poor timing. Molotov toward the kitchen as well makes it a little bit awkward for Maristo.
They've got to just save, right? Beastic can invest.
Surely they have to play the long game.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe MP9s or FAMASs could get dropped over. I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I think going for this retake, they haven't got the util, they haven't got a kit. No need to throw...
I have been seeing as well, I think Sinners already have done this once or twice, where they have saved with 3, and the only thing they invest is like a P250 or something for this next round, for example, and then just consider it an eco, because they are going to have, I think, 2.4k loss bonus. So there's still a guy, gun run coming out afterward as well, so, and I think...
I don't know if it is
they have been pretty reserved in these situations as well, to just play them and maximizing those numbers. So... would not be surprised to see an eco here. Around the saved weapon, of course.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, I don't know what... Do you think Sinners are willing to give 10 to Zero Tenacity?
I don't think they're willing, right? Beastie could maybe buy like a Desert Eagle still, but... I think so, right?
I'd rather he save his money and
like, these sorts of rounds have not been too wide covered. Even yesterday as well, they had a few situations where they were just 2 USPs. And they did something that I have not seen, but I need people to do. Because I keep talking about it. Use those USPs in positions that is baked in those rifles. Run ahead for information, rifle right behind him. Just set them up as much as you can. Because people just don't do that. It's like very basic. Almost just bait it in.
Oh, basic.
That's one thing Sinners have been doing, and successfully again.
Zedco keeps an eye on the plant. Volley drops. A bit more discipline here from Simka. Missed nade as well. They're surging to this player with the lack of them on site. Shock will get the trade, and that's the ball drop. Simka doesn't need to make that decision, and it's an AWP 1v1. Sinners, they've done so well in this round to bring it to this 1v1, but Brute Monster, he's going creeping. Peepo, is he going to be ready for this? Martin, there it is. Brute Monster will close out the round. I like the way he plays it. Quite happy to push them closer. Obviously, there's the risk of him being held, but there is Tenacity. They will find 10. AWP can be dropped over here to Peepo, though, from B-Stick. Sinners This is it, though. They lose this. Zero Tenacity find 12, and with 5 opportunities to close out the series, I don't think Zero Tenacity will fumble that one.
A lot of picking up a little bit of Peppo in their Steppo. Getting more active and getting these rounds on the board.
Oh, great from Brute Monster. Unfortunate for Morisco. Somewhat sums up his game so far. It's been so difficult. Morisco's really struggling. Zedco will find AVN, though, an important frag to find as it takes all of this space now towards the Barmans. Oh, Peepo just shy of connecting there onto the head of Namana. The shot, elevated angle into the molly. Shot will go down. An attempted escape there, and a successful one at that. Brute Monster, he's alone here towards middle. But he's happy here. He's got no problems being the lone aggressor. Clearing towards Con. He's got to be cautious of window, though. 2 players in window. There's one towards short. Missed shot from Brute Monster. And now he is right in the thick of things. This is going to be so difficult for Brute Monster. He's trapped towards ladder. Not only is there an opponent towards window, there's one at short. The question of how much can Brute Monster take attention away?
He's still making a fair bit of noise here. He's just being a nuisance for Sinners, right? All this noise, all the zooms out heard by Beasting, all by Zedco on the site, though, it's a different story. He just turned around and he's got 2 right in front of him. Only able to find the water, but it keeps things even at least when the trades do come through. And now we hold, we wait for the CT side to activate.
Yeah, flashbang not to blind Brute Monster. He's playing a pixel angle. But with it being Peepo on the AWP, they should be comfortable. Beasting will push on out. Monster now is all about delaying with Kyofo finding that kill. Peepo now questioning whether to go for it. He will give it a go, but rifle retrieved. And Kyofo, great positioning there. Great maneuvering around the bomb site. Kyofo goes 23 and 8 now. And I think this is where it's the beginning of the end for the sad Sinners, because it's going to be 12 to 7. And with 5 opportunities, as I said, things can get so tough.
Needing a miracle at this point. And for it to start in a round like this, I'll say is more likely than you probably think, just considering how many we've already had in this series. Like 3 or 4 of these already worked out, and we're 2 maps in.
Yeah.
Not even completely finished yet. So, it's absolutely a good bit of a possibility, which is very quickly diminishing as I keep talking.
I think for Sinners as well, if their best chance of this comeback is to reduce the finances of Zero Tenacity in rounds like this, we get it to half-by, the chance of winning is slim. But I think if they can get a couple kills, if they can bring it down to a 2v0, then at least Zero Tenacity are going to have to heavily reinvest. But with still 5 alive for ZT, Sinners, they now need 5 in a row.
Yeah, now it gets a bit tough. Now it's even tougher for me to figure it out or see if there's a way in. Prowess from Zero Tenacity seems to be ever increasing. They'd warmed up and now they're ready to give it to Sinners. Make sure that they're the ones going into the 1-1 pool. They don't want to face elimination just yet. They're not feeling that comfortable with that.
No, and obviously for Sinners, that is what they will have to kind of come to grasp with, because look, I love a comeback, I love the idea of it, but Sinners, they haven't been composed enough, they haven't shown enough here on the CT side of Mirage to kind of sway my thought process. Strong setup here towards A. Not only do they have the 2 players on the bomb side, they've got a quick rotation in Morisco from jungle. Zedco will be a fast rotate from Con. This is a great decision from Sinners. As we can see, Zero Tenacity are prepping for this A play, but from Palace, that's where Peepo could get a little bit overwhelmed, as he's just here posted up from Ticket. Namana gets a double through Con. Things go from bad to worse, and wherever player in short, Peepo finally strikes Basimka swinging from apps. It's a 2 versus 4 now for Sinners survival. And with the Molly in jungle, Beasting now maneuvering to Con. Such a tough round now, such a tough clutch. And Morisco, he's had a really difficult game, but what a round it could be for him. He's spots out one, tries to isolate the fight, but it's all on Beastic. A 1 versus 4, but Sinners, I think it's safe to assume they go 0-2. 0 Tenacity, they will close it out in a 2-0 fashion. They move to that 1-1 spot as you said, Nexus, but look, Nexus, thoughts and feelings after that one?
And prayers to Sinners. That was unfortunately not a pretty ending. Again, same as yesterday's down CT title, but they barely get anything done here. It suggests as soon as those guns come out, 0 Tenacity, they will have an easy time. And of course, it does come down to kind of what we mentioned maybe from the beginning, which was who's going to have those individuals awake. From the beginning, Ryan Nuke, a slight favor for 0 Tenacity. They do finish it off as well in the end. And here now on Mirage, they do have themselves a very solid ending. And that's pretty much as you can say. Like,
yeah,
Sinners, they didn't have the extra 10% needed or the extra effort of being slightly better. Just having them online. Right, Moresco, you say, a tough game. That's as simple as it could be.
Well, I think as well, you look at not only the pitfalls that Moresco was having, maybe the reason that Sinners brought things so close on Nuke was because Shock was playing so well. He was 23 and 15. He was so well composed on Nuke, and obviously here on Mirage was somewhat missing as well. But obviously, Kyofo had an exceptional game from going from kind of a bottom of the performance on Nuke from 0 Tenacity for Kyofo. He went and lit up the server. He had a really good game. And I think for ZT, a win like that, a 2-0 like that, is going to give them a lot more confidence when it comes through to the rest of the Swiss stage. Because I think we all know that first game against Ruby is going to be, for Sinners, is going to be one that they're going to be unhappy with. And obviously for ZT, that game against Partisan, yes, it was close. Yes, okay, maybe ZT could have won it, but they weren't able to get it over the line. And yet here today, they did win 2-0. Look, Nexus, any closing remarks from you about this first series?
I think this kind of just puts the same story I've been kind of spilling here as well. Both these teams, they're trying to find their form and consistency again. For Sinners, it seems to be slightly more difficult. For 0 Tenacity, it's just about continuing that grind. 125 maps played in recent times. They are not done by a long shot. They still want to continue. They still want to go on every single game. They will not stop. They're relentless. And that seems like it might work out yet again for them. Because this looked comfortable. It looked good toward the end, right? Like I said, maybe it was a bit simple on Nuke, but simple work to start it off, and from there on out, it came to a comfortable ending as well. So, I gave them a thumbs up here.
Yeah, look, ZT, they're going to be happy with that. At least they go 1-1. I guess they can think of their remaining, 3-4 games as a bit of a fresh start and, something for them to build upon. For Sinners, they go 0-2. So, scary signs for them. Going to need to win all 3 of their remaining games to progress to the playoffs. But obviously, that is not it for today. We've got plenty more games to be seen. Obviously, all of them being these lower matches. So, there's going to be some excitement. There's going to be some intrigue as to which teams are going to be joining Sinners in that 0-2 and which teams will be joining ZT with that 1-1 record. Obviously, 9 against FabBet will be that next game coming up, but that's going to be in quite a while, about an hour's time. Obviously, 0 Tenacity speeding through things, clearly got, I guess, lunchtime reservations and don't want to be late. Either way, though, look, that game is going to be a banger as well. I think both 9 and FabBet are really going to put up a good fight, show why they truly don't deserve to be in that 0-1 spot. But as I mentioned before, we will be jumping to about an hour's break before.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are well refreshed and ready for this next series up and coming. It's 9 against FabBet. I think it's going to be a banger. And look, Nexus, we've already had this conversation before going live about our thoughts and feelings about this game. So I think I can't wait to have the conversations and arguments on the desk with where we think this one's going. But before we get to that, how are you feeling heading into this game?
Feeling good, right? That break was very nice. You know, it gave me a bit of time to actually wake up, properly get ready for the day itself, because there's more to come anyways. But, you know, it's nice. First game, pretty simple in terms of the final result. But as we said, it felt like it could have gone either way, just depending on who's actually going to be awake. But for this one, we are opposite sides here for this whole series. So, tell me about it. What are we actually going to be watching for those who maybe don't know that's tuning in and watching? What are these guys yapping about? What are we doing here? Yeah,
look, it's 9 against FabBet. Obviously, I guess we can bring our thoughts into it now while we roll through the teams and kind of speak about the players. But for me, I'm very much in the kind of the 9 camp. You know, I'm really liking this team. I think once they got announced, I was excited from the get-go, and I think they're a strong-looking roster. I feel like players like Mantu can be so formidable. Obviously, on the big green, he's got a lot of experience. Same goes for Rolls. Obviously, the time that Favin had kind of on big, on Sprout and Bleed, he's an excellent individual, and he's been cooking in the server pretty recently. You just have to look at the last 3 months, a 1.15 rating, and I think, you know, the remaining players in Kragan and Bebex, they know their roles, and they facilitate very well for this 9 roster. And I think the loss that they faced earlier on, obviously to TNL, I think that was a bit of an upset, not to take away from TNL, but I'm excited by this 9 squad, and I think they will take it. Whether it's 2-0, whether it's 3 maps, obviously that's something that we can get into later. But yeah, I'm backing this 9 roster in this series. We can bring up the FabBet side, and I guess you can have your time for opening remarks, opening statements.
In this landscape of Counter-Strike, it's hard to find consistency. That's what FabBet have. For the last 3 months, they have had a fair few games, a lot of games, and a total of 8 only losses in their history for these last few months. Now, they played a total of 75, 76-ish maps, and almost every single one of those losses, you can kind of see why, because they have been against some really good teams. Actually, I was lying about the number of losses, I think. There might be 1 or 2 more there, but doesn't matter. What actually does matter is that almost every single time they come out, it is business on business for them. They have been having, or they've had every single game recently go 2-0, whether it's been a win or not. There's only been one situation where it has gone to 3 maps, and even so, they came out victorious. They are here to stand on business, to show us what they got, and even in the last month or so, that was the kind of situation where I wasn't all too sure, okay, how much are they going to be giving us here, right? They had a bit of a break, we had a bit of a break between CCT seasons, for example, so I wasn't sure if they were going to be still standing on that business or not. I saw them against Flux. They did stand on business. They beat Sangal 2-0. They beat Sangal again 2-0. They lost to Spirit Academy. That was also 2-0. But they absolutely are a team that you need to watch out for, and you cannot underestimate them. They've got incredible individuals. They've had a really good upswing in form as well since the start of the year, essentially since Marx joined. And it has been something as well where I initially had my reservations about tension on this roster. At the Opera, he was putting out like very mediocre, barely above 1.0 numbers. He's now at like 1.09. He's getting up there as well. And even with him not performing at like that sort of A level, the team was still doing it really damn good. Now that he stepped up, the rest of the team as well, they have the capability to keep that up, and he's not the only one. It's a team game, even to the point that a veteran of the game like Bondik, he is here to kick your ass, and he will show that. Even against tough opposition, they have kept proving that time and time again, and thus I'm going to be betting myself on FabBet's back here.
Look, the one thing that I will favour FabBet in is the jerseys. Look, the Power Ranger kind of style, all different colours. I love it. But when it comes to individual ability, I think 9 are going to take it. Look, we're going to continue this argument as we go through the vetoes, because the vetoes are an interesting one. Both teams insta-bans and Mirage, and it will be FabBet to take the plunge and be the ones to ban that. So you've got to say that 9, the vetoes are going to be slightly favouring them. FabBet have picked Ancient. It's statistically one of the strongest maps for 9. Obviously, then we move to Dust 2. Similar win rates there. Nuke is the decider. I think if we do get to Nuke, obviously Fabbet have looked very strong on it, but it's not a map they've played that often. Only 7 maps played, obviously winning 6 of them, which is still very impressive, but it's not as though it's a map that they have looked to play that often, whereas for 9, it is their most played map. So I'm excited for this series. I think it's always nice when you see teams that both have the same insta ban, because I feel like the mind games are in play from the get-go, from the veto stage. But what are your thoughts on these vetoes?
I'm on the same, or of the same mind as well. I like when the teams do play chicken when they share an insta ban as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes all the way to the very extreme that it might actually slip into the veto and makes it so much more fun in the end as well if we get to one. But here we do end up banning it, right? Like we say, Mirage is out. It's also as well, it feels very interesting that that's the sort of map that Favbit, for example, just don't want to play to me. Like,
well, look,
to me, it feels like it's right up their alley, but goes to show what I actually know.
Personally, so, I hate the map, so I'm happy that we're not seeing it.
Oh yeah, I despise Dust 2, yet here we are.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, my hatred of Dust 2 has barely reached even the UK, but I'm very surprised that 9 even pick it. Like, I'm going back a couple of months. I think they were like 1 and 10, 2 and 10, something like that, only when they actually started off the year or something along those lines. They were really bad on it. But yeah, they have apparently gotten comfortable enough to the point that they are now picking more into it, which kind of still also goes with the fact that for Favbet, it's one that they've had a couple less maps on. That alongside a train would have been another possibility if that wasn't just banned out instantaneously.
Yeah.
So it's more of a weak link in Favbet's pool, and one that 9 have been putting in the work to rectify their own past mistakes on as well. So I kind of like the aura of the pick itself, what the implications sort of are for 9.
Yeah.
Of putting it, because this at the moment is like the one very weak link in their pool, right? Train, you could argue as well, but that's more of a thing where most teams, they'll kind of avoid picking into it.
Unless if you're ecstatic.
Even so, if you have just very average stats on Train, you're going to be pretty good, right? I think.
Yeah,
So,
I think for Dust, for both teams, it's been a map where they've had good wins and bad losses. It's kind of, you know, we've seen some very promising results from 9 and then some really rough ones. You know, you look at the end of last month, they lost 13-2 to Passion UA. Obviously, very recently, Favbet lost 13-1 to Spirit Academy. So it seems like both these teams, they're not perfect on Dust, which is really interesting as to why they picked it. Because obviously, for the likes of 9, they could have selected Inferno instead, a map that they are a little bit more promising on. Yet, in the same way, Favbet are better there as well. So I'm excited to see what happens on Dust. But beforehand, obviously, heading to the first and foremost map in the likes of Ancient. I'm excited for Ancient. I feel like Ancient is the type of map where, I don't know, I feel like you see something different every game. Whether it's the CTs that dominate and then you see the CT comeback, or it's the Ts that manhandle. I feel like Ancient's always got kind of, I guess, a different story to most of the other maps. I feel like a majority of the time when you look at maps like Train, like Nuke, like Mirage, you're expecting quite a, I guess, the normality of the CTs looking dominant. Yeah, here on Ancient, things can be very different, but it's 9. They're going to be starting on this CT side. It is a B play out from Favbet. Nice find from Fab, and he's in front of the smoke now. He's searching for a second, but will just delay. They've got the man advantage. They don't need to force anything here, but the boost above the smoke could be excellent. He's got that one towards Ram. Kragen's surely find nothing. And back to a 4-on-4, but Mantu fast in the backlines.
Open up the retake as Mantu cuts it down after 1. 3-on-3 remains a little bit of time with the clock, but I'm looking at this one as a possibility for 9, and I don't see much of that at the moment. Molotov on the bomb as well hit. They have at least faded that off. They give it information on where tension was, where he used to be, and now with no kit, I think we might have to say goodbye to round number 1. 9 don't really seem to have this one. I talk about Bob on this roster. I do see him as a pure impact player. He is one of the underlying stars on this team that will deliver almost every single time. So, again, right, while I talk a lot about Favbet and how much I do want to kind of back them in this game, I do think 9 have probably a bit more talent as well. Just simply, right, Fabian, who, pardon my French, doesn't want to play bitch roles anymore like in previous teams. Bob, who's impact, Kragen, who's been really damn good, Mantu, who's been very up and down, but still, I think, really, really good. And I'll bring this back because I think it's gonna be funny. Unjustly cut from Big when he was the best player on that team.
Ha, yeah.
Like, he drops like 20 kills a game and they're upset. Like, come on, what do you want from the man?
Yeah. Look, I think as well, Rolls has got a lot of experience as well. I think, you know...
First global offensive major, right? In a long time.
Yeah, DreamHack wins it. I'm pretty sure.
Veteran of the game.
Yeah.
And he's Danish, that, you know, some sort of Counter-Strike royalty in that regard.
In-game leader, Danish, you know, might as well just give him a major already.
You know, gives him a bit more credibility, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what's in the water over in Denmark, but it seems as though I guess an addition of leadership, I guess we could say.
I mean, that's the whole country, is it not? They're just pretty damn happy all around. That's a pretty nice country as well.
I think
maybe
I've
slightly beyond.
Been to Denmark once.
Yeah. Twice.
As you can tell, this is an eco round, so it means us casters get to just waffle and say whatever stuff we want to, because nothing's gonna happen but a win.
You've got like 5 seconds. What else? Favorite foods, British foods. What do you have?
Fish and chips, and that's it.
All right, I was really hoping you were gonna say curry because that's not English at all, but that would have been really funny. Pretending you guys make that, but hey, nonetheless, round number 3 starts up here. We've got nothing but M4 and Silence M4s on that CT side. Usually it's going to be a little bit lacking. That's a third round bye problem that everybody will have to go through, no matter what, at some point in their career. So they're used to it. Doesn't matter too much.
They've opted for the weaponry, though, which makes me feel like we are going to be seeing a bit of a risk taken, and we're seeing it from X that he's taking control towards A main, silently doing so. We've got the likes of Kragan.
Abandoned middle completely.
Yeah, they don't need it. Roz is now going to push down ramp. Timing could be perfect. This is the bomb. If tension gets caught here, things could get really difficult. And with Mantu getting 2 and Fathom finding one of his own, it leaves Jackie in tension in this 2 versus 5, and Roz can get the bomb. Now it's all on Jackie. Obviously, Jackie is such a promising individual. We know the heights of him, but down to 13 points of health. This is already 9 conveying the ability that they have, and he's trapped on this right-hand side, but the smoke, in fact, gives him a little bit of time to breathe. Does he know he's going to go out? Will do in time, but with extra nice find onto Jackie. Great round, though, from both Mantu, Favin, and Rouse as they deal with that B aggression. I don't love the fact that there was kind of 3 players sent up and only a little bit of utility. I would have much preferred a bit more of a pack mentality there. Obviously, little do they know that the utility for 9 is so poor and they had no defuse kits, so a retake would have been really tough, but 9 have, they've won that first round, and in doing so, you can see what the finances for Fatbet are like, as there's 3 rifles, 2 Tech 9s, utility's not perfect either, so 9 have a chance to reclaim some lost ground here.
Again, already saw the flash run, didn't see anything from it, but here we do.
Ooh.
The push comes through, no rewards given to Bob XD, instead, double X on his face, he is dead and in the grave. Giving away an AK-47 over as well to seemingly tension. Hard to keep track of who's got what, but...
The problem is space hasn't been taken deep towards B. Yes, Rolls has got control of middle, but they don't know, you know, 9 have no clue whether there's a lurk still waiting in bucket. There is going to be a potential peak in middle here, I believe, by tension. In fact, I want to say it's Jackie. I'm not 100% sure. But it looks as though it is going to be this B play. I don't love that they're splitting kind of 1 through A main, 1 in middle, and 3 towards B, because Rolls can find a kill here, and it's down to this 4-on-4 again. Flashbang, and ooh, Rolls lost his lines a little. Bondic still surviving. Smash will get 1. Tension goes down to a Molotov. Or Tension, sorry, finding Bondic with a Molotov. 2-on-3 now, very awkward. Looks like Mantu wants to re-aggress in middle. There's 29 seconds remaining. Mantu gets 1. Favin can find, and Favin goes again. Down to 40 HP, but he will win out the clutch. A big round and a big moment for Favin. And 9, they will get a bit of a streak going here on this CT side now.
Gonna confirm the force bind at the start of the game that they'll take control of. Although, maybe not that easily. We're seeing Fatbet tripling down on this one.
Look, they've got the chance to reset financially, but there's no rifles, there's no utility. There's a Mac 10 and Tech 9s alongside it. Screaming of a B play, but there's enough util on 9 to put up resistance here. Mollies and nades coming over the top. Just utility, in fact, but... And the problem is, as well, is 9 are going to be treating this round as if it's against an eco, so they're probably going to be playing a little bit reserved anyway. And the fact that Fabbet are going to be looking to play fast with these kind of close-range weapons, it means that 9 are actually really well prepared for this force bite because they think it's an eco. That's why we've got a triple B double A setup. They're playing for the bomb sites because they assume the Glocks aren't going to have kind of the balls to make their way through middle without much contact. Ralzo could be making a big mistake. Head armor on all 5 Fabbet players. The MP9 isn't going to have the easy kills that it would hope. I've seen a slight rotation out, though, from Kragan. He has maneuvered his way back towards CT. He's holding Red Room with the anticipation that there could be a late play through Red, but Ral's just jiggling. It is this play through B. Utility coming over the top now. Ral's questioning. Spots out a couple. Staying on the angle, but down to 6 HP. Favin can find 1. The swing coming through from top ramp, realizing there are Tech 9s in play, there are weapons to be seen, and the Molotov going to force Rolls forward, and obviously we see Favin falling. Smash, an important find. The smoke has come through. The HE grenade's going to do so much damage. Mantu, though, all alone in the 1 versus 3. This round has gone so wrong here for 9. Fabbet, they overwhelm massively.
You've heard the saying, if it doesn't work, then go at it again. And if that doesn't work, you should probably give up. Not this time, though, for Favbet, because it is 3 to eventually stop 9 from getting that third as well. Just bye again.
I've got to say, though,
there. They got to make this first half very much one where they are telling us, they're giving us the statement of why they want to pick into this map, but they are trusting in their individuals to pull them through for the very beginning of it as well.
Look,
I am loving every single second.
I've got to say, the missed shots from Rals and the missed shots from Favin are the only reason that Fabbet find that round. Rals should have easily gotten a kill there in Cave. Maybe had the chance to back away, then we would have seen maybe a 5 versus 3, and that's where the Tech 9s would really struggle. But I like how kind of well-drilled Fabbet were to just absolutely dominate when pushing through. Great spam from Bondic, finds Rals. Mantu's been chipped away at as well. We need to see a gamble here from 9 if they want any chance in the round. Fabbet, they've got the man advantage. They've got control of middle. Kragan alone here towards Cave. But it is this full gamble. This is the only way you win these types of rounds, and I'm so happy to see it from 9. Sometimes you can just look so foolish. D coming through, the spam scene. Damage also there, but no kills as of yet. Bondic, Bavector, sorry, will get 1. Takes down Jackie. Trades. Ah, surely not. Favin's in such a good angle. Bondic just half clears it. Favin can get 2. Now the scout getting the tag. Favin's in the clutch. It is very winnable as the bomb plant is the one on full HP. It isn't the stick of the bomb, though. Favin maneuvering around the smoke. Bomb has been dropped for Smash, though. It's the right decision. Favin going to maneuver here to the left-hand side. Has an angle onto Smash if he stays. Smash is taking control now in Cave. Tension's backed away. No kit to be reclaimed, and now Favin with so many questions to ask. I think the only way he wins this round is he's got to stick the bomb because Tension is so deep here. Oh, and Tension will find... I love the back away there from Tension. Disengaging, ensuring that an easy fight isn't given.
It's that and Smash as well, just taking the gamble that he's already repositioned through that smoke. As soon as he confirms he's not in game, he's not in that smoke, the round is in the hand of Fabbet there as well.
Yeah.
They confirm it, they back away, like I say, disengage. And they will be fed yet another one. Number 4, I guess what comes after number 4.
I would have loved to seen Favin go back through Cave and re-wrap ramp. It would have certainly surprised Ramp that they would have never been ready for that type of play, especially because he drops the smoke. Because once he drops that smoke outside Cave, you can see the attention is so heavy on him either pushing through the smoke, going behind it. There's a worry on the bomb plant. All that time, he could have just flanked towards top ramp and he would have found both of them so comfortably. But I think in that moment, it's easier said than done. It's far easier for me to say it while watching and being able to, I guess, see the intricacies of how Fabbet played it. Bomb site taken here from FabBet. They will be planting, realizing the B-bomb site is the stack from 9. There's a Mac 10 on Marex. Might want to look to make some money here. Steps heard here from Marex.
Mr. Moneybags, Scrooge McDuck will have to wait to earn his cash. His riches come later.
He wants some eco frags and they're coming his way. He's got an HE grenade. The Mac 10 is close by. Yeah. And the Mac 10 will make that money. Oh, Fabin in fact. 4.1. HE grenade does so much damage there. Jackie switches to the Mac 10. He wants to make the moolah. We'll find it. AK can be retrieved as well. FabBet, another round going their way. This is their map selection, but I think we have to say that it's not as though Ancient is a real weakness for 9. I guess the one positive that 9 can look at is FabBet have struggled on their CT side in the past, so if 9 can keep things competitive here, at least they'll have a chance. But the big problem is, again, it's another round where 9 are without the AWP for Mantu.
Well, have we actually seen him on it once?
No.
Yeah. Can't say I don't think we have, because it was the force buys that kept on coming and then round win. And so far it was Favre who delivered one of those rounds.
But first off in play.
Assisting so far, but for now, Kragan removed as well. The B side continues to be in a little bit of trouble and turmoil heads their way. Rather possibility check, not card cleared, committed to it, but the trade will come through and that should get rid of all the ideas 9 had of a possible retake as well. He needed more than one. Double down, hold the position, not allowed, and away they go with Manto and Bob to hang on to whatever little they have.
I'm really happy that we're seeing a strong performance here from Tension, because you touched upon it, and it's something that I usually bring up every time I watch this FabBet side. Tension, realistically, he was having a really tough time. You look at individual performance, he was towards the bottom of the server nearly every game, still even underneath Bondic in the odd games. Not to say that Bondic isn't, you know, a player who can have those high-fragging games, but you don't expect it. But certainly has it's clear that FabBet have kind of rejigged their game plan to get Tension a little bit more in the impact, and ever since we have seen Tension put up, you know, much better performances throughout.
Yeah, it's that as well, and I'll touch as well, right? Bondic, he's an absolute veteran of the game, and part of the old school or previous generation, some might even call it, of Counter-Strike professionals. And still sticking around, still having this impact as well in this team. It's been very nice to see, right? From the start of last year, I think they were like ESC, ex-ESC, and they've been doing really good. Now out of FabBet as well, they've kept the core of, I think, him, Jackie, and Tension, maybe Smash as well. I'm unsure on that a little bit. But nonetheless, right, they've been playing around for a good while, nonetheless. And it has been a pleasure to see how well the team has been kind of, how consistently they've as well been climbing, right? One of the big things I do look at and do want to enjoy as well is these more unknown teams like in Tier 2, Tier 3 to make these sorts of climbs up to that sort of next level, right? That's why we have people looking at, or people cheering on for these sort of underdog stories when it comes to majors as well. You know, we've got Passion, Gamer Legion as well, is kind of up there in that sort of same regard. They've climbed up to higher status. Yeah, it's really nice to see overall the progress teams do make in a specific regard as well. But here, we saw, by the way, Mantu just get deleted. Just go by that.
Yeah, Mantu's had maybe not the performances needed from 9, especially when you've got players like Raz, like Kragan, who are somewhat silent. Fabin, obviously, to be the operative player here for 9. Flashbang throw. Learn from it. Kragan will get taken down by Bondic. Great 180 there from Bondic. Ral still holding the lines in cave. Fabin can get one. Jackie, probably not to clear, but he does. And it's all on Fabin. An attempt to deny the plant now. 1 versus 3 for Fabin. I don't know what he's doing. Tapping the bomb. Maybe it was a stick. I don't know. Who knows? But FabBet continue. And look, my predictions looking less and less likely. FabBet far more formidable, and Tension right up there, 13-3. Very impressive performance here from Tension.
Having a good time. Having a wonderful time to start it off. 9, however, maybe not so much, right? Technically as well, just, or statistically speaking, their T side is slightly better than their CT, but you still gotta get enough leeway to make that sort of even a possibility or even a talking point in the long run if they want to have a chance to take this first map. Because as soon in like 2 or 3 rounds, if it continues to be like this, we're just going to start talking about getting a couple on the board to warm up for Dust 2, right? So
yeah, look, I think if this half ends 7-5, then you can say, okay, well, 9 have got a chance. But
yeah,
as you said, their T side is only a fraction of an improvement to their CT. Yeah, FabBet, they have been the successful side so far. That's safe to say. They've looked really, really good throughout. And 9 have looked a bit underwhelming as well. It's a kind of a combination and culmination of both the factors that FabBet have been so heavily succeeding and looked really good in comparison with the fact that there's been a real lack in threat here from 9. But FabBet, the hero rifle, will get 1 but goes back for 2nd. Rawls will swing though with a 5-7 and Rawls gets 2. A massive moment there, and now Tension and Bondik to clutch this one up. Bondik is holding for this push from Bebexter. We'll find him. Ooh, an attempt to shotgun AWPing. Tension not quick enough there, and it's on Bondik in a 1 versus 3. This is a round that never should have gone the way of 9. Rawls, though, has done so much here. Ooh, Mantu spotted. Might try and retrieve the MP9. Unable to do so for now. Bondik's crossed. Even more damage dealt. Down to 9 HP here is Bondik.
there's that brain.
They are splitting, though. Bondik's got an opportunity here. What a clutch this would be, a 1 versus 4.
Surely not going to assume Rawls is still here, though. For so long. Next round, he is ready for it, but just slightly off.
4K from
moving
Rawls.
away. The pre-aim not perfect. And out of nowhere, it's the 5-7 that strikes from Rawls. It's Farvin opens it up. There's the trade as well. It's on paper. You look at that. That's not a round you're ever supposed to win. A 5-7 running through a smoke to trade on the 2. Out of the norm, but that's why Counter-Strike exists. You have these individuals to make up these miracles, these moments, to otherwise change the narrative. And they're 9, and they get a chance to make this like that 5-round game.
Nice util here onto Marix. Rawls just had great successes in cave, but now Marix has got him dead to rights. Rawls can get out and still surviving. He's going to try and drop the smoke. A great way for Rawls to deal with the aggression coming his way. Beating the flames, but still surviving. The Favon falling, though, towards lower ramp. You'd hope that Rawls has done enough to kind of keep attention elsewhere, but he hasn't. And as he pushes through, Smash will find him. Still man advantage here for 9, and Mantu's repositioned. Missed shot from Mantu. Great bait for the shot there from Smash. Bomb still towards lower ramp. And with the smoke and molly combination, they know the positioning of both Smash and Tension now. I've got that information. That's, are they going to be ready for this repos through middle?
That is the question. Like 9 currently, they're more akin or more happy akin to just gambling it away toward the side of B. I like the pack mentality they have here, right? It is giving them a bit of a risk to reposition here as well, especially when that bomb goes down.
Retake's not going to be easy either, because Tension can just get posted up towards CT with the AWP, and that's where things get really scary. We have seen Bebexter maneuver his way to Temple, and the fact that there's been no contact here from 9, FabBet is so worried about deep A main push. Bebexter's in a great position, but he gives his life up. 11 seconds remaining, and now a 2-on-2, a very possible clutch here. FabBet so heavily disadvantaged. It was a 2 versus 4, but now real possibilities. Molly landing towards main. Smoke on the bomb site. Mantu is the one with the kit. Dragon tapping the bomb. Mantu will go down, and it's a spam from Smash. Dragon not on it. Great round from Smash there. An incredible 4K. And 9, a big mistake in that one. A huge error there in number 11.
That's the fumble. This is a risk they were willing to take, but now to pay the price for it on the retake. Unsuccessful, and again, right, we talk about Tension starting off very well. Now look at Smash as well. That puts him up to 11. It's getting him warmed up. Bondik as well started to shoot up to 8 somehow. It's a bit of a chameleon blending into the rest. This is FavBet showing us a very strong T side at 9. I'm starting to think this is just warm-up. they're powering up for the best of 3 as a whole series. So Favbet, they're powering down with Smash and Jackie, the 9 mid control. 9, early part of the map control game, they've succeeded in. Though so far, we haven't really seen Favbet be all too aggressive or too protective of that mid control, either willing to give it up. Same with 9, so this is a slight change to that. We are playing a pack mentality, grouping up toward the site hits. That as well, that's one thing as well on Ancient that I do kind of make or find interesting, is the fact that you can have very clean executions on this map. That is one of those things. That is an execution, but not the type I'm thinking of. When the site hits can be so clean. The entry, passing, and trading here from Aris is good. HGs, however, watch out. Rawls throws one more of his, and MP9 as well for the next one. There's 2 low HP players, both dealt with. And Bondik, second chance into 1v3 to end the half. Information played out. Apparently as well, the opportunities, they will be given, but he's unable to capitalize on either one as of yet. Another idea. Next player up close, and he's ready for the swing, trying to position, but just a little too slow on it. Karaga just chops him off in half, and that is a 4-9, a 4-8 half. Favbet steadily in control, I'd say.
Yeah, look, it's still possible here for 9, but it's become very difficult. They're going to need the pistol to go their way. Otherwise, I think that's where we're saying, well, let's look to dust. But I think when you look at the kills, Bondix with 9, Tension 13, Smash 11, Jackie 10, you know, everyone's having their moments. Yeah, for 9, it seemingly just Favin and Rolls who are kind of consistently putting up numbers. And that's not what you need, especially when Favbet are thriving. What are we thinking, Nexus? Do you think 4's enough or just out of reach?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that might be out of reach. I feel like this pistol has the potential to put Favbet as, I mean, of course, very much stating the obvious here. But the potential to close out the game is pretty much here and now, right? With that 4-8, you're at least given a slight bit of leeway for 9, like pretty much that 1 or 2 rounds you can excuse, but put yourself in a tough situation either way, and here apparently that doesn't seem to continue. There's a little bit of shenanigans happening. Some tomfoolery, just damage and tags, but no kills as of yet, and the bomb goes down. We've got a 5-on-5 retake. Positions contested. Through Temple we go.
HE grenade. Looks as though it's time nicely. Jackie, though, gets the double smash, jumps across. I always love that type of play. Babin's in the back lines, needs to find Marex. Has the Julies now, but it's going to be the full stick of the bomb. Babekta needs to get that kill, but Babin realizing there's no chance in this round. And with Jackie getting the 4K, Favbet find 9. And doesn't look promising here for the T's.
No, it doesn't. No. Favbet, I'd say now they would probably describe themselves as unbothered, moisturized, happy in their lane, focused and flourishing with how this game is going.
Yeah, certainly. We'll be seeing a force though from 9. They get the bomb down, they get 3 rifles, 2 Tech 9s, enough utility for an execute. But I gotta say, things are looking a bit bleak here for 9. Ooh, missed Molotov that. Forced the T's back towards B. If this was a B rush from 9, it couldn't have been at a better time. But it's going to be a fake towards B and a play through A. I quite like the idea of this. Bebex has been spotted. Still this triple B setup. Oh, that smoke towards A is going to really hurt Favbet. Just going to allow 9 to kind of creep even closer.
This as well plays a little bit into how I kind of mentioned as well. These executes on that T side can be so damn strong. Looking at Favbet in their position toward the B side, playing very far back, they might be immediately fooled by this immediate rotation of one piece of util coming through. And they left just one. Smash needs to perform above expectations, but he can't really fight this one either. They know now they've made a bit of a mistake, give them a bit too much control, but they can still find a couple of kills here. Deter them, slow them down,
Bomb has to go
maintain
down.
the advantage.
They need to crunch on the player zone as well, but Bondik's going to look for this one. He's got Tension by his side. Rals will find Smash. It's a 2 versus 3 now. A lot of damage to Tension, but Jackie will swing, will find. Fabbet secure themselves 10. And we saw when Fabbet were in this scenario, when they lost, they did triple down. Double down, sorry. I wonder if we're going to see that from 9. Whether they're going to throw the Hail Mary, because that's what it feels like they should. They aren't really in a situation where they can really give up an 11th, and that's why we have seen the investment here. But a disappointing start here for 9. It looks as though Fabbet might continue the brilliance that you were speaking about at the start of the series.
Telling you, man. 2-0s only.
Well, now you're just cursing at 3 matter.
I'm gonna look back at this in 7 hours after 15 overtimes.
Hey, look, if
And somehow ending up this as a best of 7. Yeah.
No, best of 9, you bring Cobble and Cash back.
Ooh. Actually, the new map is all right. I really like Dogtown. I played that a little bit with some friends before they added it into the game, like the single workshop. It's really damn cool. The Wingman map, like the Santa Monica up here, is so damn cool. Putting
Not
it out
giving
there.
it a go. Not giving it a go.
It is wonderful. Look at that, by the way. This is a very funny setup they've got here. This is a reactionary response unit ready to activate at a moment's notice with 0 information, by the way, toward the B sides. Just full gambling that it is a hit coming through. And it feels like it's not even necessary for them to go with... Like, this is not a situation where you need to go with this drastic of measures. If they have shifted it slightly away from the site, now they've given themselves the entry as well with Marix on the site gone. I bet the response... I mean, the unit is here, sure, but...
A lot of utility as well, but...
Yeah. Position itself, not the greatest. Get through, Bob is down. That's the opening you found, but... Look at how...
Just saving, yeah.
Look at how much nothing it is for Fabbet here. It's just... The entire round feels made up, man. They're all in CT. As soon as 9 decided to start hitting the B side, it's when they pulled off a couple from that spawn as well toward B, so there's a gap. They can't immediately react to it at the same time.
I don't mind
And
this
now the
for
retake
Fabbet.
is just one duel, and that's it.
I really don't mind it though. You know, the money for Fabbet's not perfect. Smash can drop over... Or sorry, Bondik can maybe drop over an AWP, in fact. I don't mind this at all. I think sometimes you've got to make a call like this. You've got to say, well, look, we can go for it. We can go for the retake, but if we lose, we give them a chance back into the game. Yet here, I can drop a rifle over. We can have full utility. We can have a full buy here. So I actually quite like the idea from Fabbet. It's clear that there's a level of maturity along this, you know, with this roster that they realize, yeah, the retake's disadvantaged. We don't need to kind of hurry things along. We don't need to take that gamble. We are confident in our abilities with the rifles in hand. So I quite like it.
I can see it. I can see the vision, absolutely. One through and through. But for this one, we've reset. We're going back to a bit more basic Counter-Strike, you could say. But I will say as well, one other thing. The lack of mid-control to start off both CT sides is something. For 9, they didn't really go all too deep on it until the very late parts of that first half. Here it seems like we are as well a bit more passive, just holding these sites. It's an interesting choice that both teams decided collectively to make. Well, for now, execution. We're playing a retake. It's a 5-on-5 situation yet again as the bomb goes down.
Ross
Like
is
the third one in a
always-
row, almost, it feels like.
He's always in these lurks. Great nade onto Mantu.
Still being slow.
Smash
Not
is
a
gonna-
fan.
He's going to send them in here. He's got a flashbang. He's still holding. Oh, timing could be excellent here. Mantu will by Jackie. He is being held, in fact. Riles eventually strikes, and with the fact he's in the back line, these CTs are going to have to fight their way out. There's no way they win the round. They've already conceded that factor. And Riles is all about delaying for as long as possible. Tension will get one, but now it's the T's who are having to play chase and having to try and run their way out of things here. Mantu, will he survive? No, certainly not. If he just went in the corner that Fathom was in, he would have lived.
Probably.
No, definitely. Fathom was dropped down to 67 health, so only took 33. Mantu would have survived.
Sorry, I'm just too busy trying to figure out why these last 2 rounds have been as passive and scary? Or, like, playing scared for Favbit as they were?
I guess maybe Favbit aren't comfortable on the CT side, and
that's like the only thing that I can immediately think of, but...
Great call. Fast A play.
Just weird.
I like it from 9, change up the pace. No more discipline. Who's coming through though? Marek's elevated. Perfect for Marek. He can find 2. Does go into the flames though. His teammate blocks him. Tension. All you need to do is go through that smoke and your teammate goes to full HP. Such a silly decision. Blocking him in the molly for no reason.
Is one of the best retake situations Favbit now have had in these last few rounds. They've got a kid and the advantage to work with. Bob is going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, figuring out which way to look, but as that smoke starts to fade, I'm looking at the CT spawn, and Favbit have decided to call this quits. Save those 2 M4s, and let them have this run without any further bloodshed. Like, it's so non-committal now for Favbit, and it's not 1, it's 2, 3 rounds where it happens, and that is...
Why is Checky saving? Where's he got to save?
I don't know.
Unarmored USP. Just throw yourself in the mix at the last second, even if you want to tap on the bomb late just to keep the T's around. I don't know why an unarmored USP is saving.
It goes from looking so damn good to immediately just...
Obviously the molly
bunch
damage.
of nothing.
Yeah, the molly damage completely changes it because Marek's isn't confident.
Yeah, it's that and the fact that as soon as a bomb site gets taken, Favbit, they decide, let's take 1 duel, they win it, and then they don't even react to anything else.
Look, I don't mind the idea of these saves, but eventually they're going to have to go for it.
It's the way they go at it that kind of hurts me. It's like, they don't commit to anything, even if there is a reason or chance to go for something. That's the problem. Finally, we're seeing a change to that. Contradicting and going to mid. Advantage taken, and now you can't play off of that, and Tension has taken on another. Bobby is failed on A. Advantage grows to 2, and the round in the hands of these last 2. Favbit at round 2, now scraping it back. 1 piece at a time.
Big kill there. Tension is maneuvering with USP in hand. There is a flank coming through from Bondek. Tension's got to be cautious here. And there it is. Mantu gets that kill, he can retrieve north. Bondek is in the back lines, but Favin's holding and smash. What is he still doing on the A bomb site?
I have no idea.
Favin's gonna go searching. I guess it's an information play for Mantu, which I don't mind. What? How has Favin got that kill? There's a reason we say he's the kind of the bright spark for 9. That's 2 moments where he has no right in getting these picks, and he does. Absolutely insane. 9 get 8 rounds now. Favbit, the lead that they so kind of gracefully took, has slipped away from them.
I'm lost. I'm so lost. I'm right there with Favbit looking...
Tension's gone for a hero orb.
This is crazy.
He won't get one in the next, but... Look, I
Something
prefer
needs to change. Let's get that open play.
Like, I guess they have been saving a lot, so if they lose the control, it will just save.
Initiating fights and taking control. Tension awaits. Will be fair to this one at the break. That's his 19th kill, but well, very little impact for the second half. So gotta make use of that advantage again. Favbit, keep an eye on it. They're all here at this moment, ready and essentially willing to fight for this retake or whatever of the sort. However, you've got one man disengaging. That's Mari just running all the way across toward the A side. This is just a weird round again where the CTs are not committing to any of these fights. They've got pistols.
Why are they
trying to do any damage.
saving?
What is happening? Why are you saving again and
They've
again?
got man advantage. They've got
Try
man
for
advantage.
once. You've got money.
Yeah, this is embarrassing. This is decision making of Silvers. Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense. Look, if they're disadvantaged and they're holding for pushes, then fine. But they've got the man advantage in most of these retake scenarios, and the second a smoke goes down, they just... It's as though, you know, a wall has been put up that they can't get through, they can't do anything about. I just don't know what is happening for Favbit. Look, Nexus, they've
It's
called
like
a
2 or 3 times they've saved pistols, and that alone is just weird.
Nexus, they've called a tactical pause. Why don't you phone them up in the break and tell them to start going for these retakes? Because this is not what we need to be seeing.
I really, really hope that they start doing something. Man,
they're breaking our brains. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
right
they
now.
are.
And
Yeah,
I'm sure the people at home are in that same kind of same notion.
Like, I don't want to keep repeating the same thing, but they have advantages, man. I think every situation here, they've had an advantage in a retake.
Yeah.
But not going for it. And then they wait until there's like 20 seconds left. They're all in a group waiting for 9 to overextend or something like that, but it's never happening.
But 9 are playing very disciplined in these post plants, and the reason they're playing disciplined is because they're disadvantaged. They can't go pushing for more.
And then Falcon just come on, I know you're coming. I know you're coming. Then they never come at them, and then they're just gone. Run's done.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be happening. Not at all.
Yeah, you've got mid control established for 9 by the form of 1 man alone. He's going to be grinding it. Backing off Elizabeth. Bondic. Already got himself bested a couple of times from this position on the first half. Again, you've got the advantages to play with here on the side of Favbet.
Hopefully the bomb doesn't go down, because then the round is over. 9 get a free.
The worst nightmare. Retake with advantage.
Yeah, look, why would you go for a retake when you've got the numbers? Play the numbers, play it smart.
Alright, he's going for information. He's tucking himself into a main here. I do like the rotation, at least, that Favbet is making here together. Or sort of an all or nothing disengaging while still having a couple of players forward, the rest of the... We're ahead of the rest, but... Boom, about to go down here, it seems. We've got 3 positions, however, to clear. That's 1. Bondic, now dealt with. Keep an eye on Marix. He was here the entire time, waiting to flash. Might have screwed up his chime.
That was his
in the
teammate's
spotlight.
He
is down. Out for the count. Smash 2. Massive shots coming through. There's finally 1. Finally 1 that Favbet will clear, but even so, it looks labored, man. It does not look good at all.
Yeah, look, Favbet, they finally put the rounds on the board, but it's been a long time coming.
God damn. Alright, I mean, if nothing else, we know that 9's warmed up for map 2 at least.
Yeah, that's a real positive. I guess the only player who isn't is Crag, and he's having a really tough game.
All I'm saying, right, he's been playing mid here in these last few rounds. Got a default in this one map, and he's not really been challenged all too often, so hasn't had that many chances, but nonetheless, he's made space. It's not like he has not been useful to that team. Yeah, however, Marix made and disposed of. Second one from a Favbet kill at number 19.
Yeah, Favbet's been really clinical here. He's been kind of the driving force for 9 and has allowed the rest of the team to get back into this game. Smash now looks as though he wants to take a bit of a risk. Bondic could go pressing down by his side, and Rolls. Oh, Rolls gets information to 2. Favbet needs to help him out here, but Rolls can get 1. And now he just tucks away. Bondic backs away as well. And it's a 5-on-2 scenario. Okay, Favbet, this is the time where we'll allow you to save. 9, they're going to find their 10th round.
Got a game on our hands. One thing as well, right? Even when 9 now have not been looking amazing for the start, but this comeback they've now made, their individuals have awoken beyond just Favbet as well, because these headshots that some of them keep hitting are nasty, right? One shot just from Rawls. He's pretty much 1 HP, just bada bing, bada boom, I want that, and you're gone. It's so clean. Yeah, finding these kills when they need to. And I feel like Favbet is just somehow going to take both these as well. There's going to be some noise being made by Kragan and BobXD and CT. Favbet's just going to slip in. Insta one tap. Straight at his teammate. Am I going to see that? Am I going to see that? Ah! Good enough. Close enough. Bob takes on one of his teammates. Makes it a bit more even. for the comeback itself. But 9 at double digits reach, we have ourselves a game.
This is going to be really stressful for FabBet because they lose this round. If they don't save many players again, money's going to be really awkward, and it might go 12 to 11 in favor of 9. Obviously, finances for 9 aren't perfect either, but FabBet should have never let this game come this close.
It was 10-4, right? It was 10-4.
Roger.
I get wanting to play reserved and for that economy when you do have a lead like that. But, there's a point where enough is enough.
The thing is, there's playing for economy where you're saving in kind of 3v5s and 4v5s. When you have the advantage
they're
in
saving
3
when
of
you
those
have
moments,
the advantage.
yeah, it's ridiculous. It should never be happening.
Yeah, that's like the extreme side of just one part of that.
Yeah, look, okay,
argument.
if FabBet wins this game because they've been able to get highs in every round, fine, I'll eat my words, I got no problem with it. But it's the fact that FabBet now have the option, or not option, but they have the opportunity, sorry, to lose this game, which should have never happened.
Yeah.
It was 10-4. This game was on, it was finished. We were
And
saying,
CT
let's head
side.
to Dusk. Yeah, exactly. We were already predicting that 9 might struggle on Dusk because they're not going to be warmed into the game on Ancient. They can still take Ancient now, Nexus.
Yeah.
Should never be happening. I said from the get-go that I favor 9. This is not the the expectation that I thought.
I feel like even you can say this is not how it was supposed to be anymore.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
After those first, after that first half, I was very impressed with FabBet. And for a side note,
Riding high, I was saying, yeah, that's it, baby, let's go. And now
Yeah.
saying, let's not go anymore.
and the thing is as well is FabBet's a team that I've been watching for quite a. Oh, what a shot from Tension! An amazing shot there. Through the Molotov, swinging one. Mantu now with a lot of work to do. Goes for a quick shot there. Molly on the bomb site.
Oh.
Nade as well. Utility. FabBet, that's a type of retake I want to see a little bit more from. But they find 12.
Eventually they'll get there. As long as you don't do a G2 here. Just staring at the bomb, thinking about it. Should we?
Guys?
To be or not to be on the defuse is the decision, but they eventually do get it. Just wanted to run a little bit of util as well. And now we've got the map point here as well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to as well what you say, right? 9, at this point, warmed up. They still have a chance to take this one to overtime. They still have a chance to take the series, or first map as well completely. But now this been made it a little bit more difficult, right? FabBet, they're finding a couple of these rounds, at least something is still going on here. But the problem is that they have given 9 the leeway to get into the game. They've given them the confidence, and now they're playing like they have nothing else to lose. They've made it this far.
Yeah.
It's that mentality of we're almost there. Let's just keep going. We've made it this far. We are better. We can do better.
Yeah. I think as well, I think it wasn't as though anyone at home felt like 9 were going to easily come back into the game. And as we said, I think it was kind of just a... kind of to save face initially, but the fact they were able to bring it back is crazy. But 2 kills for Tension, it being Mantu and Faven is going to be so tough because it's been Babex, it's been Raz, it's been Kragan who really have struggled, and for them, those players to be in the 3 versus 5, not the easiest, but we do see 2 kills come through, both Kragan and Raz combined to bring it down to this 3-on-3, but Tension is still alive, and Tension, he's had a really good game.
One of the points we had is, right, him getting into form, and he is delivering today. Bob. Sometimes known to build things. Maybe even fix them. Has spotted a couple of gaps in the CTs. The final man now shown is Jackie. Will find himself the trade. He'll be able to hear these steps and know that it is an A play coming through unless 9 do decide to turn it around as well. Back B, but will get themselves on toward the side about the same time as Jackie gets here, but he does hold the shift key just so they don't know he is already this close. Wait for the tap for a shot connection. A 1v3 to finish off the map, and Jackie, he'll deliver.
What an incredible clutch. Yeah.
To eventually get us over the line after a long and arduous task.
Look, I think FabBet, they deserve to win. I think they were the better side. They had the CT non-retake, I guess, commotion. But I think they were the better team on paper. Well, not on paper, but as in on that T side, they looked so effective. It was 8-4, and realistically, it could have been more dominant. And the fact they do win it, I think it's a deserved result. I guess, look, we had a bit of fun in the mid portion with them just constantly saving, which is ridiculous. I haven't seen anything like that for quite some time, especially when the team's got the advantage. But look, it worked for FabBet. They got the win, but as we already have said, they allowed for 9 to get themselves a little bit more confidence, a little bit more kind of warmed up into the series as we head to Dust. But Nexus, closing thoughts on Ancient?
Well, forget about it. I don't want to see that again. That was an experience that I do not need to relive, I'll say that much. And I hope that we don't get to see a repeat of that either on Dust 2. Because on Dust 2, you don't even attempt a retake. But yeah, we're gonna have to find out how that actually does then go. So, Zola, we're off to a break, right? Gotta we get some normality during this break? Gotta we order one of those?
I'd hope so. But as you said, we'll be jumping to a break before Dust 2 commences. An impressive first half performance from FabBet. I think we have to say they fell off a cliff for a little bit, but it wasn't the individuals, it was kind of the decision making that cost them a couple rounds, but still victorious. I think FabBet going to be maybe not the happiest with their performance, but it's still a map victory. Now we move to Dust. That is the selection here of 9. Obviously, we've spoken about how both teams have looked a little bit kind of out of it when it comes to Dust 2. Maybe not their best maps. So I'm excited to see why 9 have looked to pick it. And the question is whether we're going to push to that third and final map. And look, I think if we do get to Nuke, that's where the real excitement does commence. But Nexus, thoughts and feelings as we head into Dust?
I've got a couple, but the underlying one is that I respect what 9 are kind of doing with this map, like I mentioned earlier. It was a map where they were not looking good as all at some point. They worked on this map, they brought it back from essentially their weakest map in the pool to one where they're able to pick it now as a punish against that other team. While they may not be the most comfortable on it, still, it's map where they feel decent enough, and that's all that kind of matters in this situation. You have woken up from map number 1. You were slumbering for a good while, but they came back, they warmed up, and now they have Dust 2, which still does count as a punish pick. So, yeah, I do expect to see a good fight out of them, but is it good enough is my question.
Yeah, and that's something we'll find out now as we're heading into Dust 2 pretty much straight away. And I think for FabBet, I believe they're going to be starting on that CT side. They certainly are. So I think there is... Look, I think there's going to be a lot of interest into this CT side, because I think we both know that Dust 2 has kind of maneuvered to a little bit more CT sided, hasn't it?
I don't agree with that. I know a lot of people think that way, but I always seem to consider one huge thing being the economy of Dust 2 and how the map is built to go against that. That is hard for me to disagree or agree on that. Just do that one thing alone. So, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe this one turns CT side, maybe FabBet got what it takes to start off well, but for the retake, for the pistol, it's 4-on-4 to give us a reason as to why we should believe in this retake itself. But it started off with the first one. Raz is down. A couple more, but Mantu's P250. It is crispy. It is good. Not good enough. That remains to be seen from FabBet as well. Up close. Glock burst. He takes 2 of his own. The retake gets denied. 9 on the board from the very get-go.
Yeah, good start from 9. I guess they already trying to put that performance that we saw throughout Ancient in the rearview mirror, because it wasn't the best, was it?
Yeah. I don't think there's reason to elaborate too much further. This wasn't. Thus, we move on. Force by here. I really don't like it, to say. Because I do think CT side on Dust 2, like I kind of alluded to, it is the sort of problem where as soon as you lose your money, you're gonna look like your prime Jame. It just is that thing. The bomb site retakes are very difficult. You got long rotation times. There's so many things that just go against that notion as a whole that I find incredibly difficult for anyone to kind of comfortably come back to in those situations. So T-side momentum that's key.
I think the one good thing about the Forces is you get the the opportunity for the scout. And already 2 tags here from Tension. He's done so much work damage-wise, but they just cannot convert the kills. 3 players have been chipped away at here on the side of 9, but the Deagles, the 5-7, the CZ aren't going to have that impact they'd hoped for. And the Force Spy's not worked out well for FabBet whatsoever, but Vexter still here towards top middle. Will find Marix and the lone B defender of Smash slowly to maneuver to lower tunnels.
Does he get even a single one? I'm gonna vote for no. Actually,
he gets all of them.
I was gonna say maybe he gets one, but
Yeah,
supposedly Raz is not really all too eager himself, even with the Mac 10 to start running at him. So more reserved, he'll stay alive on short range. Doesn't barely any damage. Just 2 bomb radius things, that one. But moving on to number 3, and immediately as well, there's a little bit of pain now for Falbet, because, right, it's that economy. The fact that he did 0 kills from that as a whole,
Yeah.
that's just a T-side invitation to go ahead, build economy, get these rounds at the board easy as ever.
I think we do have to say
What's ease?
it does allow tension to bring out the AWP in the next round, which is obviously going to be a huge bonus. So many steps heard here from Babexter as this lurk towards B, and we are going to be seeing this acceleration towards long, and Riles is Mac 10, can spot out tension, and will find him.
Bomb goes down. Easy enough. This is the round. And continuing. USPs, pistol. Oh, sorry, not USPs, pistols. 1 Galil, and that's seemingly all they're gonna try to save as well. Like, really? Are we really going back to map 1?
Did we not forget about what happened on Ancient?
Apparently, yeah. It seems like there's some issues with the memory of what happened previously.
Look, I guess for Smash it's saving full armor, for Bondik it's saving a rifle, so
that's
you
fine.
understand
The rest... He's the first contact. He's the closest one, like...
What's the point?
It just looks silly.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. And now 9 have gone on a 3-round streak. We should see the AWP out for tension. Obviously, we know how vital and viable the AWP is on a map like Dust 2, especially that CT side. AWP for Man 2 as well, though. Peeking towards long is Man 2. Early smoke from Riles in middle. Molly as well to short. Ooh, tension's going to look to play in front of it. He backs away, in fact. Doesn't want to take that big of a risk early on, which you understand. Bad bet, take this early control towards middle, which I'm really liking seeing. And that's what you've got to have on Dust.
Draw control taken. Favbet, they're focusing more on stopping any sort of mid-plays happening here. As such as well, if 9 decided they do want to aggress up catwalk here even further, they've got that fast amount of flank up short. This is a round where the building blocks definitely do show for Favbet and what they try to do, what they want to do. Yeah, as well for 9. I love the fact that we're already from the first round seeing this sort of fake. It lets, essentially, I think that's Bob, to be whatever he wants to in this round. Now they're calling back toward that B site. As Favbet, they've been forced back a little bit, and Bob, the lurk, now taken down through the tunnels, and the rest, they enter into Smash with an info waiting for them. USB pulled out with the ammunition running low, and that is his tail down at dust, that we call it for him. Not the round itself, a chance, but it is short, might be too costly. Give another opportunity, 1 more still remains. Mantu's fighting for his own life. But with an AWP, tension has not made himself the best opportunity. Kind of swap weapons here if he wants to. Flash, a swing, Mantu alone. Needs to fight! And that he does! No need to rely on Favbet when you've got the shot yourself.
Yeah, look, Man 2, this is the start that 9 needed from him. Get a bit of confidence, get the big green in hand, and kind of have moments. Already, this is looking like a promising start for 9, but obviously we know how costly and kind of crazy a map like Dust 2 can be. I feel like it is the map of comeback, so I think 9 realised that they want to push to this 3rd map. They're going to have to get themselves a very strong performance here throughout their T side.
Oh.
Yeah, just an eco, but a nice double there for Ross.
Yeah, I guess this is just 9 continuing to build off the early few rounds of having that economy. Last round gets a little bit closer, but again, it's back to business. They're gonna make this 5-0. Raz, honestly, a bit of an ace here. Why? Never mind. Why didn't even speak it into existence? feel like should have seen that one coming. But the round itself, right? It's not going to change just because the Mac 10 gets salvaged over. And 4 on Smash, all is good. They are going to call this one again. It's 5-0. This is, in my eyes, now 9. Every single opportunity to finish off this first half without even losing a round.
Yeah.
If this is how easy they're going to go about it, and the fact that Valve just don't have any of their money, like, save here, that's fine, honestly. This Dust 2, you're going to see this like 17 times in one half somehow as well. It's completely expected in my eyes for 9 to steamroll on this first half.
I think as well with the fact that 9 have got such great finances, even if Favbet put up a round victory, they're going to be facing off against full buys for quite some time.
Yeah, it never gets easier.
No, exactly. And I think for 9, I think they're going to keep these rounds as close as possible anyway, so even if Favbet are formidable, it's going to be kind of maybe a 1vx or a clutch or something to kind of give them the slight edge, but we know the Favbet finances are going to be so tough.
Lost Jackie for a moment, but hopefully nothing too bad either way. And for Favbet, this is a time to chill. Gather your thoughts kind of moment. Because you gotta make this round count. It's Mark's actually... Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not gonna stick with that Mac 10.
I don't know, maybe you could have kind of pushed towards lower tunnels. I think, you know, Mac 10 can work. Not as easy, though.
Yeah. I could see the vision there, but he does not. So I think all good to go, and we are counting down to the clock to round number 6. Favbet, we said this is essentially a punish pick. This is the one where they don't really have the expertise that they might have on other maps, right? Compare this and Train are the only weak ones, but they decided to get rid of Train on that first go, so just 2 left over. I feel like as well, there is a world where they should have seen this coming. They probably have an idea that this is how the veto was going to go. So maybe a trick or 2 up their sleeves, but just because you have that knowledge, it might be showing up. Doesn't mean you're going to be fully prepared for what sort of treatment 9 is going to give either way.
Yeah, and I think right now, Favbet, their chance of 2-0 is slipping away, and I think we could say that their chance of the series could also be slipping away, just because we know how much 9 do play Nuke and kind of the strengths they show there. So, I don't know, I think if I were Favbet, I'd want to get the gears going on this CT side as soon as possible.
Good initial defense. Nade as well. Follow-up damage. Bob and Bobby now gotta watch out and make sure they don't get any new fresh haircuts. M4's more than happy to administer a couple of those, but we are headed back toward the A side. Favbet out of position at the moment. They bet their round pretty much on that long control. Now they'll have to come back and in time as well. Bonding makes his way back up CT. And Nade here would be doing some detrimental damage. Potentially gets a little bit too far, however. Tension defense for the second kill of the round. And 30 seconds remain, and 9 are just going all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, far too
Right up
split.
top mid, perfect flank, and there is a perfect round for Favbet.
1 damage is all they took. Ridiculous. What a change of pace. What a kind of a change of ability here from Favbet. I think there's some mistakes made from 9, though, kind of overlooking positions, but Favbet, they need to reclaim some lost ground, and a round like that is going to give them a lot of confidence to do so.
Raw's actually gonna go through. Second smoke.
Manty's going to send the flash. Yep. Grey screen, it will work though. Rawls can find one. I thought there was going to be a flash, and that would have been a perfect decision. Obviously, it still works out with them, but Jackie, it's unfortunate. Matthew could get caught. Marix will get one.
They've all slipped by. The defense has just been ran around. Circles over Favbet here. And even ready for the next one.
1v3 for Bonding. Molotov drops.
Chance.
He's got time to work with. The problem is there's still 2 HE grenades on both Rals and Krag, and I anticipate they're going to send them, or they should have sent them once that molly phase, because they knew Bondic was going to give this one a go, but Rals can swing at any moment the second there's contact from Krag. Bondic was aware of the swing, but Rals a little bit more disciplined. 9 back to winning ways. They silence Favbet. Money's still looking pretty decent for Favbet though. Obviously high loss bonus and keeping all 5 alive in the last. Tension has gone from having such an important and impactful game on Ancient to being somewhat lost here on Dust 2.
Lost is a word, but 9 being even allowed the slither a chance of a comeback on map number 1 is definitely played as well into the game itself here and how much they're fighting for this.
Massively so. Rals have been so good at getting these openers.
We kind of saw glimpses of that as well, like the aim that 9 had, the kills they were getting, some of them really effortless. Ral's part of a couple of those, and here he's just started off saying, I'm just gonna do it myself if I have to.
Yeah, definitely. Great HE grenade there onto Faven. We'll soften them up. A bit of a gamble call here from Favbet towards the A-bomb, so I like the idea of it. I think it's their best chance to win a round like this. Depends whether Rals can read into this. Is he going to have the right idea? Still a lot of utility here for 9 to work with. Fair few smokes, a lot of mollies, a lot of flashes. Oh, needed a smoke. Jackie will get one and can back away as well. But Bexter needs to probe towards B. It is going to be this mid to B play now, though. We've got Jackie in CT. Has just dropped a smoke. It is going to be a play through B. The problem is, Bexter's still just sat towards top tunnels. Little does he know he could have taken all of this control towards the B bomb site. And Jackie, again, he's in a great position here. Utility coming out. Playing anti-flash here towards Car. Half cleared by Bexter. We need to see some form of rotation. But Krag and Eagle are cutting them off. Excellent there from Krag. And great double. All left for Marix in the 1 versus 3. Surely just going to save. And 9. They'll get themselves 7 rounds now.
Brazilian scoreline hitting Favbet here with an off to be saved. That is just very nicely done for 9 as well. It's like they're very comfortable going for plays like that. The first round we saw Favbet now obviously get, it was one where 9, they started off doing one thing, then onto another and onto another with that reaction from thing number 2 now working. Here as well, right, is that short presence gets blown up and they immediately turn things back to what that be. So they're not shying away from making these mid-round calls. They're showing that they are comfortable. They know what sort of map control they have and how much they can really exert it overall. It's very nice to see that their teams are that hyper aware of what they can and cannot get away with.
But it's all because they have this control in middle nearly every single round. They have the opportunity to kind of, well, change their game plan instantly and very rarely be met with resistance. So I'm liking what we're seeing here from 9. It's clear that they have put a lot of work into the T side of Dust 2 and Dust 2 in general.
It's that, it's all of that, and the fact that we are not really seeing Favbet fight for short control, and the one time now in recent memory you did see it, Tension gets one tap by Rals running. So
yeah, it's a tough one.
You know, I feel like short, long control, we keep seeing Favbet decide which one it is going to be. Yes, again, it's long control that they go for. And there is very little payoff from it overall. And that is just an issue, right? If it's not working, you got to change things up a little bit. When they've tried, it's been very much lacking in execution, I guess, is a way to put it. Either that or 9 is still a step ahead. And again, recognizing there's got to be some sort of position to be taken up on mid, short, the first minute now of the clock, and that is 9. Map control into their hands. They tested out long as well a little bit, saw what utility and what remains there. If nothing else, it confused Favbet and made sure they will keep their eyes on this.
Molly in
But
middle
there's that
here,
basic
thrown by Bondek.
set.
This is the problem, is tension. He has to look here towards short. Does seem like the bomb is still going to make its way here towards short, and tension could have a good opportunity. We know this angle and the brilliance that Orpers can have from it, but tension's just backed away. Man advantage here for 9. Very limited utility remaining for 9. Just a 1 HE grenade on Rals.
Congrats, Fav, that you have long control, but you don't have any position to actually work your way into the round. Now, that is... I honestly think that is the vital part for Fav to have made a difference, right? Unless in this next round, it is going to be that very drastic change they do fully by short control. They take it away from 9. And just don't let them have that default, because there's so many Dust 2 CT gimmicks we haven't really seen yet. We haven't seen them go through the mid-door smoke. They haven't been fading in the next box smoke, for example, or pushing under into lower tunnels, right? Those are things that I think good CS teams on the CT side here would do.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are just not really seeing it at the moment.
Well,
they just don't have the chance to punish 9, I guess.
Well, it just goes to show the limited experience that FabBet have on Dust and the lack of confidence they have in their CT side. Because you're right on the money there. Whether it's kind of flashing players through long doors or looking to get to lower tunnels, as you mentioned, or kind of a creative way to crunch in on upper tunnels. It seems like FabBet, they've worked on their defaults. They've worked on slight contingency plans of, okay, well, if they take middle, we move a player to CT from A and we have control of long. But that's all reactive. They need to be proactive here on this CT side.
It didn't happen. It has not happened, at least not yet. Maybe this quick little break lets them at least notice these changes that need to happen. Right, when the T side has this much free reign, and you're not being challenged anywhere, they are walking into sites essentially for free, right? How many times have we now seen the only site hold from Fab that are really bad, Bondig in CT rotating, and attention on car? No one's ever really played on site, Goose. There's not these positions that Fab are ready to fight and hold on to. It's reactionary, and they're like 2 steps behind.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like you get a rifle on ramp, they've got a couple of flashes, maybe an HE grenade. It's such a great way to defend this A push, but not seeing it from FabBet. 9. They have looked really good here on the T side of Dust.
Again on long only. That's it. Like, this is again another round of the night. It's just gonna play however they want. Yeah, the only difference is that FabBet don't have someone at the mid doors this time.
Yeah, not only no one at mid doors, no one at short. Just this one player at long. 2 on the bomb site now. As we said, we're hoping for players to play from Goose and to play from ramp. That's exactly what we're seeing. I guess can they hear us?
Maybe. Is there somebody in my walls? Maybe.
If anything, it just proves that we know what we're talking about CS-wise. So cheers for proving it.
Clearly.
Yeah. Can't wait for this A site hold to go so poorly.
They're gonna get quadruple nated.
Yeah.
9 knew what's happening. They wrote the book on the defense here. But no, our knowledge is coming back to a comment I received.
Why is Smash holding doors when Jackie's jump spotting it? Yes.
There's the usual. Double Molotovs, a nade. 9 is ready for this, I'm telling you, man. All they gotta do is now check Bondik. They won't. Gets the drop of the first one. Dodges the flashbang. The assistance now required from tension. There you go. That's a hold we've finally been waiting for. Showing its fangs. Getting 9 and pushing them back out of the round. Because now there's no time either. Fab, they played patiently. They played off the time of the setup they had. It's maybe a reaction that definitely feels like it is very late. But they're at least correcting now toward the end here. Because if they get 4, right? Same as 9 on map number 1. 4 is enough to make it a game, make it entertaining. But you're still asking a lot to change right now. When 9 right now, from what we've seen in the past as well here, they put in the effort, they put in the time. All they have to do to avoid what happens here is to go slightly faster. Don't run out of time. And force Favbetter to make a reaction, right? Force them to play like a 4v5 or even a 4v4. That works and does too as well. CT size rotations, I'll say they're just kind of cheeks. Like, rotating on the CT side. You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Instead of more likely than not end up sitting on the bomb side stacking it down.
Ooh, bonding with a double. And this is the problem. Far too often, 9 have looked to take this space with no flashbang, and Bonding gets a double because of it. Still a 3-on-3, though. Bebex has been chipped away at so heavily. Can I just say, very rarely, as commentators, do we kind of make a hypothesis like the setup, the CT setup that will win them the round, and it comes through. So next, I just thought I'd say we need a little pat on the back moment from both of us there, because
Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, feels nice.
You know, even a blinded chicken is able to eat some food every now and then, or however the saying goes.
I think the saying's a broken clock's right twice a day. But...
Yeah, I just heard a different one once. You just got it stuck.
Yeah. The blinded chicken one.
Yep, blind chicken. Even a blind chicken is able to eat. Oven. Oh, I think. Oh, it doesn't even see him.
Oh, he's realised he saw him in the minimap. Yeah, he would have flashed red on the minimap. His teammates would have said it, but Faven still wins out the fight. 9-2 scoreline, very impressive from 9.
Even a blinded chicken finds a piece of corn every now and then.
Have you googled it?
I did.
It still sounds so stupid.
That got used against me in a game of Rocket League, and I've never recovered, man.
Oh, really?
They were trash talking the hell out of us the entire time.
Hitting you with the what a saves, was it?
No, it was actually every single comment as creative as that one, and I don't know what was happening, man. We're winning as well at the same time, and it's right now it's 9 winning.
Ooh.
One control finally pays off the Valve bet in terms of there's a challenge for the first time in 12 rounds.
Yeah, Rawls is a little trapped here as well.
Something about blinded chicken being correct, or finding food. Bomb has been dropped on long, and 2, however.
Look at Bevexter! Look at Bevexter! He's not he's on the A-bomb site. He's not hit the shots, but he does set the round up. He does set the kills in motion, and we're looking at a 10-2 scoreline potentially here.
HP though. Oh. Really needs to be the man of Damascus Steel for Smash right now. Into man 2. That's enough information found. Punished. Not able to run back in time, and Smash goes back and picks up the kit.
What a clutch this could be. Rawls is low HP. Molly sent behind the boxes. Rawls is out in the open here. Rawls playing a really risky game. What is going on, Rawls?
Oh no.
He could have just hit it, tucked in the corner. There is a defuse kit. Smash is waiting for this peak. Rawls goes for it wide. There's enough time for the defuse. What a clutch from Smash. What a fumble from 9.
Counter-terrorists win.
That is insane. All of them were low enough. Makes sense that there's a possibility for that to happen, but the fact is 9 still managed to misplay that even a little bit. First jump of Bob XT, second man 2, unable to get in safety. That's understandable, I suppose. But the third one here, yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
9-3 scoreline's impressive, especially on the T side of Dust. I mentioned it. I feel like Dust 2 is a map that most teams very heavily prefer that CT side. And the fact that 9 have looked so impressive here on the T side just means to me that we should be heading to that third and final of Nuke. And I'm happy that we get to see Nuke. I think we kind of hypothesized that Nuke might have been a pick for one of these two teams. The fact it's the decider just goes to show that it is going to have that excitement about it. Obviously, Fab bet they can still find victory here in regulation, but I think the chances are slim.
Exactly how that then will go. Are we gonna entertain this? Because I still stick with my belief. The T side, it has the potential to be like previously seen now for the last 12 rounds every single game. That's the worst case scenario of CT side. Again, no money, and often just end up looking a little bit poor. That's my worry for the CT side of Dust 2. But you have these other situations instead where that economy never becomes an issue, and that instead it just looks very strong. So at the same time, you do have these other people, such as yourself, who do believe in the CT side. So, flash of belief right here and now. Can a 9 avoid that sort of scenario.
They
Guys,
screwed
if
it.
I'm gonna get the 6 here, they've got a... We might just be able to be tied up.
Fab, they're a little screwed on this pistol though, because they've taken far too long to get out long. The CTs can rotate in, a real bloodbath going to occur. Babexter's looking to get himself in the back lines and will be able to do so. He cuts off the rotation. There is nothing that Fabbet can do. They are trapped.
They got themselves long control, but at what cost?
What, taking these long fights with a Glock? At least they've got a USP and a P250. I don't know why Raz is looking towards short. He should know that the only place they can be is long. Babex has been in the backlines this whole time, but kills are going away from them. Oh, Babex has not been spotted. Now all Mantu needs to do is stay alive. We'll get one. Isolating the fight, spots him out, and Mantu can find him. And 9, they will get the pistol hit.
Seems like we are headed toward nukes rather shortly. This is a dominating game for 9, and one that is going to be doing them plenty of justice as well in the future when they continue to play this game. When the teams look at, okay, is Dust to a punish pick? What's the weak link in 9's map? Well, like, maybe, but they keep playing it so much and they keep coming out with these really good results. They're stabilizing, they're becoming so much better than what they used to be, so improvement is there. But today, they're getting their payoff. So, more than a dangerous team in that regard as well. So, hey, kudos. Respecting the hustle.
Yeah.
Fixing up your map pool.
An AUG in play. I feel like Nuke and Dust are the only two maps where you can see the org. But next to that, showcasing its abilities here as he secures his 2nd with the AUG.
Gonna farm one more.
One more, see, I think he gets the A.
One more.
Well, we were both wrong.
Hey, that makes sense. Rawls with an MP9 is gonna be more than happy to farm unarmored players. Money on the board for him, 11 on the board for 9. And something about a ticking clock on Favbet. I don't think this is more than or this is not even a ticking clock. This is just the whole funeral about to happen here. Attention. Him and a scout. Surprisingly, haven't really had much from him. He had a couple of kills towards the start of the game, and since then it's just been not a whole lot of anything. Because now they did avoid him on A a fair bit. It was mostly that mid control that they went for, and then a very simple walk-up shot with a couple of smokes and flashbangs get the bomb down, and then it was too late because Bad Void is out of it at that point. It isn't like they've given him all too many opportunities. The person with the most opportunity that was maybe missed might have been bonding with as much as they were headed towards mid.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like one round of payoff for him.
Yeah, and it was a round they still lost. You know, he gets
Yeah.
that double kill, but then the trade comes through and they still lose it anyway. Elevation here for Faven. Raz is going to play close to the smoke. Jackie could go down so comfortably here. Smoke's now fading. Raz could be... Spots out one, aware the swing's going to come through for more. The HE grenade could do it. Jackie down to 16 points of health. But Faven will find tension beforehand. Molotov thrown to keep Jackie at bay, and now they look to take some space towards long. I love the speed of this decision from 9. They've had resistance. They've had this fight towards middle. They now back away, instantly take long. And we still got an HE grenade on Mantu if he decides to send it. It's all going to be about timing. They flash their way out. Mantu does have the HE grenade. Going to look for this fight onto Jackie. Realize he's tucked in the corner. But Mantu, not the best of shots. But he will have Faben at long. Faben gets his 2nd. Searching for the 3rd. Tapping away. But Bex are now rotating in through CT. And Rolls getting right up close and personal to utilize that MP9 at best angles possible in the smoke. Pushing round is Rolls. Here's the player on the bomb side. Rolls holds mouse 1, aware that the dink came through the box, and now it's on Marek. Missed shots from Marek, eventually hits, but runs out of ammunition. But Baxter finds the kill. They find 12, and Favbet now trailing by 9. They need 9 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. 9 are looking to push the nuke as soon as possible to deny any confidence for Fabnet.
Yeah, Rawls as well, he's playing the role of Batman. His Echo, like, locating. Here's a dink, sees where it is in the smoke. And that is how the round itself as well unfolds with not enough ammunition. That is a beautiful... and I'm gonna say it a little bit early here, maybe. A very beautifully played Dust 2 through and through for 9. Already counting out this next round here. I don't see it happening. I don't see even 4 rounds. This is Favbet. Again, showing the weaknesses of the Dust 2. Hail Mary play is a B push. Not a rush, they at least have a little bit of decency here. They're not going to just go right into it. But a play toward the B side, and Bob XD will wait for his own opportunity. Favbet might visit mid from the look of things first, but if they had the opportunity, the B side would have already been felled. Testing. Control. Kroger does it back away. Teammate dead hold for it. Mantu is going to be alone in safety. That's the location we're going to be looking at as well at some point. Well, Favbet, run down the clock here.
I like the angle here from Bexter.
Hello. And goodbye.
Yeah, nice find for attention there.
That's officially pulled Mantu back as well for CT now. But is that actually going to tempt Favbet as well toward A? Things might get dicey now. They've got a couple of flashbangs. First one goes out. Affects Mantu, gets him. But he's also got his teammate with him. Entry bounty coming through. Mantu with 2 might be enough to make it interesting, but at the same time...
1v3, it's too tough. It's the fact that in the trading, they lose that player firsthand.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 2 for 2, and the problem is they lose that player initially, go down to a 3 on 5, and then obviously 2 on 2. However great it might seem as A defenses, they just lose too many players in the process. I don't think 9 are too worried, though. I think this is an amplified situation to what we saw on Ancient, where Favbet, it seemed as though they were always going to close it. 9 have looked great here on Dust. This is the type of performance that I don't think many would have expected, especially when you look at the stats. But individually, you look at players like Rawls, like Mantu, Favin as well. I've had big moments. I think 9 have been very impressive here. A lot to think about for future opponents when it comes to picking a map like Dust against them.
Seems I spoke too soon. We have a 4th round here. We repeat this round instead from the beginning of number 17. What's the reality that we see even a little bit of 1-9 to go on Ancient here for Favbet before Nuke? Before it's too late? What are the extremes we're willing to go for? Like, it's a 7 rounds?
I think Favbet could get... They could probably get double digits. Emphasis on probably. You know, nothing can work it out here and now.
Playing a guessing game, and unfortunately, I think we're going to end up as the team. We're not going to be winning much. Very nice one tap, tagging Rawls out of 74. Again, Favbet very similar to the last round in 1 positions they have. Just a little bit faster the tempo this time. So, yeah, it honestly makes sense for Favbet here. I see them just playing this as a default, waiting for mistakes instead to capitalize upon. Good flashbangs. It does let Mantu slip it, take control of this angle.
Yeah, just backs away. I like it from Mantu. He anticipates once that jump across has come through. There's probably going to be a flashbang, an HE grenade that might come his way. Jackie is creeping his way out short, though. Jackie will find Mantu. Smoke landing on the front side to give a little bit more room for Rawls and Favin. Where there's 2 players here now towards A.
Almost the idea of it. Jicky all alone, pushing through, and apparently we're calling it here as well. Maybe not. Maybe not. Again, I'm speaking too soon here. Bondic, though, he's saving his team. Two massive kills. Bomb gets planted right in time. There's a jumping man and now cuts it down.
Again, it's around. How have 9 not won this one?
I don't know. Bondix has decided to show up as well, right? He's seen Rawls perform here, said, you know what? I can do that.
Yeah,
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Did Smash not see him? How did Smash not see him?
Timing, though, is not going to work for Bob here, unfortunately. He has that he has the knowledge one is going to be towards long, but he's now missed all the opportunity. Would have had to speed up immediately up short if that was going to be the case. But it does seem like he's got to at least save his AK-47. That'll be A-OK for him.
Terrorists win.
Not get a chance to take away a bit more money from Favbet, right? Smash escaped, and with Vondic. Another round, again! Favbet, they are still clinging on to this one.
What are we thinking? Favbet. Nice time for Tension. Tension's had some better moments, I guess, here and there, but I think overall it's been a tough game. He's 8 and 15, and the fact he's had some quote-unquote better moments just goes to show how difficult this game of Dust truly has been.
Far from ideal. Again, through along. 9, a couple of kills, maybe, but the positions aren't the greatest. Easy enough to just walk in. No real competition with who takes this one. Even Roz couldn't get anything. I'm thinking maybe there's a crazy double dink jump shot happening, but that's not happening. I'm sorry to say. I would love to see that. A little bit of tomfoolery here and there in Counter-Strike always amuses me.
Yeah, when the most unexpected occurs. I think once this gets to maybe 8, 9 rounds, that's where Favbet, they could make an argument for a comeback. They could make that push for OT. And I think, realistically, for 9, you have to imagine the pressure is going to be rising and rising as more rounds are found by Favbet.
The problem as well in that regard as well, even for Favbet, is it's one mistake. And currently, they seem to be playing more default heavy than anything. So, yeah, if you keep playing that same sort of default, 9, all they have to do is do one adjustment and you might be caught off guard yourself. Your pacing's off, something's not there.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's, well, it has to be a flawless game if we are to entertain Favbet fully coming back to this one. But either way, we'll see how it goes, round by round, because we can still see some life out of them. But at that point, we can say, you know what, T-side was A-OK. That's just needed to actually not go down 0 and 6 to start off the game. And we might have had something a little bit better, but...
I like this from Mantu, posted up here towards B. HU grenade will do a fair bit of damage to both Mantu and Babexter. Mantu dodging the flash. Posted up, missed shot from Mantu. Babexter is close by, and he will find him. Control taken towards middle here from Favbet, but they've lost the opening kill. These steps are going to be heard here. Kragan's aware of it. Kragan's conveying to his team it's going to be this A play. Let's try and get a rotation. And they've got the man advantage, though. They don't need to force this type of fight, but Tension will get one. The shots from Raz initially. Kragan's getting closer and closer. He wants to elevate up, but it's all on timing. Kragan gets one. Can't find anything else. It is, in fact, Raz to get that kill, and Jackie doubles down. It's on Babexter in the 1 versus 3. How have these rounds just turned in Favbet's favor every time? It was a 5-on-4 for... God's sake, how is it getting this way? It's ridiculous. It should never be happening. Babexter jumping into CT, spotted by 1. Nice shot here. SG in hand. He's going to reposition. Spots out Jackie on the bomb side, but although he's 1 point or 1 shot from death, he can still survive. And FabBet continue their charge. That all-important 12th.
We're getting somewhere here. That's all I can say. They are getting somewhere with this. It's a slow climb. But individually, it's coming to be a lot better from Marix as well. He's stepping up here when his team needs him. And then as well, we've got obviously the miss from map number 1. We've already mentioned a little bit as well tension, but there's a lot of things that need to be could have done better, and things would be looking different. But at the end of the day,
this will be the round to go.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about that. I had that in the previous USP round. I didn't want to say it, but I am so goddamn afraid of these pistol rounds.
Yeah, definitely, but
it's like you're picking up a little bit of momentum, you're feeling comfortable, saying, alright boys, let's go. And then 3 eagle shots in the face.
Yeah, exactly.
Down, headshots, inbound. Oh, body shots for the case of man 2. Okay, 1 headshot we get at the end. Kept pretty clean. Obviously, money does not matter to FabBet essentially at all as long as you're winning these rounds. And they've now got it toward 8. It's a 4-round game here for them. It's getting to the point for them as well where they're saying, okay, let's just keep it up. It's 1 round at a time. They're starting to sweat now a little bit as well. And for 9, we talked about the mounting pressure. Now I'm going to bring back as well Dust too. When that CT economy is gone, you will have to save in many, many situations that you don't want to. The map's just not built all too well for those retakes. So a man disadvantage, bomb site taken, and that economy broken. We might see very quickly a round decided in just 2 kills. Let's say entry long or short, and we might just have to see 9 move away from those situations. There is a world this gets out of hand. Just partially shown in that first half already, but here, for 9, that is also something I feel like they will have to keep in mind. Every single situation. We've gone back to a default.
I like this angle from Man 2. This can work. This could be the answer. 9 have given up control towards short so frequently, and a vast majority of the time FabBet have looked to kind of head up towards short. So if Man2 can find an early kill, well, he's got the information, but would see the kill, and it is this playthrough short. Rolls. Flashbang setting him up, blinding many. Another flash thrown. A cheap grenade should chip away. Favin needing to back away for the reload.
Keep an eye on the player in the tunnels as well. This is 9 heading through every single man up short if this retake were to come through here. Someone might deviate too long, but that's going to be more time as well off the clock. That smoke, however, is perfect. It might be exactly what FabBet needed to make sure this round is coming to an end. Because I say, a man disadvantage, a situation where you don't have a way in, and especially right now, with the bomb has already gone down, there's a short smoke down. You don't have that money. 9 in a 4v4, they're going to be saving this one. It's completely excusable as well. It's understandable, if not advised.
Yeah. I've got to say, it's unfortunate timing for Man 2. If he stays there for half a second longer, he gets a kill. And that's where the round becomes even more difficult for FabBet. But FabBet, they will find 9. They are now 3 rounds away from taking it to OT.
Getting scary. First timeout now deployed in this map itself.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. I didn't realize how neglectful both teams have been with these tack pauses. I think 9 have realized, well, we've had so many opportunities. We've had 6 now and kind of fumbled. Let's make sure we don't mess up these final 3. I guess the one positive is that 9 still have 2 more full buys out of these remaining 3 just because of how good their loss bonus is.
Yeah. It's the cycle at least of you save at least 2 players and you can probably force buy every single round with that loss bonus. So more likely than not, even in losing situations, 9 will be very much strapped. The
amount of money that FabBet have, they can afford a second AWP. don't know whether you saw that. Jackie had one brought out and an AK dropped as well. I don't know whether it was saved or whether they... Not too sure. Tension on the orb, nice find. We'll get taken down to Kragan's Molotov. Flashbang's coming through. Kragan does have an HE grenade as well. So much damage with the HE, and this could be it. Rolls his rotation, and it's all on Marex. A 1 versus 3 now. He will drop the Molotov in an attempt to get the bomb down, and he certainly can, but look how much utility there are. 3 HE grenades, 3 Molotovs, 3 flashes, 3 smokes. There is so much util for 9 to use. They cannot lose this retake.
You'd say that. Marex is not shying away from a single duel here. Out the doors, waiting for the sound cues. Flashbangs, trying to dodge them, trying to go big or go home in this one. Number 1, number 2, those slips right in. Will gets it denied. Yeah. They will be shown out of dust to escorted by 9. They just wanted to let them get to 9 to know how it feels. To get a little bit of hope here, but in the end, it is the map that 9 will close out. A little bit of sweat there, but honestly, I love the way Valve still play that. They played with confidence. They say we're at least gonna fail together if we will. It's confident. It's this round as well. But Rals, he makes the difference there with that quick rotation. The damage they as well take just entering toward the side makes it easy. It looks real damn nice even in the end as we get a bit of a fight back from Valve. But it's not good enough, but we get that fight. We see that life they have.
Yeah, crazy round from Kragan as well. He does 391 damage there. Obviously, vast majority of the utility, but excellent round there to close it out. Obviously, we do now push to nuke, and I'm excited. Obviously, Dust 2 had the same kind of, I guess, outcome as what we saw in Ancient, but with a different victor. You know, we had dominance throughout. It was kind of an expectation of victory, a question of when, not if. Obviously, though, with Nuke, we don't really know how things are going to go. I guess 9 might be a little bit more favored just based on sample size, but I think we know that stats can be so deceiving. I'm excited to see Nuke unfold, but Nexus, what we're going to have to do is jump to a break beforehand. Into the action we go. Nuke underway. Final map of the series to determine which team goes 1-1 and which side will be going 0-2 in the Swiss stage. Obviously, a loss here would be such a detriment to their chances to progress. FabBet seemingly have won the knife round as they are starting on this CT side, but an impressive performance from 9 in the last game of Dust, a map that we said is pretty weak from both. But I think we do have to say, it all comes down to this. Nexus, thoughts and feelings?
Prayers sent to both teams. Near comebacks, near misses, but both still close out their respective map picks. Now with the nuke, I'm hoping to see how this one does actually end up shaping. Maybe a bit more competitive from both sides from the start of it. That's what I'm hoping for. We've at least got a back and forth to start off the pistol round here. The CT side competing for ramp control next. They are going to commit more to this. Father will be dodging the nades. He'll be A-okay, not take it all too much damage.
They can try and make their way up Vent. I think Vent's got to be the play here. Favin's doubling back. This could be perfect. Already such a hefty rotation down to the lower side. They just need to deal with tension. It will clear it, but tension can find one. Rals with the trade is excellent. Onto this 2-on-2. Bomb can go down, and Bondik has been chipped away.
One of the retake. Bondik, down he goes. Smash.
Oh, look at Favin.
First dropped down. Rals, he's just making noise.
Yeah, it's done. Oh, I
it
don't
is.
believe.
Got this one in the bag. Not been an easier one for the T side in a long time. There's no kids even, and the time is taking it quickly up from heaven, and that is all you need to do. Well, but he can go for this. He can be extra greedy if he wants to, but the round is done. Smash maybe gets a little bit of extra money. Even so, that gets denied. The round itself to a close. Wonderfully done.
Good start here. Obviously, we talk about the T side and kind of the, I don't want to say the difficulties that the T side can be on Nuke, but when you win the pistol, you get those kind of early rounds. Things can be so vital for the team's success, and I think we both have to say that this force bite, it could go so wrong for FabBet. It could allow 9 to go 3 rounds up until we see the first real full bite. Big risk here from FabBet, but I think they really are that high risk, high reward side.
Yeah, we can say as well, right? On Dust 2, they had this exact situation. They lost the pistol, they forced, and things went south quickly. So we've already seen the worst of the worst on how that could happen. But Nuke, at least, is a bit more favorable in my eyes as well to make these sorts of rounds. It's either way still work out in the long run. Even if you lose this one, it's not going to be the end-all, be-all as it otherwise might be.
No, definitely not. I think this is clearly a reason why FabBet have gone for this force. They feel comfortable with the pistols in play. Rals has cleared out the vents, aware obviously that there's already a player down towards B, but with the smoke drop towards Squeaky, I think it will delay any chances for them to maneuver their way up the vent if they decide to. Plenty of players down towards Secret, control towards outside, gained by 9. They're trying to utilize the rifle advantage that they have, and I think it's the right decision, but a bit of a lobby crunch to be seen. Favin going to be under pressure. Still holding towards Squeaky. Bondik, Marix have cleared. Obviously, we did see Smash as well have a slight lurk, but Babexter maneuvering his way to heaven. Rals could take his time. Marix has shown his hand in hut. Final 3 players all towards ramp, and Favin just holding a simple round for 9. An excellent start to their T side of Nuke.
Officially so. Confirming the beginning here as well, and seems like the CTs are not going to be all too interested in the hunt either. Makes sense, right? In this situation, better than USPs, whatever you might say here, so have a little bit extra.
Can I just say, right, FabBet, they played 6 maps in the last couple months on Nuke. Or 7, sorry. Majority back in kind of March, February time. And you look at some of the teams that they're against, you know, okay, I understand Rush B, they're a strong-looking side, and 3 of their wins are against Rush B, but it's clear that Rush B aren't very good on Nuke. Then it's a win against Force Reload, it's a win against Sparta, it's a win against Viperio, and a loss to Ecstatic. I get it. The victories are there, but the kind of quality of team are not in the comparison with 9. And I think that's something that we do have to say. FabBet, yes, statistically they look okay on Nuke, but you've got to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, they have pretty much just the building blocks, if that's the case, to look at it, right? So they have the foundations we know probably will be solid. So It's just to get that extra effort against a team like 9.
Yeah. Ooh, attention.
No.
Given opportunities, but Vexter
Not
cannot
bad.
go. Yeah, we can't be giving opportunities like that to a scout. Show a little bit more respect.
Put some respect on their name.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Ooh, Molly's going to split these CTs up. Rolls on this back 10
right?
again.
Talk about a little bit of that last round, how clean it was for 9. One thing you didn't mention, they had 4 rifles saved at the end of the previous round.
Yeah, money's looking
So,
good.
this is essentially just a bonus round for them, and it will be. But Fabit still having that first kill, having the fact that a 9 are being so slow on their side at the same time, it is giving them so many opportunities to just wiggle their way in here.
We've got 3 players down towards the lower side and a player in vent. Fabit, they could overwhelm here, but Rolls, the MAC-10, making waves on the bottom side. Tension. It's here with the scout, but surely best is a tag onto Kragan, and it's onto Jackie and Marix. An attempt of salvation, but I don't think we ever expected the round to be found, but maybe a couple kills. Ralston loves this MAC-10. Jackie though, flies. Yeah, no, Jackie, look, shuts him right down and shuts him up.
I think he's been very quiet as well throughout the series, as opposed to how I kind of put him as well in the team as that sort of almost secondary star, maybe, with the Jackie to look out for. Not really performing it as of today yet.
No, 26 and
bottom
33.
for both maps, essentially. Oh, bottom for the series for his team so far.
Same can be said for Kragan though, he's really struggling, 17 to 29. Obviously heavily offset with the success that Faven has showed though. Man 2, he's got the AWP in play now. Tension as well. Tension currently playing from heaven. Now maneuvering to look towards outside. Bebexter's already crossed down towards Secret. Obviously, but Bebexter on that T side of Dust was the lurk towards B tunnels. Spearheading the attack down to Secret though is Bebexter. Timing on this nade is excellent. Couldn't be better. Great from Bondic.
Separated now as well as Ralls, but Molotov will be forcing Bondic away. All that actually does for 9 is to, or is actually lets them come back a little bit. They're still making noise outside as well, so they will be more than aware of the play they're trying to make. Tension gets traded out immediately as well, but in the meantime, he's done his job. Got that information, that's bomb to drop at the same time, so he's causing even more issues now for 9 to have to recover. Bring it back safely toward the side, which they are trying to get done here as well. Now, a bit of having found Jackie, giving yourself a little room, but not done yet. There's more to be done at this round in the hand of Father instead. Nade,
Great
excellent.
nade from Marix. I love that little fadeaway nade.
3-pointer going over and Bondic his headshot from it.
Always nice to see a little moment like that. Not only does he get the kill onto, I believe it was Kragan or maybe Faven, but then just dropping down, able to get himself out of the fight and then send such a nice nade.
Clean.
Yeah. Fab bet first round found. Yeah.
One of many, hopefully. If we go back to our very start of the game. You're back in 9, I was back in Fab, but at the winner of the whole series.
Yeah.
Bringing back that clash of ideas on who's going to be coming out on top. Right here now, we apparently have both teams competing for that title. Everybody's going down except for Smash and Bob. The builder torn down, however, Smash, a wrecking ball, will salvage himself, or salvage an AK-47 out of the round for his team. Down to the last man, and it's a full A explosion, which is just so chaotic and wonderful to look at as well at the same time.
Yeah, it was missed shots from both sides, really. Fab bet, though, prevailed, winning the clutch. Smash not only favoured because of his positioning, but he just has the health advantage as well. Bad bet, they should be able to find an easy third, a leveled up game now as it is just the pistols, but they've opted for the force. Interesting here from 9. Obviously, with just the one survive from FabBet, they're wanting to take full advantage of the opportunity to reset.
Outside, already one bat making a little bit of noise toward the lowest side of the map. That does go to rotation. And they missed timing from Bondig, actually.
Bondig's got to survive. He's going to send the nade.
Going to throw one of his own fadeaways.
Timing on his swing's perfect. Molly will land, force him forward, but he gets the kill.
Up close. Not up to task.
Flash now is in an excellent position here. He's got Marex to try and provide as much coverage as possible. Smash only to find one, though, a 3-on-3. There's still another Molotov here from Mantu. Weapon can be retrieved. Mantu's got the AK now. All three rotating and retaking from Ram. They can make their way up towards A if they choose to. The bomb is trapped here. Riles just needs to punch in the digits. Oh, they take their time. I really like this. They're going to hear the rotations. FabBet are so sure that it's this play up through A. I don't really know what's going on here.
I don't think anybody does.
The T's are backed away. They're now repositioning to single door.
This is Raz putting down the bomb. Now lets his teammates still play it together from single. The problem is he's going to be stuck here for a while. He can try to get out, but should be getting shot. But Marix just decides not to take the fight, apparently. So he's let him slip away at 5 minutes. Wait, they don't know he's here, right?
Definitely not. Fathom will surprise
No.
and get one. Excellent there. Mantu can get the trade, and now it's all on Jackie. Smoke on the bomb. Jackie doesn't have a defuse kit, though, so it's going to have to be the 10-second stick. He goes searching in Squeaky, searching in single door, but can't find anything. And now Jackie, that is the 10-second timer come through. He can't win this one. 9, the force buy looks really good. And Mantu, that retrieved AK doing so much work. 9 with a great response on that force buy victory. And you can see what it's done to the finances of FabBet.
It has wrecked him, to put it easily. Timeout as well. This just lets him gloat even further to make it hurt.
Yeah, definitely. You know, twisting the knife. And now for 9, with the anticipation of an eco from FabBet, they can get themselves 5. And look, 5 on the T side of Nuke is usually what you're hoping for. The fact that there'll be another 5 rounds to be played on this half makes it a little bit scary, I think we have to say. Don't get me wrong, it's not out of the realms of possibility, and the force buy from FabBet can bring them right back into the equation, but obviously they lose this force buy, they give up 6. A lot of weight here in round number 7. FabBet potentially giving up such an advantage to 9 here, but they feel confident with these weaker weapons, and let's see what they have to work with.
This is a bold find. FabBet, so much confidence, so little result, however, to start things off here. Outside force to the hands of one alone man of Bob XD, and again, that does force the CCs to respond to it. Reaction is mad down the low. I think it's that smash making its way from the ramp all the way toward the secret side of the map. So FabBet, if you have 4 players essentially ready to fight, you gotta make this play quickly. Responded to 9 before they can get your face. That was the problem they had on the CT side of Dust too. They let 9 have too much control. Didn't challenge it early enough. Yeah, they tried to, but Bondik's been met by the AWP of Mantu as well. They've just decided to stall right after, and it is easy pickings.
Yeah, far too.
Either you commit to it, or you try something else. And in this case, they tried something else that was getting picked apart one by one.
That is the
Well,
bomb.
a bomb has been picked up. I don't think that's the end all of anything.
Oh.
Look at this. It's clean. It's easy. It's Bob XD. 4 kills.
I think the problem there from the side of FabBet was what we saw on Dust. It was, they've got their set protocols, they've got their setups, but they weren't proactive.
Yeah.
And I think especially with weaker weapons on Nuke, you have to be proactive on that CT side. Whether it's a lobby crunch, whether it's a ramp rush, whether it's kind of an early stack onto the bomb site and maybe looking to slowly shift your way in, or an outside presence. But FabBet would just stack like statues and just allow a XD to completely dismantle.
How many USP kills do you wager this round will get?
I think they get 5, but don't have enough time for the defuse.
Oh.
Look, you've
A
asked
little bit of comedy, huh?
You've asked a serious question.
I see.
I don't give serious answers.
You know what? That's fine.
I reckon they'll get 2. I reckon they'll find man 2.
I feel like 2 is such a safe answer. It's like, they're not going to win the round, but there's something there.
Well, yeah, I think 9 will overfight. I think they've got a Mac 10 on Raz. I think he's going to be quite happy for...
Yeah, he knows.
Okay.
That alone tells him what is happening here. Kill is about to pop up.
Oh, bit of aimbot training. The CTs will be very lost.
Last man. Yeah, tension wasn't there, so that added a bit of mystery to the round itself, but they figured it out.
They found 6 though. 9 have already found kind of a very, very strong T side so far, and with 4 rounds to play with, if they can just get, you know, 1 or 2 more, such an incredible performance here on Nick.
Yeah, and what is 9 but an upside down 6? Am I right?
Yeah,
it
true.
was meant to be. Not gonna be boosted apparently. They're just waiting for something else instead. Over the smoke. What do you got? Any Overwatch? Any heads that can be spotted? The answer seems to be no. They're looking to set up instead of the next phase of the attack here. Now that they've got an immediate plan in mind on how they're going to approach this match itself. Matthew's got some wallbang he's thinking about as well. He's hustling. He's not really getting the bag yet, but he's hustling here. Respect the effort. Bondic down as well. Again, I think this is every round I keep saying this right now, but there needs to be reactions for Fatbet, and that's because every single round they end up down a man for the very beginning of the round itself. I don't remember the last time they had that entry.
Yeah, I think when you look at these rounds for Fatbet again, it's all reactionary. It's an exact kind of reskin of Dust 2. It's 9 setting the tempo, 9 being the ones to kind of force the hand of Fatbet. And look, 9 makes some noise, Fatbet they come walking.
Apparently, there's already been 4 openings that Favbet have won. So, I mean, they're absolutely getting a couple of these kills, yeah, but it doesn't change the fact how these rounds are played.
No, definitely not. Opening kills or not. It's the fact that 9 as well, in these Tech 9 rounds, yes, they might lose the opening kill, but the trades are really good, and that's always been so vital. This is a full buy round, only 48 damage dealt. Favbet, they seem lifeless here on Nuke. I touched upon the fact that you look at the stats for Favbet, you look at the win rate, and you go, ooh, 86% win rate on Nuke? Look, there's an asterisk next to that statistic. Some of the opponents they've played aren't at the same level of 9, and that's what we're seeing right now. 9 are manhandling Favbet here on Nuke.
That is continuing from where they got left off on Just 2.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a little bit to see Favbet is not punching up to what I assumed was going to continue for a lot longer than just one map and just one half, essentially, because it was that first half and difficult round for the second. The first 14 rounds of the series where we've seen Favbet be very confident, and then on Just too little too late. Here we are seeing, by the way, them being proactive at the same time with these force bites, with these weak weapons. We asked for it, and we do get to see it, and I guess the payoff has to become quite the big one. Favbet, though, I'll say he is known for a clutch or two in this jersey.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one before, though. At least he's got time on his side, but everything covered. The elevated angle from Tension and Smash, so difficult to deal with. And then there's the AWP on Jackie. Smoke thrown. Bavan, there's no point nading this smoke open. All attention's now on you. I think your only way through is to... How he ever thought he was going to win it while throwing utility iron. Lost 4 and the nade couldn't have been better. It's the impact damage and obviously the full 55 as well. Still, 9 have got, worst case scenario here, Nexus, they've got 7 on the T side of Nuke. A very impressive performance. And the real problem that FabBet face is that the money for 9 is so good. They're going to be getting investments here until the end.
Yeah, we had the same exact problem when it came to map 2. They have too much money already built up here. FabBet never gets any easier at the job for them. Tension outside, first one. He'll nail it. Able to escape as well with the grace, the smokes deployed. Gonna back away, and hey, for the first time in a while, we're saying FabBet a 5v4 instead of the other way around.
It's because they go for a proactive approach again. They go for the push, they go for the peak. They're not the ones waiting for 9 to strike. Look, I get it. Sometimes it is a little bit nervous, and you don't really want to be the ones making those risky plays. But this is the CT side of Nuke. You can't just be static. You really can't.
As well, this is gonna be a fun round to view how 9 would have played man disadvantage.
Yeah.
Apparently, they've just been given free reign. FabBet, they wanted to play that advantage so much that they've let them slip into one of the B sides with a free bomb plant. And even if a 4 versus 5, it's right up their alley. They've turned the tables in a span of about 7 seconds.
What do you do though if you're FabBet? You're in a 2 versus 2. You should really go for this, but the bomb's halfway ticked. You've kind of wasted your time. They will give this one a go.
Have I seen this?
Jackie's got a smoke.
Molotov and a flashbang and a kid.
Ooh! Think of the
time.
No time anyway, but 9, they will find their 8th round.
Can they match it? It's an easy easy joke to make to see if 9 managed to get 9 on the board. Like punching below the belt at that point, but it's such low-hanging fruit, man. So easy.
Yeah, I think for FabBet, they're gonna look back at Nuke, and maybe a little bit more practice needs to be made, because the CT side here of both Nuke and Dust, far too passive, far too systematic, not enough freedom, not enough kind of fluid nature, and that's why it's been so one-sided here. Man 2 kicks things off nicely. Tension chipped away at so heavily. Down to 25 points of health. Dragon will eventually find. Man 2 going for a bit of a pot shot. Ooh, Bondic lucky to be alive there. 2-man advantage though for 9. They can just group and hit a site. I don't think it really matters. It's unfortunate for FabBet because the way they started this series was just so good. Obviously, it was quite some time ago, but you think back to that performance on Ancient. You think back to that T side where they were, what, 8-3 up, 7-2 up. It looks as though the game could never go against them, but Fabian gets a nice double kill. Smash spotted towards ramp. Round over, and 9 will get themselves their 9th. Crazy game of Counter-Strike. And now, if FabBet want any chance of a comeback here on the T side, the pistol is needed.
Yeah, not to keep dogpiling all too much on this FabBet side as well, but we have not seen a single competent CT side from them today. Which, you know, a bit of an issue.
No, not a single one.
Yeah.
Which is always
they've been
tough.
pretty good. They've been very good, right? Ancient's T side, obviously 8-4.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Just too little, too late. Not enough on the CT half. And here, to be determined, but history has shown me that they've had some pretty decent T sides here. So, possibility to at least keep that up is still there, but nonetheless, this is a show with pistol probably might decide it all.
Yeah. Even if FabBet find the pistol and 9 go for the force and then lose the force and lose the eco, they've still got a 3-round lead on the favoured side here of Nuke. I think FabBet, this is slowly going to be the beginning of the end. I don't really feel too confident, but it is going to be this playthrough ramp. Man2 right-clicking the flashbang, blinding a couple. Man2 taken down and Smash finding Fabian. Man advantage now for FabBet. touched upon the fact that T-sides have been good, but Vexter tucked away towards Dark with the Julies. Rolls confined as well from single door. And man advantage now back the way of 9. On the A-bomb site is Kragan. Tucked away close on the site. It's all about delaying. They're going to drop the bomb. Oh, the bomb can be denied here. Kragan can find him. Just needs to swing. Takes down the bomb planter. And Kragan with the double. 9 find the pistol. Double digits now acquired. 3 rounds away from closing out the series and going 1-1 in the Swiss stage.
They really need Zordon's help, man. They need to power up here.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna be the force spy to seal the deal. For 9, this is one of the easiest. Oh, I say one of the easiest situations they should have on paper, but then again, you've got the map itself of being new, got a D side where you can rush out A with pistols and win rounds. You've got a slight asterisk there, absolutely, but nonetheless, you've got a round that you should close things out in to get that 11, but it never goes according to plan, does it? You've got a couple instead offered up by the T side. Entries eventually will be responded to in kind. 3 players remain on the side of 9, all tagged up as well a little bit, but it's not enough to find them. Take 11-3, and the Power Rangers, I do believe, are powering down.
Yeah, not an easy one, but look, when you only find 3 rounds on the CT side of Nuke, I think we all know generally what that spells for the end of the game. Dragon repositioning, elevates on top of Garage. It is once again this force bites, once again this A play. Bondic, he's got the molly in hand. It's not going to be this play through A. In fact, it's going to be through ramp. Bondic, great shot here. Fabin, he's in an excellent position. They get that kill on A, and they're kind of flustered as to whether they go towards ramp or whether they hit towards A. But it is in fact going to be that ramp play. Mantu rotating in, going to play in front of the Molotov. There is a slight gap to work with, and Kragan rotating down. Sadly not connecting the bullet. Still the 2-man advantage here. Could have caught the bomb crossing. There is a molly on Kragan. He could have sent to deny the plant, but not quick enough to pull the pin. And the final 3 is surely just the save here. Fabbet, they deny the 12th and series point being found by 9.
That is quick. That is clean.
I like the kind of the double fake. Fabbet send the smokes towards outside, and we're seeing some kind of contingencies from 9 with this outside play. Then they throw the util towards A, and obviously with that A utility, we're seeing the hut players pushing, and obviously we see Bobexter go down to Bondic, a very fortunate kill, but it's all a ruse. Again, it's a ramp play. I really like the idea of it.
Terrorists win.
Extend game before it's too late. On Dust 2, I'm pretty sure it went to 12-3, and then you had the streak of rounds. Fab ended up getting toward the end there, but yeah, they've avoided that fate for now. Press on a 9. So kind of timeout wouldn't have either be too crazy here, and that is exactly what they've gone for. Right, with a couple of M4s being taken to this round, they've still got a chance to get something to the ball here as well. Field damage. But my question is, right, with the wishes and the hopes that we had of Fabbet being a bit more aggressive and proactive, specifically on the CT side, are we gonna see that from 9 from the very get-go, right? Obviously, last round is that outside smokestack, something along those lines again. Perhaps 9 to try to clear these things. A lot of options and opportunities available for the CT side to be a little cheeky, so do wonder what they want to go for. But plenty of utility might actually point us in another direction as well.
They've got a lot of freedom here. I think it might be an elevate for Bobexter. They have actually, in fact, dropped him utility, so maybe he won't be playing on the boost, but I think a boost could be nice for the MP9. Oh, I like this molly. Plays the fake molly towards ramp. Kragan pushing with Fabbin by his side. The MP9, though, confined. Smash completely surprising. Fabbin will get the kill, and Riles gets the double as he pushes through Squeaky. Marek's all alone now in the 1 versus 3. He gets 1, down to 50 HP as Marek, but he's so worried about this ramp push. The bomb's been dropped. He needs to retrieve it. He's got a rifle now. 5 bullets in the magazine, though. We'll get the reload off, but look at Mantu. He's close by. He's heard the steps. Marex, your time is numbered. Mantu creeping closer. Marex dropping the Molotov. There is another in front of him that he can retrieve. I don't know whether that's been called or bombed, but Mantu is so close behind Marex. He turns, Marex! He has a chance. It's not as though it's an impossible round, but certainly not easy. Mantu can retrieve the AK, but now they have got 8 opportunities to close out the series, and 9 will go 1-1 in the Swiss stage.
A wonderful game here, and this is a great return as well for 9 into the series.
Yeah.
Again, it just makes me wonder what if they had 1 or 2 more rounds to play with initially when it came to that ancient, similarly to Valbet, and they just do. What if there was 1 or 2 more rounds? Yeah, these conversations. I wish I could have seen as
What's
well, but the way they still come to this map 2, map 3, swing it. Not going down without a fight is impressive as all hell.
Yeah, 2v2 scenario now. Faven and Babexter. Ooh, bonding. Great timing. Trade surely to be seen. Babexter jumping down. He will get the kill. And now Jackie in the 1v1. Babexter maneuvering down towards ramp. Molly thrown. Jackie's got a smoke as well, but he is going to make his way back up to a very cheeky hit. Babexter might not realize this, but surely hearing the steps now. That realization has come through. Oh, Jackie. He's just cost himself an extra 4 seconds there. Gets off the bomb prematurely. And now Jackie with a question of whether to stay towards main, whether to rotate round. Is he going to look to wrap heaven? Babexter does have a smoke. Question is whether he can retrieve a kit. There's no dead bodies on the bomb site. Jackie, great clutch there. Vital for FabBet.
We're not done. We are not done here. Individual prowess a little bit it still shows for FabBet, but while we say it's not done yet, it still feels like it's going to be with the way this has been happening so far. Ast comes back to haunt FabBet even here. And you as well, right? If to any of us actually thinking, right, why is FabBet losing this battle? You did point out, right, the caliber of teams they've played on, despite the wins they've gotten, is not on the same level as 9.
No, obviously,
they're a fantastic team, and with fantastic individuals who, well, highlight Faven throughout this entire series so far. Mantu for map number 3 is almost at the 3 KD, and a pretty solid Bob XD performance as well, with Rals popping out for a couple of maps as well, a couple of moments. Dustin, that was his D side essentially. Still keeping up here. It is a team effort for 9, and it is doing them plenty of justice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been excellent from 9. I think they're deserving of the victory here. Not to say that FabBet can't come back into this, but look, I think I'm a realist. I think 9 will get one. Yeah, they'll get 1 out of the next 6. You know, I anticipate this one's already done, but you'd expect them to find at least 1.
Nine, they've guessed incorrectly here. But even so, it's not going to matter all too much, right? They're going to save these weapons.
Yeah, give it another go in the next.
Bomb has been planted.
Might also be an AK here. Maybe a Galil.
Max 10 something.
We have Max 10, yeah. We got something here.
Well, look, it just means that the 5.7 can be dropped across. If Mantu or Rouse actually goes towards ramp, there's another pistol there, so it will be pretty much the same buy. I guess without armor, without Kevlar, sorry, for Faven and Kragan. But they're gonna have 4 weapons in the next. FabBet, they should find the 7. Again, look, I think it's just, I guess, delaying the inevitable.
Delaying the inevitable indeed. And so, FabBet, how much longer can they delay that is a question here. My money is on not long, if that counts.
No. I wouldn't be giving you high odds on that either. I think next full buy is where the one is where it's over.
You know,
I think
I'm gonna
Fabbat,
go a step beyond. I'm gonna say it's over here.
you think they lose on this one? Wow.
I have a lot of faith in just rounds like this that have no actual say in succeeding.
I'm right there with you. I feel like it's always the most outlandish of rounds where victory's seen. And I think what a statement it would be if Fabbat lose this one.
It could be a weird situation here that I could absolutely see happening. If Bob gets one, dinks one more. It's the 5-5-7 that finds himself a tag, gets shot, and then it's suddenly the USP of Kragan that gets like 3 kills.
Rolls is in such a good position.
Insane.
His team are going to bait him in massively.
They may not actually still approach it. We don't see anyone exploring the secret stairs, indicating they still might actually want to come back toward the A side, just testing the waters toward the lower or outside, and that's about it. But an A play seems very much an imminent play here. There's the smoke toward mini that allows them to steal up toward the heaven side, so control is what they're looking for. That does kind of make things a bit more difficult for Rawls himself, as well as the rest of the defense, but him mainly at the moment. Amantu can't do much if they decided to go up heaven instead of up the ladder.
I think this is where we need to see them boost that MP9 up as well, but Rawls fixating here on heaven. I don't really know why Kragan's holding heaven. Rawls is going to be the one to take contact beforehand. Chi grenades coming. Kragan chipped away at. Ooh, Kragan gets one. Bondik will get that kill, but it's all on Mantu, and Bondik gets the triple. Well, I think you got that one a bit wrong.
Yeah, good calls coming up for Fabbat there. Recognizing there was no sort of challenge, anyone outside, and nothing of the sort. So they take the time, they take the space they're given, and don't rush into the stack, and instead they wrap around it, they find it the first one, and of course, if Raz finds one, things look different. The fact is, they found him, they were patient enough in their own approach, and it pays off for them as well. So now put us around for 20. I was wrong, Fabbat. You do manage to get through those fights.
Yeah, still life.
Force by, I don't know, what do we call that even? I don't know.
I think it's a half buy.
I guess you would categorize it probably. It wasn't much of a buy.
Not a great one.
It's a weird one. It doesn't matter. Well deserved scoreline and Fabbat. They gotta play the flawless game here to start things off. Bondik killed number 14. He is shown up here as well toward the end of Just 2 here. He's decided to get his head on the kill feed a couple times, and Raw's down, ramp taken. No one on the CT side really able to stop this.
Bavin dropped down into the A bomb site, so he's going to be an even slower rotation. Kragan is here, though. The first line of defenses for the B bomb site. Smash seen, but not taken down. No damage even taken in that fight. Kragan really whiffing his shots. Surely just the same for these final 3. Fabbat. However much belief I might have in a comeback, I still feel like it's just too difficult. Needing what? 7, 8 rounds in a row. I just think it's not easy, is it? Yeah, 8 rounds in a row is what's required for Fabbat. They are halfway there now. Living on a prayer.
Shows some hope in the fact that 9 are a bit afraid of going for these retakes as well, right? So for Fabbat, right, it's a couple of rounds now where they've just gotten these first few entries. They managed to get the map control and full commit off of those, and now they're worried about their economy. Maybe in a way makes the job easier for Fabbat as well. Thinking it's only a couple of kills, we just need to succeed in getting this part of the map or getting this bomb down. In which they, so far, during these last few rounds, have been pretty comfortable in actually securing the rounds from those positions. We'll see if that continues to be the case. But round of 21, we're starting things off here and now. Vice, Op is missing, so he's currently on Mantu, but beyond that, all is A-okay. We've, as well, one thing that was missing was that CT aggression from Fabbat at the start of their first half. Here from 9, they have not been shying away from it. Seen it once or twice already, why not do it yet another one? Or another round here to just add some spice to it. Get in front of Favre. Force them to play these awkward positions instead. Reactive was how 9 were able to out that first half, forcing Favre to be reactive. They are still choosing to be more passive for the moment.
Bad bet. Slow things down a bit here. The minute has passed, and yeah, for any contact or conflict. The elevated angle of Fab, and the longer that this round goes on, the less likely Fab better to be prepared for this. And it is going to be this playthrough A, so much utility coming through, but it could be this route, it could be the fake, it's going to be the ramp play. Faven is so well prepared. Elevated angle, Faven gets one. Now realizing he's boosted up, he can get a second, it's all about delaying. Faven on the USP, no rotation seen, but there's 20 seconds left. They're going to make their way up to A. Mantu, he thinks he's in a great position, but no, they're going up the ramp. Marix up the vent as well. It is this crunch on the A bomb site. Marix, he's got to go huge, he's got to go nuclear, and he gets the double. He gives this round the way of FabBet. 9, they gamble down to the lower side. It's the right decision, but great awareness from FabBet to realize heaven is open, and they maneuver their way up. A crazy last second call there.
That, we have to say at least, is one thing that FabBet have still been doing consistently on these T sides. These now 2-map comebacks that they've had to make, is the fact that they have been getting very good in the mid rounds, making correct reads and calls.
Yeah, for sure.
No matter how it ends, that is one thing I don't think they have to worry about all too much in the future. It's just cleaning up CT sides that seems to be an issue, and maybe for both teams as well. They could kind of extend that to now the fact that these comebacks, or almost comebacks, have been allowed.
We're going to see a buy here from 9.
Here we are.
Faven can invest, Kraken and Mantu can both drop. Okay, yes, there's going to be no AWP for Mantu, but an investment to be seen nonetheless. 9 utilizing their final tactical pause. They've had 5 opportunities yet to close it out. They've got another 3. AWP in play. Faven. How has he got the AWP? How has he dropped it? He doesn't have armor. Faven, are you really playing unarmored to get Mantu on the AWP? Because if you are, I love every second of it.
I like it. I like it as well. That is...
When it falls flat because Faven gets aim punch, we're going to laugh, but it's fine.
You know, there's maybe a world where that doesn't need to happen. It's the one where Mantu activates.
Yeah.
Or literally anybody not named Faven being the first contact. We'll see, though. We'll see if we get to laugh at him or not. Laughing is, in this case, a privilege. As for Shehi, death also taken.
Great from Kraken, but Marek so fast. It is going to be this A-play. Faven taken down by Smash. The lack of armor doesn't change anything in that altercation. Kraken now needing to survive, but Marix can find Bebexter rotating in to find 2. It's on Marix and Bondik now. Marix has been heavily chipped away at. Bebexter maneuvering down. Mantu clearing ramps so systematically. Marix, he's worried about a flank. He's worried about a re-wrap. The correct thing to be worried about. Bondik always planting for main. It can be denied by Bebexter, and it is, and it's all on Marix. He's got a little bit of util to work with. He's got time on his side as well, but Bebexter, he spots the gun barrel. He will take him down. 9. They do progress. They do proceed as the victors here. They will get themselves to that 1-on-1 spot, but what a game it was. Nexus, thoughts and feelings after that one.
Well played game again for 9. Like, it's not the first half of the first map. That's the only time they looked really off in this one.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds they do get to play with in the end as well, but it's not like they were struggling. We were not really in doubt that they were going to close out these games. Instead of they were up like 11-4 here on Nuke, then 12-4, 12-3 on Dust 2. It felt like they still had it under control. And it is a well-played individual game from them. And it is a bit of a lacking one, unfortunately, from the side of FabBet. It's just didn't really get to see anybody all too consistently show up there. And then we have, I think, in my eyes as well, Marix just not stepping up to the plate to deliver, right? When you look at how much he was involved as well for Nuke in opening duels, he did not with a single one of those, for example, right? There's so many situations where that sort of firepower could have been used, unfortunately, just was not. And 9, they walk away here victorious, reverse sweep complete, and nearly as well a comeback in map number 1, so we've seen it all here today.
Yeah, it's brilliant from 9, obviously moving to 1-1. For Fabbet, it's 0-2. Sadly, their first loss being the forfeit loss. But obviously, that's not it. We are slightly behind schedule, so hopefully not to delay that next game in Astron versus Eclot. We'll be handing over to the lovely commentary duo of, I believe, Anthran and Paladin. So make sure if you guys are staying tuned for that game, you show them too some love. That's been it from me at Nexus. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the action to unfold from the day, but we'll be jumping to a short break before.
And welcome back to CCT. Our day is still going strong, but we've still got 2 best-of-3s in front of us, in which I think this one's pretty interesting, because when you ask me, you look at these 2 teams on paper, I don't think it's a crazy bout to say Astrom should probably be gunning for the top of the group, yet here they are finding themselves against Ekblad in the 0-1 after suffering a loss to start.
Yeah, I mean, look, this team is well, they were orgless for a little bit, and you kind of expect that this team would probably disband in Astrom and then definitely get picked apart, considering how much talent they have on this roster. But the fact of the matter is that they're still out here grinding as 5, and they're getting some big scalps. But I definitely didn't necessarily expect them in the 0-1 bracket to start off the proceedings today. I mean, of course, there are no actual profile pictures, but you've heard of all of these guys. Grix definitely being the player that stands out to me the most. Definitely a player that has been looked at by a lot of different organizations at the top end of the scene, and a player that I am very excited to watch in the server today, just because of the nature of how he likes to approach the game. These new gen Russian oppers all have just a very distinct style of opping, and that'll be very cool to follow. Of course, the main core of Kenzie or the main duo, I should say, of Kenzie and Norway have been around for quite some time. They're super exciting, and of course, you still got these 2. I guess more experienced-ish players in Patsy and Clax who haven't necessarily reached back to those levels that made me excited about them. Obviously at varying levels. Patsy, a major semi-finalist, and Clax doing some great work on 9 Pandas. But you look at all these names and you say, yes, this team should be winning a lot more. And unfortunately, they just haven't been.
Yeah, and I don't know if I could say the same for Ekblad. I think they're a little more inconsistent in terms of results, but there's some pretty good stuff in here with map wins over Passion UA, with series wins over Sangel and Sashi. They're starting to work their way back on the up and up, and I have always been a fan of callers like me. I've loved this guy ever since he was back on, I believe it was Enterprise or one of those teams. He's been, I'd say, in a stable spot for a very long time, and by that I mean like 4 or 5 years now. He doesn't really swap teams a lot, and I've always loved the system he's operated under. And now they haven't had the craziest amount of success under his calling necessarily. I say they, I mean the rosters he's been on, but I kind of want to take the ball off of him, whereas I think he's been playing very well for what you would expect of him, and he's not necessarily had the craziest of pieces around him. I think one of the only notable players you could say he's played with is Zedco in the past. That was even before Zedco became the Zedco that would make it to, I believe, OG and do decent there, or even get noticed to get there in the first place. So I honestly think this is a team that could go places. It just depends on how the players around him play.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the maps that we have for us today. Inferno to start things off. Train as our second map being picked by Astrom. That'll be a fun map to watch both 4C and Grix. And then we've got Anubis to decide. And I think for Astrom, they'll be happy with all these maps. I mean, they've played Train quite a bit of times. They don't have Mirage in the pool here today, unfortunately, since Ekblad banned that out. But they get quite a number of some of their favorite maps that they've got, that I feel pretty comfortable in favoring them in this matchup here today. Now the question is what kind of Ekblad we get on the day, because I think they've assembled a pretty solid roster. I think about the great work that Detour has done, Mikey as well, who really made a name for himself previously, leading up to the major. I believe it was the Enterprise roster, and then of course his stint on OG that really felt like OG was turning a corner because of him on the team. So I think that they've got definitely some great talents on paper, but of course putting it together has definitely been difficult for them. And I think you can say the same for Astra moving forward.
Yeah, it's hard because I think the same, like I said, like you said, rather, the same question could be posed to what kind of Astrom do we get on the day, because even though they haven't necessarily been in their stride ever since the heydays of Aurora, where they were making names for themselves there, it's not exactly the result you would expect of them to get blown out on Mirage by Monty in the opening round, and I don't necessarily think that's just going to happen again. I think, honestly, could be a wake-up call. Really depends on the way you look at it. You look at events outside of this, and Astrom have still been putting up good results. In fact, that was a rematch from a 2-1 win they had just a couple of days before it in Thunderpick, and I don't really think there's a lot of similarities to draw between these two teams in the sense of more than just being in the 0-1 column. I still think that on paper, this should be Astrum's game to win, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of reasons you can give to Eklot potentially showing up on the given day and maybe surprising a little bit. But that's all to be determined because we're ready to hop into the game. Map 1, Step 1 is Inferno, and it's Eklot's pick. I think this is the map to try and outcall a team that you might not necessarily be favored against. Just really depends. And right now, Eklot have to show that. Starting on the T side, nothing too shocking as we wait.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, Inferno will be a good one. I think that this is a situation where I do think that Kenzie has got a lot of work to do as a caller. I've still never been really impressed by him when he decided to take the reins and say, yes, I will call. It's either Kenzie or Norway. I'm like blanking right now, but yeah, it does feel as though he never really wanted to do it, and then he was kind of forced to do it, and now you've lost so many of your different. Okay, yeah, it is Norway, my fault. But he was never necessarily asked to do the calling on that Aurora roster for quite a bit of time, and he's kind of really like leaned into learning that role, but there's still a lot that I want out of him, and I think hopefully a player or a coach like Zoma will hopefully try to lead him in the right direction. But unfortunately, folks, we do have a little bit more than other options here.
I think that potentially to make or break the series could be the opping of Grix and Forzy going against each other. Now, I don't necessarily know if we're going to see it the most on this map, because as of late, I feel like you just don't even see T-sided ops anymore, especially on maps like Inferno, where you favor mobility. So, I don't know if that's going to change with a team like Eklot. I think Eklot are very good at playing with the pace of a game. I think that's something they've always been good at doing for years and years now. They're not a team that is a slow burner, but they're also not scared to be. I feel like the one thing I could always see Eklot doing was switching it up on any given round. And I think they do have the ability to punch above their weight class for factors like that, where it's not a very linear game plan whatsoever. And I think, again, Eli, he calls a great game. It's been a while since I've seen him. I'm happy to. Get this show on the road with a quick push-up banana, nothing too crazy. This one will be a bit of a slow starter as one inches his way up banana, the other up alt. And this is a weird stack from Astrum right now. They started 4A, maybe expecting a quick pop, and now they're just shooting back for a B-lean.
There we go. Straight into that B bomb site. And it'll be a little difficult to figure out who's on what site, but we'll figure it out as we go on. Smokes up for Mikey. Can't necessarily go in, so Eklot slow the pace of the round down. Definitely keen on just waiting this out, but a 4-player stack here, and you'll never really have Detour figuring out what's going on that A side of things and whether or not it's a bluff, so they'll go into this stack straight away.
Good Molly forces Norway off of his angle, and now they decide to build it off here. You're right, stack never left. So Norway strikes first and trades in, but at this point, the stack's already been revealed. To get away with only one casualty, that could be a really big deal for Eklot. They've already got full control of the A site. In the meanwhile, whilst all this was going on, Daitor took full seizure, and even though there's still fights happening at Banana, the bombs escaped its way to the other end of the map. They still need a little more leverage. Because right now, down at Bananas, where everything's really going down, and NBK does pretty much as you could have asked him to. Daitor, a good headshot back. And we'll stay even in a 2-on-2. There's a kid in play for Kenzie. And they seem to be aware of the double retake up through lane, so didn't just get Daitor. A couple of shots pop off as he calls back for the assistance of Eli. But Astrum have split for this retake. Kenzie hoping to be bought for some time. Distractions there, but the shot spawn over ready for Kenzie's peek over in arm. A couple of shots in from Grix, and it doesn't matter if you put a 1v2 in front of him. He splits the bill just like that, and Astrum out of nowhere pick up the pistol.
Ask and you shall receive, man. This guy is gifted. Great double swing there from the Eklot side, and Eli even reads the arch trap, but you got to be a little bit more snappier if you want to take down Grix in this kind of a situation, and that's the individual flair that he can bring to a roster like Astrum. And straight away, Eklot has you thinking, do they have enough firepower to go toe-to-toe? Because when it comes to a map like Inferno, you're just going to have to outcall them. That's just the nature of the beast, and they have the capabilities of doing that. But again, it's putting pen to paper. They get the bomb plant down. They will force buy. We got 3 Galils, limited utility, looking to try and break back into this game.
This is gonna be one of those runs. They go a bit faster. It's a very heavy alien. I don't think anything's hidden about that one. And there's a decent chunk of utility already invested for Astrum, so it's not like they have a ton to stop them from getting into A. In fact, I think they only have 1 smoke. Rather, no, it's the one Molly on Clax. But MP9 and Pit, we've seen this get overrun before. Now they decide to slow it down a little bit. Astrum don't really have info anywhere right now. They haven't spotted in car. They don't know it's coming up toward B. And Eklot literally just went for a late B take. So, gotta give that a little bit of respect. Right now is, I believe that's Mikey trying to sell a fake, currently baiting up the smoke of that B player. Now they've got to retake something. 1 flash in from Clax. It seems to be a lot of smoke and mirrors right now as finally they decide to re-clear car. And Grix is going to go for a rotation off of that. It's a false sense of security. This is lining up to be a potential Halls pop or just an A split.
Yeah, no re-clear banana and no early information has them completely second-guessing themselves. So now, Patsy and Clax have to deal with what's coming at them. And you gotta pit MP9. That's not necessarily the best weapon for the job, but Patsy's been known, and so is Clax. Clax can't get anything. That's when Mikey double swings and Patsy goes down. So this should just be a save if you're Astrum. No need to necessarily even give any of these guns away, especially this A1S. I honestly don't know why they're sticking around at this point. 3v4 on the A bomb side is a non-negotiable save in my eyes.
Right now, they've actually got some decent leverage here. This Molly is causing some issues. 2 on site. They've got a couple low players. 1 in pit, 1 in mini. They've got a good idea coming back into this one. Kids. Bonfires for a moment. They're holding up pretty damn strongly with that Galil right back in Mikey's hands. It is a lost cause.
It just was never gonna happen, man. I mean, the bomb went down. You know they have rifles. You know that you've got no real engagement factor, especially considering the bomb's half ticked. You want to hold on to those guns as long as possible, considering what the buy is going to be in the next one. You could have had a couple of MP9s to back up the 3 rifles that you had, or 2 rifles and an MP9. But now you've got pistols across the board, no utility in an MP9 that you have to double force buy into anyways. So don't like that call there from Astrum. It's a little too bold for my liking, and now they have to really suffer the consequences.
This consequence right now is them taking control of Brown Hall. So Flax will be the first responder to what MBQ is doing. I don't think they have a battle. They're just going to peek it dry. The nice headshot pretty much locked out the counter. So you think 5-7 of Grix strikes back, even though the trade is in. I was a little worried there for a moment. Now it's just Patsy. All but secure this round, really. Headshots through it under the arch wrap. Expect out of 1 lone pistol, maybe 1 in lane, but Daitor's got his back, so Kenzie will just be running for the hills.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't know, man. I'm really liking this from Eklot so far. I know it's only a small sample size of 3 rounds, but I'm thinking of that last round, notably, where it's give or take 40-45 seconds left on the clock, and they're completely staying out of bracket, right? And they don't hit that go button until they know Flux.
Terrorists win.
I feel like it's very rare to see teams that understanding of what they're looking for and exactly when to go, especially when you get to teams like Eklot. That was really cool. That was really cool.
Yeah, I think tier 2 Inferno calling is something that is a work in progress for a lot of teams, but you could already start to see a little bit of prowess in that sense from Eklot. Ashram now on the full save here. Not necessarily anything to be excited about. If Kenji can get a gun here, that would be great to supplement the armor, but NBQ gets an important opener. Opens the door to this B bomb site. And should be a safe plan to a 3-1 start for Eklot. Great bounce back from them and great punishment of the force buy in round number 2.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm actually really surprised that right now. I'm really surprised. Yeah, right? I mean, you're going against an anti-eco, and they've essentially given them the AK there. I know, obviously, they're buying next round, right? But you got to Galil in the next round. I'm very surprised they let him even have that kill, but trades come back in, so it's not like you're getting away with it. Galil upgrades, nothing too fancy. Might be nitpicking, who knows? Right now, their score says Eklot looks pretty damn solid. I mean, you can even argue for the pistol being swung back into the table.
Terrorists win.
Or maybe even the other way of saying it is Astrom's round came off of a crazy Grix play. Beyond that, Eklot are looking really good.
And now they've got to go up against Grix's AWP. A guy that already has impact to start things off, but has to continue the good fortunes and start to call his own shots. And I think that's what I really want out of a young AWP. I think a lot of times, sometimes there's a little bit of apprehension from AWPs that have the mechanics but are afraid to call their own shots. And Grix is definitely not one of those options. Either way, we're gonna go straight into the banana take, flashing through his Mikey, but a respawn from Patsy gets Kenzie the kill.
That is surprising. I mean, I don't know if he didn't hear the MP9 shooting up. Dual Daitor! You're not gonna get away with walking into the scope of that. The trade from NBQ, and honestly 1-for-1 at this stage of the round with who you've just taken down. I don't even think that's all that bad. Banana Smoke soon to fade as he live is ripped to 1 HP through it. Couple of shots land, hit home right as he was about to walk away. Two shadows seen, they know it's coming. Sweet effort from Astrom. I wouldn't necessarily call it failed, but it certainly put a wrench in the works for Eklot, that's for sure. But he's not done. NBQ is going to creep back up through lane, and you almost wonder how far he's going to go. I don't know if he's seen the back of Patsy, but they seem poised to try and retake control of brackets. Right now they have it, but lane is a big unknown asset. Right now it feels like they're aware of Flux, or is he walking right back in? NBQ gets another, and he's not going to know that he is being flanked. It's a whole kerfuffle of a round, but Eklot, they weren't going to go away off of that regardless. Now you've got to deal with Patsy, who still has to work with. If they don't get this kill, round might be cold cut and delivered right then and there, and you can't wait this out. There's 16 seconds. At this point, it's save or go in, and they're saving.
A little bit of an overcook here from Eklot. I like the idea that they feign banana presence, they feign out a little bit of an A presence as well, and still recommit to the A site, but great play there from Patsy to wrap and then throw that smoke down instantaneously. I mean, if that smoke isn't up, they're running through that 100%. They're going to take the fight. Nearly even had the lineup as well, but Eklot get snubbed right at the tail end. Has to recover that AWP. Still have an opportunity at chaining some rounds together. But still a lot of money to chew through for this T side. 6K for 4C. Straight away back to this banana take. A little bit pacier this time.
Talking about, man. Eklot, they're not scared to try to get to the base, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Oh, 4C was set out to find the opener, but just narrowly jumping back. It looks like Kenzie's escaped grasp for now. Just a very quick rotation. We've already seen Grix very fluid with the way he's played around Inferno, and right now he's tasked with holding B all by his lonesome. No. With him. Good shot established, but shot's not there. An amazing boost from Borgi. He gets his second chance for the entry, and this time delivers. Now it's just one man towards Coffins, and I don't know if we really want to fight this. He will, and he'll give him a chance back in. Okay,
sure.
All right.
Big kill to get. The bomb isn't planted still, but that's a great kill to get back though. 3v3. 4C takes additional damage. Mikey will get that C4 punched in. Nori can't actually fight, but that smoke actually extinguishes the Molotov at the last second. Gives it a route back for Astrum to fight in the church straight away. Crack angle for Detour doesn't land.
Gotta use this util while you got it. Nade flash both flying into the depths of coffins. And Patsy with the trades coming in left, right, and center. They know where Flux is. And look at the quick movement from Eklot. Both dive into CT spawn. Fox wonders, I mean, he knows somebody went back there, right? Were you expecting both? I don't think so. And Detour, contact because of that. Flax, he'll mow them both down, but he won't get the round. Ultimately, a massive loss, and I think he gets terrorists win. Yeah, no sweat. But I don't think they really care how they get the round so long as they get it. The ops recovered, they'll throw that right over to Grix, but this is a save. Kind of like to call it a save on steroids, but
Yeah.
or not, unless they buy.
Sure. I mean, it's not like you've really cut down on the money. I think they've got a false sense of an idea of what's going on with Eklot. But with the number of bomb plants that they've had, the players that they've kept alive, they won't actually understand the situation. Either way, odd that Clax decided to exit through CT there. Especially when the only player that you see is in CT, just running through church like that, willy-nilly, feels ridiculous, but hey, I'm not the one playing in the server, so. Either way, smoke comes in for Banana early, and there'll be a little apprehension here at Cloud, slowing things down.
Oh my. They just dumped the whole kitchen on top bar and got like nothing out of it. That is problematic. They wanted to go in off the you can tell. All five of them sitting outside Banana, Nade's mom struck. They were praying they got a pick. But they were dead wrong. And again, Grix posts on the same corner he was the last round. I almost wonder if they're going to rinse and repeat this boost. Definitely heard somebody click-clacking back into the site. But what utility you can expend? Basic stuff so far. Smokes on top. Grix gonna feed him to the punch. Great shot on live, and they're still gonna go in off of that. Seemingly no fear as the MP9 goes back in the new box. There's not a molly for him. Right now, 40 for Grix, who doesn't get the job done in time, or rather was smoked off. I don't know if it wasn't committed to the 50-50, and that's how those duels tend to go. So this, again, all intents and purposes, should be Eklot's round. But Astrum aren't backing down just yet. Or they are. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, and now they call the save, understanding that this B bomb side is unretakeable, especially considering you just have a molly flash. And now they're starting to get a little economically savvy, but this lead is building slowly but surely. See, I don't... Okay. I just feel like they're just being a bit overzealous with playing like that, but should be fine. No players going down after time. And Eklot will notch themselves their 5th round. Keeping it nice and simple. Again, going into these banana takes with the idea that you can win these fights regularly. And even if you aren't able to win the fights in the early round, retaking it in the mid round and pushing Astrum back is the name of the game. And it's really drying Astrum up of information. They're not able to actually sustain themselves moving into these late round situations because they just frankly have no idea what's coming. They have to make an educated guess where they don't really have much to play off of.
Aggressively, but they eat the nades. That's what they wanted last time. Finally getting it. Then Live will take most of the damage back. That molly should be extinguished. You steal your 2 players' car. Look at this slate of damage right now. Eventually, it's going to lean to the favor of Astrum unless the kills keep going their way. Right now, it's just 1 player here in Kenzie. 38 they don't have what it takes to blow open this smoke. They can't beat the utility. The aren't there, and Kenzie's allowed to get back. He was the lone only way that this round is won. He falls, it collapses against that. They've done just enough to fend it off until Flux goes pushing an ult. That feels almost unnecessary for Astrum. They have, again, no idea what's going on.
Bit bizarre there. That one, Eklot did want to push the issue through that smoke. 2, Kenzie getting out alive, and 3, Clax being out caught in no man's land. But again, it feels like Astrum are being given a gift here. Grix tucked in the dark with Kenzie still alive for another.
no. They're not even gonna bother checking CT. Why would they both be here? And Molly gets out. You'll have your chance, but not for long. That's why you don't test Grix. One off can make a thing go right. And I think a couple of rounds ago, you mentioned on the save from Kenzie where he was swinging CT willy-nilly. There's just no need for it. I think there's a lot of sloppiness right now from Astrum that can be tracked to as far back as the first round, quite frankly. But one moment that stands out to me is that 3-on-4 that they end up winning, sure, but you got to think about the amount of things that just go unchecked. And it's surprising because I'm thinking back to that round where NBQ went for his lurk up lane, and Quack seemed to know that it was a possibility, but eventually just gave in and walked into the Galil. It's these small things, these little sloppy moves that Astrum are making that are giving a lot of mileage over to Eklot and turning rounds that don't actually look that great into something that are pretty winnable.
This time, Forcey's getting bold, just running down mid with that AWP, not finding a shot yet, but getting a lot of space. Wanting to go toe-to-toe with Grix here on that AWP on the other end. A dry swing, but an arm spotted, and that's all Grix needs. Beautiful shot there from him. Oh, a little bit of a barrel spotted as well, so information gained for Grix as well. And that gives them a foothold on this A bomb site. Now, Banana going in their favor as well as Norway and Clax chime in for a couple.
Man, he is just a one-man army right now. Back-to-back rounds where he gets a multi to potentially win them the round. Live, not sure of his rotation around to the site box. Play here, man. It's just impossible. A hat trick. And now you're going to finally see a save called from Eklot, and they did a lot of early game conditioning. You saw the mass of utility that was being thrown down Banana from Astrum. We're talking at least 2 nades, 2 or 3 mollies, smokes down there, flashes. Immediately depleting the resources within the first 10-15 seconds, but that offense from Grix on Archman, that was
nasty. Early aggression there from Clax and Patsy. But nothing spotted, so they'll just hole up in that apartment setup and allow for the third rotation to come through, but this is a little bit more pacey, and they've got to be aware of this. That smoke up is great. The kill from Kenzie even better. And now they can pull back that 4th rotation. No need necessarily to double down. But Mikey's caught with the bomb, and if he's not careful, he's going to have to dive back out, and he'll get out safely.
pretty clear from Clax. Shows nobody's home in brackets just yet. They've been bit by this before, so he drops the smoke. Patsy's left to defend from pit. And utilities run dangerously low, but in a round like this, it shouldn't really matter all that much. It's not like they have much either. So Clax and Cole just set up shop. Nice little crossfire on the A site. Shouldn't really get that far out of hand. And again, Grix is rotated in. That's something you've got to applaud him for. He has always been at the right side of the road. That's huge. Especially after all the playing the way he is now. Clax, couple of kills, or rather, finds with Patsy.
Oh, hold on.
They get 2 kills on a trade, and now I don't know what the hell's going on, because whilst, again, yes, this should still be a good round for Astrum, Live has armor. He has 100 HP, and Forzy, he throws that rifle over to him. There's a lot of potential,
Whoa.
but instead, goes for a fight out mid and leaves the IGL himself. Tech 9 gets ahead, maybe 2. He's had the rifle thrown over to him, and
No.
that's another headshot from him. It's 5 HP on Kenzie, who drops his molly. Maybe the last important piece of utility. And jump spot comes out. Somebody had to wield that off. No way Grix just throws it away for no reason. Another jump around. Tries to bait out the shot. He sees him. He knows you're posted. He knows you're not on top of the bomb. He live checks it again. You're still not on it. And it looks like a miracle has happened. Eklot, I don't know how they were given it, but thanks to Live, not just recalling, but him as an individual. They've said there's no tie in sight for Astrum.
Ah, that's a little unruly there from Astrum. Poor spacing there on the trade. And Eli have capitalized on the Tech 9. But I'd argue better work there from the IGL. It does feel as though I wanted a little bit more out of Kenzie. I see why he had the AWP, low HP playing Bogdan, but I don't know. It's definitely a hindsight kind of situation. Just great play from Eli. And right back to a double ego situation for Astrum. Apartment set up here, ready and rearing to go, but
Oh my.
Detour has a decent sight line on this coming out. But the silent wrap all the way through Artside is going to have this Astrum squad completely confounded. And Detour deals with the A setup anyway, so save territory, Eklock gets 7. And now this clutch from Eli all of a sudden looks to be game-breaking.
I don't know whether that was a call from Eli or just intuition from Daitor, but I'll hold that thought. But or rather, cause right now there's 2 MP9s in hot water. Everybody's trying to go for the They don't want to let anything get away from them. And MBQ's just spotted a nasty shoulder on Patsy. They know Norwe's in construction. I don't really think this is going to end up well. This force buy is absolutely a gutter ball. I don't even know if they're going to get away with a kill. As soon as I say that, headshot comes from Norwe's Deagle. But for all intents and purposes, this one is over. Enzi, you can try if you want with the MP9. He's given an AK and an opportunity for one that's quickly taken away by NBQ. Quote me if I'm wrong, right? Grix has played a very quick rotator role in Arch, or rather Speedway, anywhere over there for the whole game. So when they walked up Arch and saw absolutely nothing there, you saw Detour immediately be like, okay, they've got to be doing something in apps. That's the last time Grix wasn't in the game.
Or is he getting another one? These openers have been coming thick and fast for Eklot, but a 4v4 does spell concerns for the T side. Detour filling the void here in Boiler. Backs with his head-to-head, and Detour will win that every day. Great kill to find. And Eli has seen enough. He gets to the base of Car, and you're just going to pull the ripcord, go back to A, play the smoke fade, and trade effectively. There's only a player in pit. It should be easily managed and should be a 3rd or an 8th round for Eklot.
I'm keeping my eye on Mikey because he's kind of got to do something here, or else I feel like his lurk doesn't. That's a big kill. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what you want out of your lurker. You've just pulled Norway back. You've got Grix. We're wondering if this is going to be an A hit. And guess what? Clock rotation. Won't even need a bomb plant. Eklot, a great looking round to close off the half, and an 8-4 finish ain't too shabby.
Now then, what do Astrum do on this T side? Because they're up a creek with no paddle. And I can't necessarily even point to one player beyond Grix, because frankly, the side anchors haven't been doing enough for me to be excited.
Yeah.
And the setups have been pretty lackluster. For Eklot, on the other hand, barring a couple of hiccups in terms of the late round, I think they've had a much better handle on how they've wanted to play out some of these rounds. Their openers have been great. Detour, 4C, Mikey, they've all had moments here to kick open the door. And this could be a tale of how the series plays out, is that it does feel like this Astrum team is a bit uninspiring beyond Grix. And that's been a storyline about this core for a while now.
Storyline in this run could be Detour's info spotting in Arch. He's just seen, I think, 3 players under the bomb. So what do you do with this one if you're Eklon? Well, right now the answer is set up a crossfire in the apartments. Maybe not so much as a crossfire as a trade is set up. You're not getting out of this one. No way. Patsy's got you dead to rights. And that's one of the only players on A. You didn't end up rotating a 3rd or 4th player, rather a 4th or 5th player over. So Detour, ding, 3 HP in pit. They're going to try to run him down. There's not a big crossfire in place. And unless your player from Moto does everything for you, this is a pistol round that's gone by the wayside.
Bomb has been planted.
It's a bit more like it there. Who other than Patsy? I mean, I would point my finger towards him if they want to kickstart this T half. A guy that can be a game-breaking player if he's on his A game. And this round for Eklot will be a non-starter. They'll try to save the armor that they have. Force buy is absolutely on the cards at this point. They've got such a buffer that you can play out the next 3 rounds, no problem, and still be fine. And a couple of exit frags as well for the E-Live.
Terrorists win.
There you go.
That's a way to start yourself back up. I still think there was a lot given to them by Eklot, but I think Astrum at this point will take any reason they can have. But if you just come back in to lose the force buy, then it's pretty much all for nothing. And I guess I can hold my thoughts until at least that concludes. Not a ton of utility in the rankings though for Eklot, and that has me a bit alarmed. I'm confused at what the idea here is so far. But right now it looks like this would be an A stack with a couple of featured B nades.
Mikey looking to cycle utility off that B side, but yeah, it is Detour to take that first contact here in Apartments, and he'll win it against Clax. That's a big kill to find. Spoke up for Mikey, but do Astrum call the bluff and go through? They've thrown in that first volley of utility, and here comes the second. They're into the site. Mikey can't do anything about it. He'll toss this nade in for good measure. And they can have a look in here, Eklot with the man advantage, but it'll still be a tight one.
Ooh, I like that call too from Mikey. He doesn't want to let one of the only HEs in the round go for just nothing, and he's even smoking off Nubox. Wait, I really like how they're playing this right now, forcing them out, nading it open. You're going to swallow that one whole, Norway. Help is running down, and they've still got these SMGs wrapping in from Banana rather quickly. Everybody's stuck in the back of the fight for Astrum. These crossfires, they've got a hold. They've already got to their names if they line up for one another. The last exit in the smoke. Forzy! Oh, it's so close, but again, it's a 1v2 from Grix. Deja vu from the pistol to open up the map, and Astrum, they barely hang on.
Yeah, that's truly unfortunate if you're Eklot. Great idea there from Mikey with this util set there. And they had the kills in the palm of their hands, just had to convert that last MP9 spray, maybe reset there, but Grix gets another opportunity, and as we kind of mentioned in the pistol, with a player like this guy, you can't give him an inch because he will take that extra mile. Need to soften him up here, and I love the double dip here from Eklot, bringing it down to the 1v1, knowing that the Astrum purchase is still weakened. This is the opportunity to potentially shut the door on an Astrum comeback.
Early, great flash, but I think no, they're not going to back away off that. Mikey still seems to want to go in. Nah, he's just talking. Which makes that flash even more powerful. Eventually decides to button to get that info. Head spotted at the jump. They want to isolate him. He's going to be alone. Patsy's their way into this round.
There you go.
On the banana push. Exactly what you're looking for out of Invictus back. So MVQ's going to have to answer the call. In Arch sees two. Isolated for himself. Now with the bombs drop, they know exactly where this is going. Now we've seen a couple of clutches this game, but all of them have been from Grix on Astrum. Now it's Clack's turn to step up. Goes, grabs the bomb, rifle retrieved. Both drop that he wants to play through. Suspicious of this lane crawl, so he'll probably take a fight before he thinks about going. Not brave, he sees. Live head spots out, but Forzy's trade seems to be better. Eklot, it's, I'd say, a little sloppy, but when they pull over their heads anyway.
That's got to be a round that Astrum converts. I mean, you've got a player on an island on that A bomb site. You've got players wrapping in from Arch, but the late player is still walking. The apps player is still walking, rather. And the fact that he takes that long to trade, and that there's not even a pause from any of the T-sided players on the Arch side, they're just W-keying forward, shows a little bit of miscommunication there, perhaps. And that puts Astrum in a sticky situation. They've got Mac 10 and Tech 9 charging into the banana, and they've ripped 2 heads off.
I mean, Forzy, he's got to do everything here. They're him down. There's no way that nade's going to be enough, or maybe it is. 2 away. And he sets up his teammates for great success. And there's another smoke spam from Kenzie. Nade, Molly, Flash, the world is oyster in terms of utility, but he doesn't want to throw anything. It's anonymity that guides him back into the site. He's going to try to walk into the smoke. Molly thrown shoulder, spotted in new box or not. Maybe a res thing there, but setting up somebody. I think Detour can safely assume he's gone through CT. Good thing. That nade could do an in, but you got to work right here to get in from CT comes the trade. Patsy's got you. I think that was a great call from Astrum, but maybe a big fumble on the car setup, and Eklot have just given away their only ace in the hole. Their money shot.
I think they were preparing for extra banana util to get dumped. You saw a player jumping up on the first orange as they're starting 3B, but just a little delayed in terms of getting into position, and Astrum catches them with their pants down. A player close sandbags, ready to fight, but his corner player, not at all. And that's just good old-fashioned opening from Clax. And now, if you're Eklot, you can't double dip. Not enough damage done on that force buy, and you're left feeling empty-handed. USPs across the board. A chance for Astrum here. Mid-swing comes out. A couple of kills go in the favor of Eklot. I mean, say what you want about Astrum, but Eklot will never make these rounds clean.
You're not going to get away with much more than that, right? But considering the investment so far that was lost with 2 USPs, I mean, you can't really do that. Actually, taking a couple of 1v1s and even jumping out super smart won't let Eli get the better of him from the side. And they're even playing janitor on these rifles. There's nothing to get here. Oh, Flax, he knows. He absolutely knows. Throwing away one too many guns, though. He himself was fighting live, really trying to stick it to him, but yeah, I mean, we all knew how that one was gonna go. It's funny. It's so easy to mix up the name when, of course, we've got Elige.
Oh, you're right. I call him Elive.
Yeah. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Just so I don't have to. If I did do leave, I would say Elige, like I think every time. So early aggression here from Clax. Gets you right behind him. A little bit more forward-facing. Forcey's first AWP, I'd like to think, in this game. Hasn't had to really utilize it in this game all too much. And an early rotation to be that third man over to B.
I think we saw it once on the T side. Did absolutely nothing. Very forgettable op. But now it can't be. Now it can't be forgettable. He's got to get involved here. I think he's rotated back. Perfect time. Like spotting, but an even better shot from Kenzie. Flicks around. That's their go button. There's no way you're going to get much out of this one. Peeking into 3 different T's. Good luck. Unrecoverable, untradeable, unmanageable. Astrum have just tied this game.
Yeah, that's the oomph that you can get out of this Astrum team. Crazy openers and a quick response to said openers. No reason to stall out a default, have a second phase, rotate back to banana. Just kick the door open. You've got the players to trade effectively. Just get it done, and they absolutely do. Once Kenzie finds one opening, he tears a hole through that A bomb site alongside Clax. Forcey can never get settled into that AWP. And yes, that AWP can be powerful when you're on the site proper, but you've got to have an extra body, a little bit of setup and time, most importantly, to train onto an angle. Ooh, Eli might not even be able to save that gun just at the last tick. But at the end of the day, 9 apiece between these two teams, and Astrum have completely revved to life.
Well, that's one thing you can start to discuss. The op presence, the difference there between these two teams. We've already seen it. I mean, sure, it was the second op of the game for Forzy, but both of the instances are very forgettable. First round on T side was when he peeks up bracket, tries to take that fight with Grix. It was an off angle. He spotted the shoulder, immediately dropped, no trade. This second round where he's playing rotator, kind of cheating around Arch, maybe going back speedway a little bit, was caught in rotation for a second. Goes through a smoke, and sure, you do want more out of your sight anchors there, but it is still telling that the op has been a non-starter for Eklot, and CT side Inferno, you're gonna have a lot of impact potential. I don't even know if you're gonna get one for a while. This is safe, but I don't think you're getting an off next round.
Well, I do believe they have max loss in this one, so it's possible. But the fact of the matter is, they're hurting right now to hold on to Banana, and Patsy's up to his tricks again. Big kill on the 4C. Molly to push these CTs back. They take significant damage. And Car should be theirs at the very least.
Look at this call and response from Eklot. Immediately taking full control of brackets when they see all that util thrown at Car, so they know what's going on right now. Live trying to sneak his way back into the B site. He's currently going to need some assistance, and he'll need it ASAP because as soon as that smoke fades, they might just start lurking in. Even this is a risk, right? They walk up, catch a timing on Elive. Now you gotta hope this Og can do the job on the cross. Like to win his 1v1, so Astro will go for their third rotation of the round. But everybody featuring guns now from the Eklot CT side, so it's not like any man is underarmed, but Detour, he's got everything, the entire world against him running into this A site. And I just don't know if Mikey's going to get it. Even if he does, it's 11.
What?
Spam is in from Flux, they know! A double headshot on the cross. This is a 2-on-2 retake with no util, no kits, low health. It almost feels like this should be a save.
Yeah, but I mean, in a 2v2, I think you will go for it. No kid up, though. And that's the important part of this situation. Elive has got a little bit of time to clear some of these angles out, but a pit site crossfire will always be dangerous.
Kenzie, quick jiggle. This round comes down to a timing. Does Elive on the barrel in the middle of the site? He needed to hit that shot. That was his only way in. He knew Kenzie was in pit, but Mikey has no leverage whatsoever to sneak his way back in. No, he could maybe get an off out of this, or just drop both guns. Kenzie not hiding his route of the approach. I mean, Mikey, I like the idea, right? Oh, all right. Dude, this bomb makes no sense to me, man. I'ma just say it.
Yeah, it is a little weird, isn't it? But that is Astrum taking the lead. And you got to give credit all to Clax there. I mean, what a turnaround. I believe he had like 3 or 5 kills at the end of the half. Now even in KD. You can feel the energy that he's bringing into the server right now. And you ask who could necessarily bring up the tempo and the aggression here. And Clax is your guy. That's the guy I look towards to kind of change things here for Astrum.
For Eklot, what do? Who's the guy you rely on? Because right now, it doesn't necessarily feel like this is a calling issue, if you ask me. I think they have a lot of good ideas in this round, or in these rounds. Again, even in the last one, immediately losing control of Banana, so there's a smoke up in bracket. They get a setup going. See nothing, set themselves up really well on A, and even then, it's Detour getting spammed through the double boxes, and that's probably the only reason that round goes the way it does. Because Mikey had his backside, Detour had a great angle, and you only really needed one out of your site anchor there for that round to be made different. But this will be the third off of the game from Forzy, and if there's any one man I'm looking towards for Eklot, it's him. He's who I want to see in this round. Just for Eklot.
Yeah, highest rated player in the last 3 months for this Eklot team. An expectation that he can be the X factor here. Right now, still leading on that arch side. Hoping to get a shot off before he can bound back to the A site. Tosses into smoke for good measure. And Astrum totally keen on respecting that. They'll throw their own bracket smoke in. But a 4-player lead initially from Eklot. They're very willing to keep Mikey here in some of these rounds. Double nade setup is there. And basically all the nades miss in that situation. But it's all just a bunch of puffing on the chest for Astrum. They're going to double back the car here.
This is a problem. Talked in the first half about how Astrum played a lot of these rounds as like an educated guess. That's exactly what they're doing right now for Eklot standards. They've got to get this info quick, and they heard that flash in brackets. They know there's re-aggression. They know right now there is a window of opportunity to have a big advantage on B. But Elive, one volley, place as well. Could potentially be the difference in this round. Gold cross, he can only spot second door into the place of habitation. And him falling may be the exact domino Astra needed. Again, I don't know if he's going to attempt this retake.
Yeah, call it.
It just feels like the rotations were a little too slow.
Well, I don't think that you could be pacey on that rotation just because of the lack of information. They made the right play, mind you. The flash goes over to bracket, they re-clear, Mikey starts heading for the hills. But it's just a great execution and snap execution there from Astrum. Instant new box small, he gives just one tick of noise over to the folks on that T side. And once they move over to second, he jiggles, they check the angle, they spot a barrel, and they execute him. That's all you can really hope for if you're Astrum. But for Eklot, some of these gambles are just not paying off, and I talked about Norway and his development as an IGL, and he's already starting to flex his muscles a little bit more. You're starting to see a little bit more out of him now.
I mean, this is a 7-1 run from Astrum. An uninspiring defense, but it all led up to a great B-side, which Eklot has not really had a ton of answers for. And again, Forzy hasn't necessarily been involved. The star individuals have been isolated and overwhelmed. Astrum, it's easy pickings so far in a utility battle that it even feels like they're losing at the start of the rounds, mind you. Still ends up going their way. Just a couple pieces, just enough to get into a sight. Not even enough to hold it off, but usually by then, they've already won the round.
Now they're getting a little frisky here, going straight through the bracket smoke. Forcy tries to get a shot off, but can't connect. And do Astrum actually want to commit to this? Yes, they are, especially with Kenzie already up in Moto, in the library, mind you. Forcy's going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Pit setup is available, but a flurry of frags there for the T side. Blink and you miss it, Astrum have 12.
You couldn't even, feels like you couldn't even say what went wrong there, man. Oh my god.
That's just beautiful CS, man. That's just beautiful.
Eli, he's gonna try to hang on to this gun, but that's not gonna work. I mean, it's crazy too, because Eli was right there. That was like 5-10 seconds. Your B anchor is ready to go on A, but it's just so quick, so fast. Every angle cleared so well from Astrum.
Yeah, the problem
That's
is you've
like
got two players in rotation on that pit side, trying to transition into a setup where they can trade each other, but in that transition, they're both caught in no man's land, and Forcy can't support because he's so worried about a player walking through that arch smoke that you've got three players just out in the open. And of course, Astrum aren't the type of players that are going to capitalize on something like that.
Trading bananas better than its usual has gone. Maybe helping. Finally, it seems like they have an answer for this Astrum aggression, but or not if away Nate Molly on a cross, so much damage, but no kills come of it. So it's all seemingly unconfirmed right now. Testing the waters is Grix, who continues to walk right off. If there's anybody who's gonna know how to deal with off angles, it's Grix. And now that he runs into B with the old man being Mikey 1 HP behind the fountain, I don't know how the hell you get out of this. Little drop. Kenzie trying to play the 50-50, but Mikey has it. Spam still coming in. He needs the rotation around it. And now, red carpet paved. Sight's yours. And it'll be another retake attempt from Eklot, who have so far led an uninspiring campaign on the CT side. Deep into the punch, takes the duel, pinked in the exchange. Another clutch teed up. Clax, he had his attempt earlier on in this half. Didn't answer. It was the only round, in fact, that Eklot were able to put together. Now it's got the game on the line as a repercussion for losing it. Full stock plan. Detour wanted to do it, but instead waits. Hesitates. Flash is great. They see him crossing into orange. One that Clax was happy to take, but so is Detour. Finally, a couple of big kills go their way with the Opera covered. Still a messy round, but you'll take whatever you can get.
Yeah, you would have liked for Clax to be on the scene a little bit faster, but you have to deal with NBQ, I'd argue, is one of the more MVPs of the round, just keeping his presence there long enough that Kenzie is forced to take a fight. And that puts Astrum on the back foot. couple of clean rounds. I mean, they'll have cash for days to close out this game, at least in regulation. A little bit of a tech timeout here as we get things sorted, but Astrum's still really getting into the swing of things as to how they want to approach this T side. They're getting bite back from Eklund. The adaptation is definitely there. A little bit more willing to take some early CT side aggression, running down Banana, having these early bracket setups. But the trades, though, from Astrum have been just that much more quicker and efficient. And their decisions off those trades have also been just a little bit better.
And the result is Eklot somehow staying in the game. At this point, you're contending for overtime, if anything. And I guess the best part of that round to me is that you finally scored to do something with the offense. Still, as you said, it feels like NBQ was the MVP of that round. Now the MVP is happening over to Banana as Eli and Mikey both combined for a complete shutdown. 3 for the leader, 1 for the lurker. Flux doesn't even have a chance to fight in the round. Money's there, it's not like that'll be an issue for them, but I mean, that was annihilation. Took them this long to figure out how to deal with this aggression, but finally things are going the way of Eklot. Now the slate could be wiped clean with one more good-looking call. Astrum, they don't want to let that happen. Their last timeout utilized in the very final round of regulation. And then one that goes over in about 10 seconds, the timeout's going to last longer.
I like the idea there from Astrum as it's sort of a sucker punch, and it's something that has worked before for you, but the reason why it worked last time is not necessarily that they all quote-unquote hit their shots. It was players in transition trying to get nades out to support. This time you've got the half wall set up straight away. And once that all gets set up, it's easy pickings. Flashes all hit their mark, and Astrum have to go back to the drawing board. So really didn't necessarily need to change up the style of their defaulting in that round there, but they still got enough in the tank here to at least call their own shots in round number 24. Nade open for Grix to try and take an opening fight, but instead it's just going to be Patsy to take that opening space instead.
Slower approach from Astrum, just posting up Grix in Mexi. But we're hanging on to a lot of this YouTube. We see Forzy in I don't think we've seen him before yet. This is a completely unique spot. So Astrum might actually give him the benefit of a big opportunity. 11. Oh, that's criminal. And MBQ falls because of it. They try to make the trades land. They try to get the kill chain over in brackets, but they've all fallen short. Detour. Well, you won't get spammed through the double stack. That's a benefit this time. They don't have mollies to clear out Pit either. Shots, and he needs to hit him now. Too many 1v1s go by the wayside in Astrum. You can't say the opportunities weren't given, but the end result is still the same. Live a 1v3 that he needs to somehow pull out of nowhere, and that's just for overtime. Molly, nade, kit. Time won't be a big problem, but what is the fact that you've still got 3 unknown entities to worry about. 2 give themselves away, but when are you going to expect Clax and Mini? I don't think ever. Oh, nade first, but it misses. The idea was there, the execution a bit shy, and because of it, Astrum cement the game. It was a very good-looking tee-out from them, but Eklot's chances were present. There were rounds they could have won.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had 4 players on that A bomb site. Like that should be a lock and key type of round, but again, just such efficient trading and not good enough tethering from the Eklot guys to find the necessary man advantage. Mikey stays along for quite a bit of time, but just not enough to get it over the line. So unfortunate situation there for Eklot. They'd definitely be wanting that map back. And now you put the ball in the Astrum side of Train, being that second map in the pool, something that they've really made into their home map for a long period of time. And I think they'll be grinning from ear to ear knowing that they have that in their back pocket to potentially 2-0 here.
Yeah, and I think that games like this always make it so scary for the team that loses specifically, because you got to look at the first half. You start and it's just nowhere to be found. That defense was just completely silent. But the advantage for them, I'd say in that regard, is now, was it just a slow wake up, or was it maybe a bad CT side? Because history says, on Train specifically, Astrum's a CT sided team. That's where most of their mileage comes in. They look pretty damn good on it. And Eklot, I mean, they had a really good couple of rounds on the T side. I can't take that away from them, but it's their own defense that just has me kind of scratching my head. The calls were there. It just feels like the individuals weren't. And now that you have the trade starting to come online, now that you've got more players starting to come online for Astrum, it feels like any bit of leverage you could have held for Eklot is slowly starting to slip away. But there is still that second map. Even though their pick goes by the wayside, they've got Train to try and recover when we come back from this break. Well, hopefully we see better of Eklot, or maybe something more convincing of Astrum. Whatever it may be, for now, it's them up by a map as they start on the offense again. It looked so solid to close out Inferno.
Look, dude, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm just happy to cast the map of Train. I love this map, and I love the way it's developed so far. I'll be curious to see what Astrum have to speak of in this one. Grix starts off the proceedings with that P250 as he live approaches. Grix starts to wind up a little bit more. Well, this utility still has to believe that this is not the end game for Astrum. They throw the cross smokes in. They want to go charging into that A site.
Right now it's Clax alone and Ivy, and they're giving him a 1v1 with Forsey. This could be a big deal. If Eklot get this back, then what turned to an almost unwinnable round feels actually pretty decent. You've gotten rotations in from Live. You still got your site anchor, but they quickly fall. And what was a window of opportunity now seems to be a nightmare. NVQ coming from the flank to Live. It just died at, but he gets the angle on Grix, and they can't get the plant off with that quick rotation through Z to B. NVQ will again have to be the first responder of planting on the backside of the bomb train. Not exactly super common, but also not easy to deal with. Trying to tee up Forsey for another headshot. Papsy hits the deck, and it's Kenzie's attempt at a clutch, but he's got these long-range angles, and he's got a lot of places to work from. 11 HP, no hit, NVQ. Not a lot going for him, but the headshot is one of them. And Eklot, they turn the tables for their own pistol.
There to go to swing wide from NBQ. A lot of 1v1s across the map, and solid execution there from Astrum. You have a player flushed out by a Molotov. You've got solid flashes to allow for the scaling of the T's. But losing that Ivy prong, as you mentioned, Anthony, if that happens, then all of a sudden the the crunch onto the bomb train itself feels like it drops off in potency a little bit. They do get Z control eventually after that trade comes through, but poor planning in that 2v2, unfortunately. Kenzie gets hoodwinked by NBQ swinging wide. Now, I'm going with the Force Buy. Force Buy is very potent on this map, mind you, and Patsy looks to find his opening incision. They're going to have a little bit of a late crunch into the brown halls, but Patsy isn't budging just yet.
I mean, they have fully set themselves up here. What a crazy setup from Eklot. I don't know how you're going to break through this one if you're Astrum. Patsy wants to try it, and so does Norway. First, it'll be a Molly. You know exactly where he is, but that re-smoke causes a lot of issues. But both players survive. MVP was dropped on the cross. MVP of the free-fight round gone, and same with the oh man. They have decimated the upper stack.
Yeah, see, the thing is, that brown hole setup is a pretty common one, but we've already seen how it falls apart if you cannot have absolutely identical swing timings between the brown house player and the pop dog player. If either one of them cannot engage, you've got to at least have a third player in heaven to help out. That's the only way you can deal with the problem. And unfortunately, there wasn't that third player. One player gets cornered off, well-placed flashbang, and that's Astrum stealing it back in with sheer brute force. And you can already see the attention to detail that the T-side has at dealing with some of these setups. That Eklot are going to have to get a little bit more crafty if they want to have a say in this CT side to start things out.
Slow approach from Astrum. You gotta take this round wisely. It is a force after all. When you give a mouse a cookie, we all know what happens. So, don't want to let these 5-7s get out of hand. Keep them contained, compressed. Actually, it's mainly beetles, now I take a second glance, but same concept. A lot of time being chewed away from the clock, though, and I don't really think Eklot are thinking much about this, which is good for their cause. They're not moving. They're sticking with the stack, and at this point, Astrum are starting to lure themselves into having to commit toward A. They haven't even invested at all. Makes sense. When you're against pistols, there's close-range angles can always be scary, but gotta pull the pin on this next time. Finally do. Norway to kick off pursuit. Now things should be all squared away. A couple of shots go by the heads of Astrum. He's stolen away from too much of a world. Eklot collects now, even pulling the knife out of this one. And Patsy gets an extra $1,500 bonus.
Cheeky little knife kill there for Patsy. But I think what's most exciting about Astrum in that round is how stellar that upper execution was. You've got the deep smokes to push away players that are trying to get frisky with that old bomb position. And all you have, really, are these close-range fights with the Deagle and a Hell player to really deal with. The bomb train player doesn't have anything to say in that one. So, very well dealt with. Go Astrum in that anti-force buy, and now they've got themselves a layup. Grix just walks out a T-Con for free. Patsy will be in for a rude awakening in just a couple of seconds here. For as long as he can pull away, it'll be good. Oh wow, Grix has actually gotten into Z there to get a couple of kills for himself. But this feels a little overzealous. A little bit of an aggression, but dealt with by Patsy. Mikey will try to hold on to this MP9, at least get a kill on the way out. He's been spotted, and he's been dealt with.
Some of a costly eco. Nothing ever guaranteed in those rounds, but the rifles come out from Eklot, and maybe we see the better of them. Remember, this is where they struggled on Inferno. This is where, when all bets were off, when they had all the utility they could ask for, I'm sure you'd like a little bit more, but when they had enough utility, when they had good weaponry, they had good calls, but players didn't really step up. And what's alarming right now is you've got Mike who's been the anchor in a lot of these spots, or even rotator, who's not hit the board yet. And obviously it's early on, but you want him playing with a cold hand moving into your this rifle. Same with somebody like NBQ, who takes a very long angle. All the way back from Cloud9. Detour rather, sits in front T-Con. They keep the stack up. And Astrum have had good success popping out a pop dog in the mid-round.
Getting that pop dog control early is always good for a split, and Detour's caught in no man's land. Mikey can't support his teammate, trying to deal with potential T-Con presence, and now he's on an island as well. Grix deals with him, Patsy finds another, and this A bomb site has fallen very quickly. Eli's the only player that can really respond as soon as possible, and Pax deals with him swiftly. It's just NBQ to save in this situation. Even with the low HP bars, you're never getting back into this bomb site. And Astrum are just tearing through this A bomb site time in, time out.
Yeah, that's the second or third time we've seen Eklot stack that site in an even numbers round, or maybe even, like, you think about the pistol, you think about the force. Now this round, they stacked A, and they just got run over, which scary because they're getting into B pretty easily when they want to. They've gotten to A every time they wanted it. This doesn't feel like it's a round where, oh, you know, maybe if we had an extra molly here or there, you had whatever you could have wanted.
Very desperate situation now for Eklot, where, as you mentioned, the defenses have just not come to fruition for this side. They're going to take a attack timeout early before things really get out of hand. Well, right now, it's lack of inner pop dog control, lack of inner T-Con control. You're really giving Norway all the room to call whatever he wants. And especially now that you've dealt with the Brown Hall's control, it feels like you're a little apprehensive if you're Eklot to take that space as well. So right now, it's panic stations for sure for Eklot right now, considering they're not able to come up with a solution on the fly, even though they're trying to come up with a stopgap.
Things are desperate for sure, but we'll put a little bit of firepower into this round. Even ready for this rush? No. Double nading the front of Pop Dog, maybe expecting the push to come in there. No impact seen, and this is a weird one. They're walking up Ivy right now trying to get info, but they're on opposite ends of the earth. They're gonna get this. They're gonna see nobody's here. They're gonna see nobody's coming A, but for a moment I thought Astrum was just gonna pull the pin on an exec and run him down in B anyway. So Eklot, they will get the rotations in, and it'll be another one of these rounds where the pieces are in the right place. The weapons are there. In they go. Molly almost blocks themselves off. Patsy looks over for the kill on NBQ, and the first siphon already shrinks away from Eklot, still trying to make their way onto the site. Got that going. The shot's not landing. The scout, the pistol's not doing anything, and even a team kill in the mix. A little unfortunate that that's the only kill Eklot seemed to get in the round, and Elive has no interest in this. Instead, will play exits on the 5-7.
I am loving these executions here from Astrum. Just so specific with their utility and completely denying Eklot any opportunity to either trade off a teammate or get stood up for a potential multi-kill. It is really causing Eklot to... Yes, they don't have the guns here, but you can't count out a 5-7 on the bomb train or a player back Cloud either. But none of them find any space in that round. Astrum are sincerely showing why this is considered a home map to them. Both ends of the map just succinctly dissecting Eklot CT side.
It feels like they're taking sites in the most unorthodox ways sometimes too, but it's just so clean. There's never an angle not flashed. There's never not a trade, it feels like. And this is even with some, like, round starting, nades thrown, call out that they want, not hit. So back to basics. It seems for a couple more people.
You can't say that they're not getting the right reads. That's for sure. This is a little unorthodox though from MBQ,
Oh.
but it's been red. Oh my goodness.
In Eklot, they've always started 4 players A. He goes up B. He's essentially cheated the entire rotation away. He's pulled 2 people to B. Already in a site that's been hit so many times and shown to be so weak. Now they're going to test Ivy. Not necessarily uncharted ground, but not fully seized by Astrum, that's for sure. Last time it was Clocks just lurking here. Now they want to use it as a point of contact.
Here we go. Ivy presence. The name of the game, but Forcey's got the AWP, and Ivy can be a tricky position to handle if you can't deal with that sniper. Smoke up and available. So they can't deny him that space, but Forcey will hit the shot as Clax goes dry. Nade to boot. And this crossfire is splendid from Eklot. A pretty all-in approach from him. But Eklot, they might still have a chance to slip through the cracks. That has to be a connected shot though for Grix. Can't get the gun out in time. Puts it all into Patsy. 15 seconds left on the clock. 2 bodies to find. But at this point, it's going to be a little too difficult to get that C4 or find 2 of these kills. So he'll just go saving. And Astrum will have to give Eklot their second. And that comes all down to it's just a crossfire you can't break. There's 3 players on one part of the position of a map, and at that point, you know, you just gotta hold your hand and say, okay, fine, you could have that one.
What a bold call, too, from Eklot. Losing the first player B, they start pulling rotations over. I think it was Mikey and Detour who rotated early. Then Elive just says, you know what? We should just stack A. They double up Ivy. They put 2 toward bomb train, 1 red, and Astrum walk right into it. How could you expect it?
That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty that comes with the map like trade. Yes, it's considered a CT-sided map, but there is a reason why it is, and that's between the snap rotations and the built-in crossfires that you can have. But you can't really have a crossfire if there's only 1 player on the B bomb site. But MBQ stands up to the task. He gets a quick double. Mikey's there to chime in on the rotation. It's just Grix left up. He hits the tag, but not the frag. And Eklot get themselves another round after Norway calls a rush. And not a bad call to make, especially considering you don't want to walk into any of these stacks on a regular basis. But that's NBQ just standing strong.
That was just a sick hold to watch, man. Nade could not have been placed better. And I feel like it's so rare you see multi-kills like that on the A1S nowadays. Especially Astrum, they're so good about trading this game, but that's not even a trading issue. That's just a great hold from NBQ. And now they're looking Ivy where the off takes first contact. Elive not really showing his business further than just a quick jiggle. Smokes and Decon as they want to take. We're actually faking presence, nothing grab whatsoever. A lot of util thrown, not for a lot of reasons. Before he double peeks into Pop Dog. Big impact from him as the offer finally shines on Train. Oh my god, no way Grix has... I mean, the trade's in, but they got to start worrying about B now. Astrum could potentially start sneaking into B. If you're Eklot, you've got to respect that, but they don't. 6 players on the site. Smoke Molly tells you exactly where they're coming from. So the read's right. Elive makes it again, but anonymity's really all they got as Kenzie goes up the right side. Nobody here, and then he peeks in, but Clax has got his teammates back, and Elive's shown face in Ivy. Now, both eager eyes tuned to him just for one last time. They're going to coordinate a double peek. There's no way the IGL's out fragging that.
Little worrying there as they line up, but now you're getting the mid-round out of Astrum. Working out a little bit better. They were paranoid that there would be a player Pop Dog, but they snuff out enough of these positions that you could really limit them to one of three positions, right? It's either Hell, it's Old Bomb, or it's the Bomb Train. And as soon as they kind of half-check Hell, both players realign and sure as to what's coming. What does that do? It pushes Eklot to the brink. This flash could be good to get Forcey off the angle. The jump one is good, and they deal with Elive. What a beautiful little sequence there. Forcey lives to tell the tale, but Eklot are already hurting.
Now where do you go if you're Forcey? Where do you go off? You know it was likely going to be an A-hit. Great aggression. They actually got a good bit back for that. Forcey, well-oriented in his B-sided affair right now is Mike. Patsy's holding. Outlurked. And now maybe even outbrained as Eklot. They are completely split up from one another. They are a glass cannon of a round right now. Because if NBQ falls, then it all cascades against them. But he looks. Oh, players with their backs turned. Bombs dropped. 3-on-2 given. And the op stolen away as well. No leverage back in.
I feel like I haven't seen that kind of play since like old Pop Dog.
Oh yeah.
Funny how reminiscent that play is from NBQ there. And now we've got a very classic Go experience where you got a player on the bomb, you're never clearing them out. Flux left on his lonesome. 20 seconds left on the clock. Any damage is good damage, mind you, considering how hampered for cash this CT side is. So if he can't flush out NBQ, maybe there's a chance, but NBQ brings the fight to him. And they'll get themselves a fourth. Awkward purchase now for Astrum. Somewhat in double territory. And I think they will purchase. Okay, Grix actually sells everything, so maybe the hero purchase a rifle, something of the sort. Bring a little bit of punch to this round, but if they can get 7 rounds, I mean, hell, even with the 6 they have right now, they'll be happy.
This is a team that made most of their mileage on the CT side in history. I am still very eager to see the second half now that Eklot's defense has decided to stand tall a little bit more. This should be a life round from Forcey, but there's been a lot of layups he's let slip by him. I'm even thinking about Inferno, where there were a couple of rounds I'm looking at the shots he's taking, and I mean, you're not going to get an easier opportunity than that. That's a bit alarming, but shouldn't cause a big ruckus in this round. It's primarily just Glocks. You've got the one Deagle on class, so he's trying to make something happen. Anything he can do would be a miracle. But you still got to work around Forcey here. He's still got Heaven under lock and key, even though I doubt they'll take many fights here.
Yeah, there's definitely a flight path that you can take to fight him once with this AWP. And there we go. Finally, you get the connection on the Deagle as well. Bomb plant will be tough, but Henry hitting that shot could open up the door just temporarily. Never mind. Doesn't want to bound out of Heaven. Instead, he'll take a tag. Should drop to the floor momentarily, and Forcey will collect a second. So a little bit more of a feel-good round there for Forcey, but he's going to need a little bit more in this final round to really make me feel as though they've got a chance here. I'm really worried about their offense, I can't lie.
Yeah, I agree. Unrelated. Slight dig on the Observer. If this is your crosshair, we're gonna have to have a sit-down chat, man. That is a little bit better. I don't know why it's fluxing. Anyway, rifles back out, and Eklot have actually looked real good in these past few rounds. With a couple of missed shots in there. There's always been a call and response, or at least as of late, there's been a call and response, and that's what's been missing here. Is that at least was on the defense of Inferno. The worries will still stand as we shift into the second. For now, it's Mikey taking control of upper, caring for it. Now this is a lot to try and chew on, but NBQ does God's work, dropping 2 from Heaven. That's not even his angle. Mikey just playing his life. Balls now. There's a shot from Grix. They need somebody to get back in, and Detour isn't the answer. Live and 4Z. Couple of rough games so far from maybe rough in the sense of missed shots from 4Z. Now rough his head falling clean off. Live, you're getting T-sided syndrome there. There's no way that one was going to work out for you. So Astrum, it's a 7-5 finish in a map we didn't even expect them to need much on the T side of.
Yeah, they'll be happy. They'll be happy to get those 7 rounds for sure for Astrum. But now, the real test comes up for Eklot. Not having really any momentum to build off of, and no real, I think, individual that I can look towards to say, yes, this guy's going to take me over the line. You had some great sequences from MBQ. Don't get me wrong, but that's your anchor. That's your B anchor, right? So it's going to be a tough situation for them regardless.
But still not an insurmountable gap. I did like the way they played T-side on Inferno. It's hard because it is kind of like map bias. And it's never really a guarantee if that's going to translate over. But else to be soon told is right now it seems fairly basic. One smoke, one flash. Got the P250 on 4Z, and beyond that, it's a whole lot of hoping and dreaming. What the? That's a weird smoke. I don't know if that's a missed smoke or what, but they don't really do anything off of that. And now Kenzie's just positioned in upper. Eventually, they're going to go in, and he's going to get all this info. I'm a little surprised when he gets the one, but the dueling works wonders right now from Astrum. Didn't need Kenzie to do it if Norwee's going to do it for you. And a 3-on-4 goes in the face of Eklot, which they don't really have a lot of leniency in until heads come off of Clax and the P250 shows up. Where's this bomb, though? Still stuck around Pop Dog. And Grix, I mean, yeah. Here they don't. So the Opera starts to speak up with his set of dualies recovered earlier on. And this is a whole mess of a round. Where does it go? Eventually comes into A. Norway well positioned to try and deal with it. So they're essentially going to split 1v1s unless they decide to take the duel. Around D-box. It's a very long range angle that Norway puts himself in. So a trade comes in from 4Z, but it's still pretty damn close.
Yeah, a little bit more out of 4Z there. Needed that. But I think Eklot at this point, just happy that they can connect with the pistol and potentially feel comfortable moving into this offense. But for Astrum, he will force buy into this one. Double scout between Grix and Clax. Scouts can be very potent on this map, as you know. And they're both trained on the same angle at T-Con. And that's a little worrying, especially if Eklot are going to cut noise in this fashion. Patsy gets an opener on that A1S, automatically pushes away some B presence, and gives a chance for these scouts to sing.
It's already doing crazy work. You've got one from Grix, one from Clax, another comes through. These are both headshots, mind you. That's not a bag and tag. That's just him clean cut winning the duel. And now they know the last man's stuck in Ivy. They know they've got a tag on him. Grix definitely confirmed that. And so you got 3 different players running you down. Take your poison. Eventually you're going to meet your maker. And a must-win round goes by the wayside. That is just sharp shooting from Astrum. Wondering is what the idea is going to be, because all of them lean toward B, and there's only one lone man here. Just jiggling with the molly. It won't be anything crazy. Norway does eventually get someone to cheat over from Z. But we've seen what these pistols can do, and route they do to Pop Dog, which, not unguarded, but not maybe as opportunistic as could be an explosion onto Norway. I think that's what they're going to end up testing. Still jiggling with the molly. I think they're waiting for Forzy to take first contact on this scout. He might get an opportunity at attack here, which isn't big news. There it is, 10 HP. Now I think you can drop him on the site. That's a free bomb plant. They've got establishments all over the place. Grix, Norway, they've both done their job pretty damn well. Looking like what MBQ was doing on that CT side, maybe even a little bit better, as a 1v5 goes for Mikey. He's got the scout, not the bomb, spotted the number. The hop, skip, and jump from being enough.
Yeah, the general idea there is that you're hoping that that flash blinds both the anchor and the Z player, but the distance of that flash is not far enough to completely blind the Z player, so he doesn't even have to play anti. He could just stand and deliver, and Grix does everything there to make sure Norway is kept safe and alive. You need a deeper flash there to really get Grix off the angle. And again, attention to detail is the name of the game here. And unfortunately for me, I don't feel like I see that extra oomph out of Eklot when they do have these sight hits. Now you're seeing these deep nades also chewing through the Eklot offense straight away. Astrum look teed up and ready to go for a double-digit spree. Patsy's leaning on that aggression in T-Con again and is really nailing players down.
And this is a confident-looking Astrum right now. Sure, it's against pistols, but it's a bad omen moving forward. To not only have players stepping up, I also want to mention Norway, who's he was kind of a non-starter on Inferno. He didn't really do well at all. So to even have him involved here is a plus, but he's playing lights out. Then you've got Grix starting to step up, who didn't even perform bad in the first half, just wasn't the star of the show. Patsy dropping 17, Kenzie holding his own. You've got an Astrum team that's feeling confident. That last round tells you they're not scared to take these duels. They're not scared to go for some of these reads, throwing nades deep. And Eklot are going to have to demand that respect again, kind of like what they did in the first half, where everything wasn't going their way. They called a timeout, figured something out, got a little more respect, and started to push back Astrum a little bit, stop the crazy, hectic, chaotic pushes. Only thing here is Astrum are letting Eklot walk into them and kind of destroying them, usually.
Yeah, the Crossfire is a little bit more efficient. The understanding of map control as to what is important, taking specific parts of the map, there is clearly an understanding of terrain that Astrum have. And if I'm Eklot, I'm trying to find an answer, and that answer's got to be pace. If you've definitely got to have an A execute in your back pocket. You call it off rip, you throw the sandwich smoke in, and you just try to go charging it and try to beat the timing in the E-box, but instead, they're going to throw some basic utility into this A bomb site and try to take Brown Hall's control, but Norway's already here. Oh, late nade timing though.
He backs off.
Yeah, he's got
Norway
it.
not interested in giving away in isolation, so he'll see Pop Dog control. And honestly, this is a decent look for Eklot right now. There's almost nothing left for Astrum. They've got the one molly, the one smoke, and a couple of flashes, and I think they've just thrown that molly that was extinguished in their own smoke.
But the difference here is that you've got a third player in rotation on standby and two players on this deep bomb site. Here comes the execution.
Flashes, mollies the whole 9 yards. It's up the ladder goes Patsy, and now is there one ace in the hole? Now you've got to worry about him the entire time you're going out on a B. Dietor stuck behind trying to deal with him and eventually falls. They had the sight, but they had to deal with Patsy in heaven. It's that one kill that turns everything around. That third rotator helps, but wasn't even necessarily needed now. Eventually they get the trade.
Hold
but
on.
feels too far too late unless Forzy can continue to split the bill like he is now. Half HP, and Clack's starting to think about this a little bit more. He's leaked all the way out through lower and around the oil tanker. Flax is eventually going to clear it, but I don't know if the timing's going to favor him.
Oh!
Clean as he crosses back into Z, and Clax has a layup for another Astrum round and another rifle that just goes nowhere.
Yeah, that's a big round there from Astrum. Hook, line, and sinker, knowing what's happening there from start to finish. Whether or not it's T-Con control or a little bit of pop presence, just those bodies spotted from Norway was everything. At that point, you get every rotation into that B bomb site. Patsy says, okay, I've got 2 players here. I can get a little bit more aggressive. I can be a little bit more of a loose cannon. And it works out splendidly. At this point, you're kind of running out of chances if you're Eklot. No real bite to this T side. And an Astrum that just feels locked and loaded to close this series out. Here comes a little bit more of that aggression out of T-Con. Good trade from Elive, but Kenzie there to move it back. AWP is ready and set. And it's just 4C left up in it with his Deagle.
Counter-terrorist win.
Nothing connects, nothing lands, nothing hits home, and Astrum have now pretty much had their way with Eklot. And this is kind of what I was worried about moving into Train, where I couldn't even entirely tell you what the Astrum Train's going to look like, but considering the issues of Inferno, I figured some of it was going to be replicated here, where there's a lot of longer ranged angles. You kind of, I feel like you could really use some aim stars. When you have people who just kind of win and not hitting their shots as much as you'd like on Inferno, I feel like that was going to translate. You do have Forzi and NBQ, but beyond that, or Elive, Mikey, they've all kind of gone by the wayside here, and Grix doesn't even have much interest in keeping his off posted up on Ivy. He just drops the smoke and says, let's take something else.
And again, it's that decision to immediately move over that AWP that shows the different level that Astrum's on. So much more willing to be dynamic in their defense. They've got themselves T-Con control, but it's a little unorthodox. You don't have a dedicated player watching that smoke. But there's a lot of time being rotted here by Astrum. Eklot want to do this A split, but I've spent so much time just staring at a gray screen.
I mean, I don't even know if it's worth it at this point, right? Like, it's worse for you. Like, you can't let that smoke. You're looking at 20 seconds left to get into the site. You've got almost nothing to help your case now. Live coming out of Pop Dog, Nade blows the smoke wide open. They have perfect vision on what's going on. Popsy still holding on. This is over with a capital O. Detour playing for stats at this point is eventually Astrum take the map and series 13-6. A team who we both agreed shouldn't even really be down in the 0-1, arguably. Well, it showed exactly why, and Eklot seems to be no hard task.
Yeah, it gave a little bit of time to Astrum to try to build into that game, especially in the Inferno. It felt like they weren't necessarily all on cylinders, that the reads were slightly off, the trading and spacing were a little off. You didn't have the crazy individual presence beyond a player like Grix, but as soon as they switch over to that T side, Patsy starts to claw things back, and that's when everything clicks into gear. They never look back when they switch over to the offense on T side Train. It did feel like they had a game plan. They stuck to it. They didn't really need to get pushed to that plan B at all. And of course, the CT side's going to play itself out. They had great understanding, great awareness of how they wanted to play T-Con, great rotations, great reads in terms of leading 3 players, bring when needed. I mean, they were absolutely the better team, no matter which way you paint the picture.
They were all over it, honestly, to be quite frank. And this is a team in Eklot who I said, I feel like one of the things they have going for them is their ability to change the pace and keep you on your toes. And we never really saw that on Train. I mean, I think there was a round where you mentioned, I feel like maybe the play was to speed it up, try and get aggressive. And I don't ever really think beyond that one round with a couple of pistols where they tried to get out of T-Con 20 seconds in, we saw any of that. It felt like it was a very comfortable team, or rather a very comfortable CT side. And it wasn't ever really pressured. When they did maybe turn up the heat once to go into B, were shut down by anybody rotating in. The rotations were fluid, and that was something that was static across both maps. I do want to applaud Grix still for his efforts on the CT side of Inferno specifically, for always being at the right site at the right time, and then going into Inferno and doing pretty much the exact same thing. Even though he wasn't necessarily the rotator, he was always involved.
Yeah, that's a guy that, you know, I know that he's going to show up on the day. I know no matter what the map is, he's going to put out a good performance. My question is can you get the win conditions to supplement that beyond him? And that's been the question for Astrum for years now. If I had to completely talk about it, beyond Deco, everything post Deco was always that question of what can you do beyond Grix? And you've got a couple of answers. Patsy can get you those openings. Kenzie's still a stable force as a rifle. So looking forward to Astrum and what they can provide. It's that supporting cast around Grix. But folks, we've got a little bit more of an extended break now on the cards between this best of 3 and our next one. It's a new look Passion UA against an exciting Fire Flux team. You don't want to miss that 0-1 matchup too. We'll see you after 45 minutes and some change before we get ready and ready to go for that next matchup.
Everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Well, we're back with our now last 0-1 match of the day in CCT between Passion UA and, well, I'd say maybe not a legacy, but a been around the block Fire Flux. I couldn't entirely tell you what favor because I think there's really good arguments to make for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to watch this Passion UA play some CS. I know Fireflux has been around the scene for a little bit, kind of hanging around the tier 2, tier 3 space. But Passion UA was always a project that felt a little worrying to me when I first saw them have their outing, but they've always steadily improved. And of course, this is our schedule that we have gone through today. Sitters not necessarily living up to their name, losing to 0 Tenacity. 9 pulling through after a near comeback from Favbet, and Astrum outclassing Eklot earlier today. But yeah, we can start to get into the conversation about Passion UA. And when I see this team, I mean, this is not any of the almost any of the roster that you saw at the Shanghai Major that had as much success as it did. Jacasmo, really the only player to win in terms of staying in this roster, in this organization's books. TC, the former coach of Complexity, now onto this roster, making sweeping changes, bringing in a new IGL in Topa, bringing in veteran leadership in Woro 2K and Demka, and you've got a great talent in terms of Quem, in terms of what work he's done on Ikla. So overall, you bring all of these ideas from Ukrainian Counter-Strike, and what you've got is a team that is suddenly very exciting.
I mean, honestly, I'm glad you mentioned Vem because to me, this guy might be the most underrated player in the entire region. Like, completely honest. I mean, I've seen him do the craziest stuff since Ikla, or even before that, since EC Kiev, when he was originally playing with the same core of Ikla on EC Kiev. And then Ikla splits up into 2 with this whole thing, yet Fem is still the star, the statue, the staple. You go to the Drillers where it's just, you know, the Onapixel team. They almost make it to the major. It was a very, very Cinderella-esque run. He was still putting up numbers during their little run, and even on Passion UA, he is the leader of the bunch in terms of being firepower. I think Fem is the most underrated player in the region of Ukraine, but putting that aside, you have a really good recipe here, as you already mentioned. Now, on the other side, for Fireflux, I think this one's really interesting because it feels like you've got all walks of life here. You've got experience in players like Paz and Scrunk, then you've got youngsters in players like Soulfly and Banjo. It almost feels like the veterans of the Turkish scene maybe trying to not pass the torch, but bring up some new up-and-coming talent, even though Soulfly feels like he's been around the block. Banjo, I don't know how the hell he found himself on this team, being that he's the Finnish player of the bunch, maybe the oddball out, but he's still balling.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Banjo's on this team, generally touted as that next big Finnish rifler. Definitely feels like that torch has been passed off to Yimfat, but he's had his moments. I definitely thought he had a bit of an uptick in some of his previous rosters, and has the capabilities of being a fantastic player, and it's still very largely looked at by the Finnish scene as a very prospective talent. Yeah, with Paz and Soulfly, these guys are the more veterans in my eyes. Trying to bring up Dougie, who joins this team after just 30 days, or it's been 30 days in that sense. And for that, you've got to say, okay, what has he done in his career? He's played on the DF Academy. He's played on Chosen Few. He's basically done his due diligence in playing in all of the Turkish rosters that isn't EF/Aurora, and now has an opportunity to try and make a name for himself, and probably his biggest roster that he's had so far. And you're led by a coach like Hardstyle, so that's really exciting to me that I get to see that old Space Soldiers coach kind of bring up the new guard with Dougie. Here's our map veto. They both share a permaban of Nuke. So Passion UA, since they've played it a couple of times, will get an extra ban. They take Infernal out of the table, and they allow Train to squeak through. But unfortunately, the Fireflux guys do not actually opt in for it. They opt in for Anubis instead. I honestly think that Passion UA have always loved Anubis as a team, that I look at this veto and I am already kind of excited about what they have in store for us on Dust 2 as well. So I think they'll be very happy with how this one's rolled on out. And I think for Fireflux, I don't know. I'm actually very curious to see what I get out of them, because sometimes I've seen them cause some big upsets. Sometimes I see them drop the teams that I really don't expect them to.
Yeah, honestly, if I had to like throw a curveball out there, I feel like this is either a series that Passion win in 3 or Fireflux win in 2. Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know me a good Turkish dust too. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I'd be horrified about if I'm Passion UA. So honestly, you come out shooting, shoot or shoot. I don't really see a world Passion are gonna match that bar for bar. I think there's a lot of individual talent on this team in Fireflux, and then you combine that with what you already said, the experience, the veterancy. I think it's a very hard mix to beat when they're on at like a good day, when everybody's hitting, when everybody's feeling good. But at the same time, their history hasn't necessarily painted that tale where they've gotten good maps, they've gotten good looks. They almost took series off of teams like Monty and Favbet, but they're never quite there. They're just a hop, skip, and a jump away, and that's what's so daunting to me, right? But Passion UA, I don't necessarily think it's the same kind of team like those are. I think there's a big inconsistency issue right now for Passion UA that's kind of holding them back from taking the next leap of faith. But I think that's what makes this series so exciting, right? The fact that both of these teams are kind of inconsistent, and on any given day, they can just wake up and farm.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, I've seen some really good stuff out of Passion UA, and I always have to tip my hat towards a coach like TC, who has been kind of marked as this like happy-go-lucky guy that doesn't want to make anything, doesn't want to rock the boat too much, and doesn't want to scare people off, but he's taken it into his own step to say, I'm going to completely change up this team, cut off all the excess, and say that this roster that I've put forward is the best one I can pull out of Ukraine. And you know, so far, I think that they've done a fairly good job. I mean, you think about how long they've been together. It's been a month. It's been a month that this 5-man unit has been together, and I think they've already made some good strides to climb back to where they were. Valve ranked 50th, so definitely not at the place that they want to be just yet. But I mean, a win off of Navi Jr. is nothing to scoff at. Pushing teams like Fnatic, who also are in their own regard trying to climb back up, also a fair win. So automatically, I'm kind of looking at this team and I say, yes, I think that there are multiple win conditions that make me excited about them. I look towards Woro, who's had a little bit more of a resurgence. I look towards Clem and Demka. Demka especially, who I think has had a significant uptick in performance since his Monty days and has the capabilities of doing that. But I think the question is really whether or not he can actually show up on the day on a regular basis, because it's been a bit of time. Here's our head-to-head though. Woro 2K and Soulfly, both our highest rated players of their respective teams as of right now. And honestly, I'm taking Woro every day of the week in terms of consistency.
I think that's honestly a big argument that people don't talk about enough nowadays. I think we talk about the peaks a little bit more than we should talk about the bottom line. And I think the bottom line for Woro 2K is, yeah, better. And it kind of goes to show. And I don't even necessarily think the fact that Woro's as consistent as he is the scariest part of this team. We already discussed Jacasmo being a big name on this team, and he's been a big name on this roster for a good while now. But I think what's scary to me is that Fem is now back with Topa, and they have had a pretty deep experience with one another. Fem has played with Topa for I think a grand total of like 2 years total, so they know each other like the backs of their hands. So you add a Deadly Hopper into that mix. You've got a very good piece in Jacasmo, and then you've got Demko with, as we already said, experience on making it. I think honestly you've got a recipe for disaster here, but still I can't entirely tell you where all this inconsistency is coming from, if I'm being honest with you, because I think everywhere I look, it is a good bottom line, yet there's a lot of series, I think, as we already mentioned, that Passion probably shouldn't be losing. I think most recently a 500 is one that stands out to me, but I hope to see more. It's just the bottom line. And as we go into the map, I think we're going to find out whether we see the consistent Passion or whether we see the explosive Fireflux take helm as they go right up mid and do a pistol fight with the Appler.
Ooh, good flash to deal with this mid presence. Demka will find 2. They've spotted out that third player on the mid hold in Paz. Upgrade up for Woro on that B250. He'll be able to cross safely. Ooh, but he doesn't win the fight, and that's the big change up in this round all of a sudden in the 2v2.
Passion take the long way around, so they go through spawn. They have aims toward B. Right now, it looks like Banjo and Co are okay with giving that. He's just spotting for the cross on the B doors. I think eventually, though, when all of this gets cleared, when you see nothing on Cat, when you see nothing out long, they're going to start to get a little info hungry, and that's exactly what Banjo's doing. So, They'll be around the site in time to know it's coming in, but I don't really know if he can afford to take a duel right now. Maybe a shot back away, catch somebody with their head turned down. And Topa now both scenes, so more anonymity, but the second the digits get tapped in, it feels like this immediately shifts to a T-sided affair. They might know that, but no flashes to crack back in. It'll be raw and dry as the gunfights go, and Topa's already hit his first, so this feels like it's under lock and key. Paz already with 2 impeccable shots, but you're going to need 2 more if you want to come anywhere close. Eventually, he's got to go through the doors, right into the welcoming arms of the IGL. We're going to take time to do it, but eventually we knew the result.
Yeah, and already you see the quick fire decision to move over to that B bomb site, especially after Worrell can't complete the kill on the A site. And a counter right in the mid play as well with the flashbang to clear that out. The individuals to connect with Demka. And another situation to note here, Maze is playing in for Skrunk, so having a stand-in this circumstance is also something to keep in mind as this series progresses. Maze definitely a guy that's been around the block in European competition, once touted as one of the most exciting Danish IGLs to being discarded by nearly every international project. I always consider him a work in progress, more of a project IGL, if you will. But I don't necessarily even know if he's calling in this roster specifically.
That makes me
I hope not after that round.
Look, hey, whoa. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's an eco.
Just banter, you know.
I don't think I would be stacking long on an eco, but, you know. It's an eco, and it was an idea.
Look, there's a strat that we run on our pugs where we look at the wall on long corner and then flash late while they're trying to scale through long, and you try to catch players off guard. But that's neither here nor there. No util actually purchased up in the previous, means I'll have a full buyout in this 3rd round. Clem is trying to get frisky around the long corner smoke, but bites off more than he can chew. Would have liked him to just retain blue mid control, but elsewhere, Topa's men decide to take mid control instead.
Slow scale from Passion. Roll of Cat given, not fought for. Fire Flux, they've already got their 1-man advantage, so it's not a huge deal. Bam off to a slow start after getting decimated in the pistol and then caught out on long here. So, a slow battle of mind games begins as Topa tries to lurk up catwalk, maybe catch a lurk, or even play a late rotator roll.
If they want to sell something, there's a possibility. Lurk smoke on the mid side is there. Keeps Paz's attention locked and loaded. But Fireflux are not moving at all. Finally, Maze spots out the cat execute, and Topa will scale through. This 4v5 is all hinging on a couple of these kills on A. Oh my, hit one. They nearly find Maze at the back of the site. Now you can't plant the bomb. You're trying to find this kill, they just can't find the head. They're gonna plant right in the face of Maze. That's bold. And Maze says, thank you very much. I'll take both of those kills in my hands.
Couldn't have made it easier, and it was after a crazy opener from Topa, too. It almost looked like it was written in the stars for him to find a double entry there. You saw that head angle given away on Cat. It felt like all was aligning for Topa. And it was a little weird, too, because you're right. Fireflux, they weren't flinching. They weren't budging at all. They had one player push it up in the long doors and then lost control of practically everything else. And, I mean, hey, it worked out for him. Bonus at the end of the day. Not a huge loss for Passion, but a good start for Fireflux.
Again, mid-control the name of the game here for Passion. Deep nade to contain long control at the very least, but essentially a rinse and repeat now. But this time, Worrell rips the head off, and I think they're just going to accelerate off that pick. Potentially catch CT's off transition.
Topa almost eats it, but they've actually gotten a lot of it. Not only out long, but under the side too. What is going on? I thought Fireflux had a pretty good hold on this round with having long control, but Passion completely circumvented that, and Jacaspo took time to come out and assist that. Banjo, you are not getting away from that. staring down pretty much everything that could possibly put him into grave, but
Yeah, I don't think they're expecting Jacasmo to be that fast on the long lurk, considering the pick comes through, they hear the cat run through, and they're expecting that, look, this is just a transition play. They're just trying to get a fast break on you, and there's no way that the ace split is already set up. So caught between two minds, and instantly Passion capitalized on that indecision. Made up, Quem still beats the timing, retains long control. So now if you're Fireflux, you've bought into this round, but you don't even have long control or mid control at this point.
yeah, that's what's worrying me so far in this game. Fireflux haven't gone with a lot of re-aggression, but I don't think Passion are going to throw a lot of complication to this one. It looks like they're just going to say, screw it, let's try to get into A. Attack from the scout, though, and good fam already, I believe, one shot through it as well. I don't know if this is the wisest option to take as a route. They're not shying away just yet. In fact, Fem is still looking for this opener, but they are eating scout shots. And this is how they are not getting back. They haven't even left long yet. It still seems like they wanted to hit A. It took them a minute and all of this damage, but finally they decided to call it off.
The thing is, they have to actually commit to A here. At least initially, considering the tons were completely cleared out by the CTs. Same for mid. But they have gotten out of the doors, and they are causing 3 players to still retain their position on the A site. It's actually up to Soulfly, who will see a bunch of players coming his way. Trade has to be good. Bomb is dropped. Jig is up, and Soulfly will not be able to get out safely. But Paz is still finding damage. It'll be Maze and Dougie on the site proper to try and deal with the competition.
Nope, finally starting to step up to the server with his 2 on the Galil, potentially saving the round. You still got to worry about Paz. He's played with a hot hand himself in the first couple. Wisely, he goes high and almost takes the both of them with, but Waro is the only victim claimed, and Passion UA will stake their stoke in a 4th round.
There was 10 seconds left on the clock there. I mean, if Paz even just gives up the bomb at that point and forces Topa's hand to get the C4 down, maybe you've got a little bit more of an advantage there. But instead, it is the IGL to win out the war there. Gets a 4-1 start. And understandably so, cools off considering the line he's up against.
You know, I kind of loved the way Passion have been formatting their, like, pushes around long. Typically going with very spawn-based Counter-Strike. Try to get that first person out if you don't have it. Maybe not as much emphasis. But around that, again, it feels like Fireflux are staying pretty static when it comes to these rifle rounds. We haven't really seen them beyond the last too much control. And beating him at rumble makes it even scary. Off dropped. That's quite useful for Dougie, putting himself up in mid if they want to keep doing damage. I mean, the world's there. Oyster Fem, I think it was hurt in spawn too. They've got this post. Now, one more kill, and things really start to get scary. Because you get that gun out of their hands. This is a 3-on-3 potential retake if they even... That is opportunity. Can't be missing shots like that. Fem wants to scope. Now it looks like easy pickings, an aim trainer for him in CT spawn.
And you're not going to be able to recover even that AK there. Crisis averted. Dougie can't connect on the AWP. And yeah, maybe you're really thinking the jig is on. But instead, Fireflux call attack timeout here. They'll have a buy, but they've really got to figure out how to stem the bleeding. Because right now, Passion UA are having their way with the long takes, as you say, with mid control as well. The mid crunchers are not as effective from the CTs. And they're either finding space or opening entries to really carve open the round and the map. So I think in this situation, just being very willing to take map control when you lose long is most important. Claim that short control. Go for some mid presence. Try to be a little bit more leisurely in the lower tunnels. Try to get a CT in there to at least get that early info to cheat maybe a third player over to that A site.
Don't do it now. Not making that all shoulder scene. Dougie tried to take a duel early after the B-Cross jumps over. That's such a massive player to lose early on. You know there's only one at B. Look at the lineup from Passion. They know this. I almost wonder if they're going to nade this smoke open and just go in.
Yeah, you'd think, but Banjo is still on an island, and at this point, Passion UA, they can cross their T's, dot their I's, but it's all up to Banjo on the site. He's not been cleared, he's got a lineup, and he's got a flash as well. Jacasmos finally cuts him down, but this 3v3, you still favor the T side, and if I'm Fireflux, I'm heading for the hills. I don't even think I have a player close by to make this doable.
They're actually inching close. And I respect it, right? I mean, Banjo, he's not, you can't ask him out of more than anything he gave you. He gives you two crazy kills and almost even a third if he stopped for a second there, but now it is pretty much easy pickings. About what we would expect. Trying to flash in maze and trade on World. Oh my lord, I don't know how this is crumbling apart, but it's turned to a 1v1. The IGL versus Magic again looking for his revenge though. Paz runs him down just barely with enough time to hit off and pick up a car. And I was with you, I thought that was going to be a safe call, but apparently Banjo's heroism comes in to help.
Kind of unreal that Maze was able to get 2 kills there. But they get it done, man. A 3v3 retake, op recovered. And Passion UA will be really wanting that one back. That one felt like a layup of a post plant. And all of a sudden, they're starting to hurt for cash as well. Deagle on Demka. Galil on Jacasmo. And straight away, a lot more of a traditional default here. T-side clearing out lower, late mid control being faced out. And these CTs will just hold on to long control once again.
Back away. Opt to say, if you want mid, you can have it. But I don't know how much this is going to work out for them. Except for the fact that they've still got Cat somewhat controlled by Dougie's op. Rough going so far from him, but I'm sure he can dust off the rubble as they go for another Cat scale. He will get his attention, so keep my eyes on him, or at least I was, until they go for another reroute, and they are really playing with the timer here. Passion, couple of opportunities now. They've gone into one of these sites with 10, 20, 30 seconds left on the clock. One thing going wrong from the round going away from them. Now those smokes are going to come in, so you know where this is coming. You've got 3 out long if you combine Dougie in that conversation. And they're going to play retake. Oh no, they're going to go for a crunch.
Yeah, it is a fake. 100%, and here they come.
We got a player in tons. This could be problematic. Paz already locked down the first shot. Spacing's off. Banjo's got another on 10. Where is his team? I'm sure he's asking. Everybody's taking fights all over the place. This is just disorganized from Paz. They can't stop over this.
Yeah, I gotta save now. It's unfortunate because they're getting the kills from the wrong part of the map.
Oh no!
Yeah, and you lost Woro as well. After time, he's just got 200 bucks in the bank. That is a very awkward round. I love the idea because you still pull 3 players onto that A site, but unfortunately, I don't want my B lurk to be the guy with the deagle. I need a rifle there, so at least he has the willingness to potentially walk through. Instead, he's just spamming through, and nobody has to pay any attention to him. There's no need. They could have both players trained on door and window, and after that, it's just poor spacing. Bomb also caught in no man's land. So, definitely starting to see some of the cracks forming for Passion UA. But overall, Topa's still been calling a fairly good game. They are forced to buy down here, considering Woro's financial situation. And this is really the route for Fireflux to get back into this game.
They've got a lot of faith in Woro on this Sui angle. A couple of times it paid off for him too. But crazy out here. It just seems like they're gonna go for a quick cat scaling. Maybe try to pick the pace up on them and they've actually already beaten them on a lot of these timings. They've got a few flashes. With the off of Moro, could make things a little deadly. Topa's got the first. So site control's theirs. Again, they'll get an opportunity to play bomb take. Maybe not. It took a little too long to actually scale into the site with the bomb. I'm not entirely sure who has it, but yeah, Topa again, who found the entry. He was stuck on that. He never actually moved up, so the trade is in. And what was once a world where they could maybe try to play a post plant, it's just looking for kills.
Yeah, that is not good from Passion. You get your entry, you want to accelerate, but they all get caught in that Molotov off of the cat plant. At that point, I think you just got to cut your losses and just hold. Maybe try to scale back to Gandalf or fight forward and in through the ramp side of things. But basically, 2 players dying to a Molotov at that point. And not being aware that a gap was available on that CT smoke led a free kill over to Dougie again. So good confidence for the young gun, but unfortunately, less than desirable cat take there from Passion UA once they got met with a bit of utility.
Now we're starting to get trades on the board. Now you're starting to see Dougie meet up. You're starting to see individuals come to life and hit some shots. This is where things are going to start getting real horrifying. The Nico for now, so can't let the conversation get too far out of hand, but a lot more confidence featured in the past few rounds from Flux. Passion UA are going to try to slow this down to make ends meet.
Any connections would be good. You got 3 players that are one shot to the scout. So don't write this one out just yet. Banjo coming back up to pick up mid, so Woro won't have the chance to fight Cat. Ooh, nearly a connection there. But here comes the re-aggression from Soulfly. Shoots out early though, and Demka capitalizes. All of a sudden, things get a little worrisome. Punch is still available, and yeah, Woro's finally caught out. And that's the bomb as well. So Demka really doesn't have a route out, and he'll find another one. 20 seconds left on the clock, and eventually he will fall. But solid damage there from Passion UA to really make a dent in the economy. That being said, though, Flux have now tied it at 5s.
Yeah, 3 kills not bad, but I think momentum is an entirely different picture when you realize Passion are on max loss bonus. It almost feels like it's been forever since they've won around, but I digress. Seems like we're back to basics for Flux. A couple going out long, trying to take quick control. Passion gonna counter it this time round. At least the initial idea was probably it's different stories. So much damage at the rip. Opening kill, 2 players on half. They tried to take long, all 5 of them in fact, but immediately expunged.
Less than ideal. And now you're kind of hurting if you're Passion trying to scrounge for map control elsewhere. They do get themselves short control, mind you. So if they want to have a late mid to B split, they can. But it does feel like this one might be more of that cat execute commitment again. And with Dougie, I believe, on that A site, and Soulfly deep long, they do have an inroad into that A site if they choose.
Banjo's heard one footstep a ton, so it feels like this one's a bit confusing for them to navigate. Though I think that spot up catwalk should tell them where this take is actually going. Dougie gets his one and stays alive, or no, actually, he's just gonna these duels, and they're walking right into these angles. This is what I'm talking about, man. Players are starting to heat up. Flux are not minding playing with this pace. They do not care if you take your time to get up catwalk, an extra minute to try to sneak into a site. They're well set up. They are well equipped to deal with this, and they're even saving utility for these 2.
Yeah, I think they've realized that the second phase of execution will be imminent from Passion. And preempting that, holding the utility makes their jobs a little easier. You have the late smokes, the late mollies. And all of a sudden, the script has been flipped. Passion with a couple of missteps. Flux capitalizing, and all of a sudden, the potency of Topa's calling has completely worn off. At this point, if they could just reclaim a 6th round and say, at least we picked up the last round, they'll be happy. But if this turns 7-5, it gets a little worrying just by nature of this game.
Well, into B they go. It worked out once before. It really was close. Just a bit of a kerfuffle away from so. Nice crunch comes in finally to help their cause, but you've still got to worry about Dougie. And on the other end of the smoke, he seems suspicious somebody's here. Soulfly can also come through with some setup utility. Make this a little more interesting, but he'll just walk out through the middle. The entire round comes to a timing that he won't win. And it seems like their entire post plant was hinging on them actually winning that duel, but no matter, everywhere else you look, it's clean wins from Passion UA, so they at least end it off on a high note, but it's still a tie ball game.
I don't like how they played that post plant, I'll be honest. I mean, you've got a player outside the doors and a player window, if you're Passion UA, in a 3v3, that looked teed up to be the same collapse that we had in the 3v3. But luckily, they did hit their shots, so it doesn't matter. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20, but a little worrying with how that was played out. Either way, glad to have a little bit more confidence back in these Passion UA players. All of a sudden now, dead even, and pressure put onto this pistol to see who can run away with this one. But I think for Fireflux, they'll be happy with how they bounced back, how they pushed Passion UA to make some poor late round decisions, and now they can set the tempo.
I feel like a Fireflux who can set the tempo is a Fireflux to not be trifled with. But same, I guess, can be said for Passion, because they're not staying stagnant on this. They immediately go up mid and beat the Xbox smoke to the punch. So we'll be seeing a full head-to-head collision in middle. Everybody fighting pretty much everybody except for one lone man, Topa, fending off B. And I'm surprised no blood is actually spilled by the way they escape mid. Somehow,
What?
we're away in a 5-on-5.
Waro finally connects his first bullet out of like his entire chamber. And Clem is still fighting, still worried about potential lower presence. And he would love to get one on the way out, and he does. And lives to tell the tale, has another queued up, and he'll find Dougie. Now it's up to Paz, but Paz is still going to shoot. The Alamo of Swords trying to defend that mid position, and Clem will be there to rip it away. So it's just Maze up in the 1v3, trying to scale up through long with the bomb. And Demka will continue to chip away at him. Finally, Jacasmo fights, and Passion UA will claim themselves another pistol.
I will say the Passion playstyle we saw featured on the T side, it felt like it would have worked a lot more on the defense, so maybe I'm overselling it a little bit, but that one looked a bit better. Still I am. I don't know if it's like rude to say, but it feels like Topa's just not involved with the team on a lot of the stuff they're doing. And it's kind of alarming.
What?
I'm thinking back to that cat scale where he gets the opener and then he's got the bomb and he doesn't scale. Then I'm thinking of that B crunch where he gets the kill and then drops down into CT and then he never goes into sight with them even after the first kill doesn't go their way. And then there when they're all fighting in mid and see all 5, he's still on B.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but the problem with that pistol play is that you've not cleared out upper completely, and you still don't know if they could scale back. And now you see that as the B anchor, he can't move. And even more so in this round here, where they're just going to walk straight through the smoke.
Got the right idea here. Too much fumbling around with Nathan and whatnot in front and everybody with the same crime now. Couple on the MP9. He does his job more than you could have asked. Bot time, gets his 2, stays alive. Textbook the anchoring in the anti-eco.
Oh, yeah. Makes a hell of a lot of cash as well. And Fireflux straight away tasked with clawing themselves back into this game. No strangers to this map. 19 played in the last 3 months. But results less than desirable. Straight up long control being garnered here for Passion. And with that long control, they can turn their sights to short control if they want as well, but instead they'll double down to the middle of the map instead.
Bullets exchanged in mid. Finally some contact taken between the two, but it's temporal. Fireflux completely control the pace of this round currently and keeping it slow. Passion are ready for this. Still a lot of utility left in stores. They throw another smoke on the mid doors. But Kathleen says they don't really care about that just yet. You might even see a head on collision here soon. Nade goes deep. A little bit of damage on Dougie. Nothing crazy. And if they do end up going into A, Passion have a good backline in holding control of long.
Yeah, decent setup here, allowing for that short XC to come through. But even these B players don't really feel any pressure from the middle of the map, so they could potentially cause the rotation to come through, but here comes the Can't Execute. It's up to these three.
To help deal with it, Moro set up well. 3 players, full line, 2 on the spray from Jessica, dancing around the goose molly as the trades come in. Another one found by Jacaspo, who's single-handedly keeping this round alive from Passion or time for the rotations. Topa caught out, pushing up into CT spawn Paz. Great player, but an even better angle it seems as Kvem does the exact same thing. Why would you expect the second to do it? And it works. But not sure where the nearest kit lies. He's got to speed up. Maybe it was called there is no kits. Maybe he needs to try and play with the pace here or else there's not going to be enough time to pull this off. Even after the first couple of kills, the shoulder's seen on Paz, but he's got an impenetrable crossfire to try and break through. And he knows where the second player lies, but there's just nothing you can do about it. And they both come together for a good-looking Fireflux comeback round.
Bit of an odd retake there from Passion, but if Demka's doing all that from Goose, you've got to have a little bit more to give from your ramp and long player, and nobody can come to his aid. I mean, that's just brutal for Passion because you've got 3 players there. Something's got to connect, but once Demka's gun runs dry, all of a sudden the hit looks so easy to cut through for Fireflux. Now, Passion will probably have to give up the lead here. I don't necessarily think you can buy with the money that you have.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. We saw them do a buy earlier on where it didn't feature one, but this would be a lot more than just one. You'd be seeing MP9s and a lot of your stars, so probably the right call to make. It seems like when Fireflux get their AKs out, they get their wits about them. It'll be a slow mid-crawl from Passion, nothing crazy. Maybe caught with a molly pole. He does, actually. That's and they're still trying to push these players down, and now it feels like things are starting to return to normalcy. Them and AK, and you know where the last 2 players are in the lower tunnel. Sopa getting back to the left. Molly comes out. And both seen. Kvem, here's the reload, doesn't go for the push, but he's got full control of the bomb, and another gun's gone on the back of Demka, who goes all the way around through tons. And Paz, he doesn't dare want to take that tool. Kvem, he's been hitting some beamers this round. Why in the world would you take a 1v1 with him? Well, guess what? That's what they're banking on. And Demka's come in for the perfectly timed flank. It's 4 USPs and a P250, and they are shell-shocked.
Yeah, you can't lose those. You can't lose those if you're Fireflux. But man, oh man, what shots there from Clem. Demka on the follow-up. And all of a sudden, momentum just ripped clean out of the sails for Fireflux. They'll have to force into this one. You've got a couple rifles to boot, but this is a chance for Passion to run up the score and really put the hurt onto the Fireflux boys of dropping the ball on a full eco.
that's a
The
close
State's
rusher
gonna
right
be a
there.
touchdown there.
Oh my! I'm surprised there's only the one. I'm surprised SoFly's the only one catching flag. Did they just throw another? No, it was a molly. Okay. Gonna say, imagine the insult to injury. Demko runs back to grab another AG and say, "You know what? Here's another one, man." Ugh.
Wouldn't put it past him. Warren out trained through the middle. Oh. I thought he was gonna just go for the blind door spam. Thinks better of it. Gives away short control. Demka keen on giving it up. He wants to double up on the mid play. Just so in case Topa has his hands full, there can be quick rotations. And he'd be of the right mind. This B play is 100% happening. And it's all up to Topa. They're doing it completely silently as well.
They know now. Maze. Or I'm sorry, getting the early warning. Maze the one giving the warning as Topa's peeking out perfectly off that second. Bomb. I mean, Dougie, yeah, he'll hit the bottom top. It doesn't really help when the bomb's dropped. And Topa, even on low HP, says, you know what, I'm just gonna do it anyway. Talked about the Fire Flux individuals hitting. How about Passion? Everybody's starting to step up now.
I mean, it is a minuscule timing there for Moro to get back to window and to swing into that tunnel angle. If he's just a second late, they encroach upon Topa, they get a free kill there. Moro max gets one, but they lose the sight. And then it's a very doable post plant from there. So, great rotation there from Moro. Great call and response for a Passion UA. And now, they've got themselves a double op setup, a tee up for 11 rounds, and a chance to reroute the ship and take this map into their hands.
After the worries of the first half, too, and even the beginning of the second. Big side, potentially combo!
What?
Man, Dougie didn't know, he's a little too far. Leg comes in, SoFly gets a second. Drops the Opera and leaves the B defense to assault Topa, but it's like he's well equipped. He's one, getting fun on the door. Now maybe he's off behind the doors, so nothing to sweat over. Op recovered too, and I feel like when Waro with impact is your bottom fragger, I feel like it's a good problem to have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, this rifle core is the main ticket item when it comes to Passion UA. You talk about Clem, Demka, and Tricasmo, and that's a pretty fearsome trio to have, but of course, Waro is always going to be that guy that can give you just a little bit more oomph. Currently producing back-to-back rounds here now. Last chance saloon for Fire Flux on the purchase. Dougie with that AWP, who's had a couple spots here and there where he's really shown up, but for me, it's been largely the rifles that are doing the legwork. Particularly Maze and Paz, even Banjo at moments.
Cat. Mid-control from Passion with no rebuttal so far. Fireflux are going to let him walk all the way down, and Demka's not just taking this for an answer. He wants to get some info. All the way up to Palm Tree. Here's players jumping around, throwing nades, pulling out pins. Whole 9 yards as he tells his other two teammates on the A site to set up for an incoming long crunch. And this feels like a big gamble. They don't know what's going on in upper tons, but they say, screw it, we're going to put all of our resources on A.
Which is nice. Really nice to have. But you're essentially boxing them in. This late player in Paz will be the last ditch effort, and he's crossed all over. At this point, you've got a very fast flank from Demka and a chance to just rip the round away. Paz is still looking at it really late into the round, but he's been spotted and he's taking damage. The jig is up, and Passion UA can slowly rotate everybody to prepare for this long scale.
And I love Demka throwing the smoke instead of the molly too. The slight change makes him have to go out long instead of maybe just waiting it out or smoking it and going for the fight through. But They've still got Waro on the cross. That smoke doesn't cover everything, my friends. And that flash isn't going to do you much good. It doesn't blind the one staring right through it. Topa, Demka, everybody featured. And a shutdown round from Passion at the top of one info play from Demka at the start.
I mean, that is textbook CT Dust 2 right there. Aggression from Demka. Never really pushing the issue as much as he should. Gets the sound cue from Paz. Doesn't jump the gun. Doesn't overly commit to the fight on the long doors. But just gives enough presence to really force Fireflux's hand. And having one eye behind them and one eye ahead. But you need both eyes to be facing these CTs when you're scaling long.
I was healthy on 1 HP. I don't know what the hell happened, but Banjo's the one to fall first, and you've still got to worry about the low health bar. They go right back on mid, but I don't really know what their salvation's going to come from right now. There's still a double op in play that you are walking straight into up catwalk. There's one smoke left, and this entire round, and Soulfly, I mean, he's got to make something work. Well, you can get some timing up catwalk. Maybe that's the way to do it, but they don't respect it. They do respect the molly. Go back off of catwalk. They don't take the fight on fast. Fem's rattling off shots, just trying to keep them either pushed away from one another, screw up spacing, or pick them off one by one. And it looks like flying colors might lead up the Gandalf players. Just trying to buy time. Rotations are in, and the trades are right behind them with Maze now featured in a 1-on-3. Looks like this map might be sent to dust, ironically enough, unless Maze start to take care of things. Good luck, man. Jumping up, good spot, good kill, and a good map from Passion puts them up.
It's one full USP round that really takes the cake there for Passion. Once that happens, it completely breaks the mental of the Fireflux guys. It becomes very uninspired with some of the takes that they have. You get re-energizing plays from Topa, from Quem, from Demka. Even Waro kind of lights the scoreboard up with that AWP at the tail end. And that's how you just see a Passion UA roster that is just very hungry to get back to some of their winning ways, to climb these VRS rankings as fast as possible. And they're doing it off of unorthodox vetoes and a new roster that's still trying to find its identity.
And honestly, when they're going bar for bar with the individuals of Firefly, which I just straight up did not think was going to happen. I thought, if anything, Passion would be the ones getting out-aimed, and it would be like them having to put up in the strategic front to make up for it. Now, they've got pretty much everything going for them in that regard. Maybe not so much on Anubis, but then again, they showed me some pretty good arguments. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, yeah, sort of. But I think, to me, I still think this team lacks a definitive leader. There are certain situations there where I need faster rotations. I need a flow chart for some of these players to really understand what's going on. And I don't think that there's a system in place. A lot of times you're getting long control with 2-3 players on board, and you're not having that instant decision to say, we're either going to keep that long control and double back for some mid space, or we're going to double back into maybe some cat control. Either which way, they've got to have an idea as to how to play CT Just 2, and I never felt like they really got a handle on it. And maybe, you know, Skrunk might be able to add some of that that we weren't able to necessarily see in this game, considering he wasn't playing. But they'll have their hands full when we move over to Anubis, another map that I think TC's had a good hand in building up for a team like Complexity. And I'm sure he's had quite a good number of talks with Topa on a map like Anubis with Passion UA. So we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll see whether or not Passion UA can close this series out in 2, or whether we're going to that third map of Ancient.
living up to the logo they bring, and they had fire in their guts on Dust 2. Now they look to cool off on the canals of Anubis, and maybe even equal themselves to a 2-0 win. Fireflux on the CT side look to stand in their way.
Early aggression, triple stack on that A main side. Demka to deal with said aggression, but it's through mid that Passion UA want to deal with this opening round. And this car crash is going to be very interesting. Demka's got to get at least a little bit of contact before actually helping out his team.
Demka showing himself off with the open pick on Maze. Now they look for a bit more as they've already gone into the site itself, but losing players one by one, not exactly looking great, but Paz is, on the other hand. Fem and Demka now need to somehow recuperate this. Demka's still waiting for some. Ooh, messy in CT spawn. And now Demka doesn't even know where he wants to take this one. Bomb in the laps of the CTs. Fem was maybe trying to find an out route, but instead just handed it to the belly of the beast. And after the opening pick, this just went down the drain.
Yeah, Demka did everything he could to turn the attention back over, but not finding a single entry on the proper hit through camera. That'll always make Demka's life that much more difficult. You can't really fight more. So now he's left up into a tough clutch, and Dougie will shoulder peek him out of the round as Fireflux get themselves a very important CT pistol, mind you. Set the tempo on their defense there. Deny a bomb plant, get a chance to really rack up some defensive rounds, and put the hurt on Passion UA to really earn this offense.
Have to earn it in a different round because this one's a full save. That's comes via Waro's Deagle, and already they're obviously down through B main, taking fights in mid. No sweat off their back. They seem to quickly shutting this one down and trying to take it back. Oh no, and there's gonna be a way to do it. We don't want to get killed for too much. 2 kills ain't too bad.
A little overzealous there, but when I look towards this map, I'm trying to figure out who that guy is for Fireflux. I don't really think I have an answer for you yet. Taz in the early going, showing some good form. Same for Banjo, but you really need someone to come online here individually to stay up to snuff with what Passion have to offer. Otherwise, it's going to be a tenuous Anubis. Especially when we switch over to that offense where you really need that one person to make you start feeling comfortable. But the earlier nade aggression into canals doesn't work this time around, and Chikazmo's found one through the smoke. So this first buy round is going swimmingly for the T side, and it nearly felt like it was going to be squeaky clean. But the B bomb site is open for business. Bomb should go down, and this should be that great bounce back from Passion.
Funny enough, I would argue this round would be squeaky clean if Waro didn't get stuck on something inside of the smoke. Because you see him starting to turn around because he thought he maybe got stuck on a CT instead of looking forward onto Banjo, who honestly was not at the proper angle at the time he was ready to peek out. But all fun points aside, it seems like, yeah, this is just Passion walking in, taking names, and taking around with the Maze and Co. I'm surprised they're staying as close as they are. Maybe looking for exits, Maze looking for an upgrade, pretty much anything. There is, I think, a Galil that Waro had in mid if he wants it, but...
Do you really want a Galil?
Alright. Hating for no reason.
I'm just pandering to the audience. Pandering to the audience. I'm fine with the Galil. I'll play with it. I'll play with the FAMAS if you give that to me. But the people don't like it. The people will cry and moan about those two guns.
Yeah, they hated him because he spoke the truth. The gun's not bad. He just suck.
Whoa.
Hold out.
Alright. Really nade for Chikazmo. Doesn't catch out Dougie. But Straight away. Opt for purchase for Fire Flux in this one. Double MP9, you're already hurting for utility. More mid pressure being applied though from Passion. While Demka turns his attention to this A site.
Nifty little hang, isn't it? Oh, and they're gonna walk into it too. Ori, God, sidelined by Ducky, and SoFly's not stopping there. They walk him down right like what they did to them in the previous. Oro and Go have to now respond for it. A kill comes back in mid, but the damage is already done. To be fair, they need to charge in the previous. Like this would be out of the ordinary to see him do some damage, and a 2-on-1 doesn't feel all that bad and improper, but swinging a 1v2, he couldn't have known, but never really gonna end that well, and now Waro's got to face the consequences of it.
You know, maybe if he goes through Rugs, there's a shot, but Waro needed at least one more on that A player to make it a feasible round. And instead, Waro will wrap back into the B bomb site. See if he can save his gun. And I know you mentioned that's a nifty angle on that A side, but if you're gonna play it, I think you gotta play a little bit further back. Because when you play that close up to the box and you're a CT, it is a large head as opposed to a smaller one when you've backed away. And for that MP9, a quick wide swing and a check, that's what you're gonna get the result of 9 times out of 10. So Demka definitely stretching himself a bit thin there. And do my eyes deceive me? Is that a Krieg for Waro?
Oh my lord. Oh my. Man, I'm seeing names flash in my head. Oh my.
Stop. Stop.
It's a nasty ball you just Paladin. What are you talking about? CS2. Wake up, man. We gotta get some pass bugs.
On the
Completely
panorama
different frame, by
UI.
the way.
Yeah. Reaggression here.
Okay. They honestly, I think they're lucky they did not get multi-killed there. That felt like Topo was again lined up to get a big impact play, but at the same time, they know there's more players pushing into con off of that. Right now, Passion have a ton of information to play with. I'm surprised they're keeping it as slow as they are, but they still have both of these sites completely siphoned off.
Oh.
There's the Krieg, but there's the 8K for Banjo, says, I'll do it better with a gun that's cheaper. So he's now fighting for everything he can. So far, so good. 3 kills from the Finn.
Oh, he's good.
No.
Oh, no, it's not good. It's not good at all, actually. Oh, my goodness.
It's terrible, actually.
Wow. That is unfortunate. Real chance there, but look, man, the Krieg gets you the opener, but it doesn't get you the trade. You would have loved to have an AK on that second kill. I hate Krieg purchases. I cannot tell you how terrible of a purchase it is. And just seeing that fail as it did, I hope he never buys it again.
Man, this is... I feel like this is coming from a deep spot in your heart.
I hate the Krieg meta, man. That was a dark time.
I remember that was back in the day where I would be pumping out like 12 hours a day down. I'm using the Krieg, man. I'm like, dude, it's just gonna get nerfed. Why would I wreck my muscle memory?
And then it was around for like a year, so...
And then it was around for like a year. But you know what? You know what? I surged after it for like 10 seconds.
That's what I'm talking about. And you're still
I-
casting CCT to this day.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I didn't need to go there, but hey, low-hanging fruit, I gotta take it. Well,
I don't know
Waro
what
didn't
I
have a
like.
fun time with that with that Krieg, so he just DC'd, I guess.
Yeah, no. Things did not go his way.
Mm-mm.
I'd put it in Dead by Daylight terms, but I don't exactly want to reveal my lack of showering just yet.
You already mentioned it by name, man. We already know it stinks.
What's it?
Who's your favorite Dead by Daylight character?
I don't have one. They're all too fun.
Oh, you could have. I see. I was thinking you were gonna go the direction of. No, I don't have a favorite character because I don't play that game. But you went the other way, and now you said they're all too fun. Oh,
Don't tell him I play Valorant. Oh!
chat, are we okay with this? Are we okay with this, chat?
Okay, I uninstalled League.
Okay, that's a start. That's a start.
I didn't uninstall it. I just haven't reinstalled it on the new computer.
You did that. You cut energy drinks. You're becoming a fully functioning member of society, and I'm proud of you.
I still am out of shampoo.
Oh,
Oh.
well, I hope he does come back.
Unfortunately, the Krieg will not be rebuffed. I do not think we will be seeing Waro again.
What?
What? New patch notes just dropped. R8 has been buffed to its prior state upon release. The MP5 has been removed from the game. And the Deagle is back to the way it used to be, even though that update was cap. It hasn't changed. I don't believe it.
Yeah. Well, I do think that the spam has gone down, which is like the most important thing. I remember that spam ability was like ridiculous to have, where I could basically use it like a 5/7, but I only needed to shoot like 2 bullets and they're dead. To the body, of course. So I'm glad that has been changed. Everything else, yeah, pretty much the same if I had to do a look in.
Still advice to this day. Each reset sound is almost perfect to the beat of Staying Alive. Great piece of advice. Advice is exactly what Passion are going to need, being down in the depths of a 5-1 deficit. Right now, I don't know, man. These rifles aren't rifling. Except for that one round. Now Waro looks to change that, or maybe Clem as he walks up mid and catches Dougie lacking. They've still got presence pretty much everywhere. Waro waiting for a push outside B main, and they don't give it, but felt like they almost were going to. I thought he was a dead man. And now, Clem's just sitting and waiting for them to give him another kill.
Bit odd. He feels caught between two mines and he gets caught out. Poor decision making there from Clem. And Banjo just a little quicker to the punch. Meanwhile, the rest of the Passion UA members will still claim themselves that B bomb site. Topa finds one more. They've cordoned off Temple for the time being, but that flash should allow Banjo to take an opening engagement. Demka's the snake in the grass, though. He's gonna find a little bit of impact before going down, but he's the only one with HP here.
Oh, there goes Paz, a 1-for-1 trade. Maybe not ideal, but right now I kind of look at next day contact.
Oh,
This shot
no.
from Demka, still winnable. It's Topa versus Banjo, and they're both low as ever. One bullet does it, anonymity given. Now it's a spray instead of a fight taken as they dance around the site boxes. It's finally another round for Passion.
Great round there from Topa. And honestly, a great round there from Banjo as well. I felt as though so much work being done in terms of reclaiming mid in the way that he did. And then the snap rotation at the B bomb site. That shot that he hit on the pillar player, also very difficult on the retake, considering Demka had the opening gambit there. A good attempt from Flux at the retake, and it's considerable damage. Demka down to a Mac 10 and Khalil still on Jacasmo. Meaning Passion UA, this is a must-win round. Otherwise, we're talking 6, potentially 7 CT rounds for Fireflux. And that could be a game as good as done in some instances. But here comes the B execute again.
Haven't dealt with the side anchor though. Kvem dropped and they still have so much work to do. Soulfly's only objective is keeping alive. It's not giving them anything. Instead, Paz will be the one forcing the hand. Soulfly still here, still kicking, still fighting, still screaming. Nobody's holding. Cosmo's the victim. Still cannot seem to deal with him on the jump. Eventually falls at E-Box. He's done so much. Everybody gets here. And it'll be an honest to God 2-on-3, which I can't say they're favored in, but a lot better than Paz fought his way out of it. A couple of shots come through the site's wall. Nothing lands. I'd imagine we're soon going to see this called off, or we're going to see Dougie get a little more invested into this one as he goes way up closer. Barrel spotted and kill given. Maze still not opting to save it just yet till he gets his hands on the big green and runs.
You know, try to stick around because he knows he's going to get hunted after that weapon drop noise was heard. He's being crunched, whether he knows it or not. More quickly encroaching. Shot hit from Maze. Stellar work there. And he can hang around this cave position. He doesn't have to leave at all. Bomb is pretty far away. Oh, tough shot to hit though. And Demka will capitalize. I don't think he can recover that AWP, but he's done his job. There's no potency in the round now for Fireflux. And Passion UA get their round back. It's a very messy one, mind you. I don't necessarily think that was the greatest B-pop in the world. But eventually they navigate the chaos well. They don't let Soulfly get away for free in the back of the B-bomb site. They don't let that nade to blow up in the long smoke also cause them harm, because that nearly could have cost them as well.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that it didn't. I feel like that's a bold call to make if you're Fireflux. Especially with the weaponry. But hey, again, they have got some good players right now. I mean, even though it's only 2 kills, I think both of the frags I've seen out of Dougie were just straight impact. But Soulfly, Banjo seem well equipped. Paz doing good. But here comes the flash. They're trying to get Demka into 8 tons. They're going to take this, whether you like it or not. You're either forced forward. Whoa, messy. What the? I don't even know where that molly came from. A 1-for-1 trade, though. I feel like that's better off for Passion.
Yeah, you'll always take the trade. CT should be hamstrung, but Banjo swings into the angle. Soulfly is also in the E-box fight. Damage taken every which way, but at the end of the day, it's still a 4v2 for Fireflux. Fem will drop into the canals once contact is taken by Jacasmo. But he's got the bomb. He's got to find an entry. And he's doing it completely silently. And unbeknownst to him, Fireflux have completely abandoned the B bomb site. They're thinking that it's a full mid play, something that Quem is very good at doing. And because of that, you get a free B bomb plant.
Now, much more than that, you got to consider the health. Oh my lord. That could not have been closer for Kvem. But yeah, no, you've got 2 players battered and bruised. One wrong shot on Banjo, and I mean, this round could fall into your lap. All relies on this one duel, though. Ooh, and instead of throwing Molly away, he's just going to fight with his teammates. Now there's the info they were looking for. Jacasmo stuck between a rock and a hard place. That was just not going to go his way ever. And I think that one small decision from Banjo to, instead of mollying them out of Con and forcing them into Fireflux, I think that's the difference between potentially winning and losing that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would have been a real bad decision from Banjo if he did. But, man, individually, he is making so many right decisions, and mechanically, he is absolutely on board right now. We were talking about who that guy could be, and I think we found your answer pretty fast now in this map. Meanwhile, on the other end for Passion UA, it's their turn to look really discombobulated. I don't feel like their trades are that effective on the base of E-Box. I don't think their lurk players are doing enough. I don't feel like Demka's got enough mileage out of A main. And same for Quem, where he gets mid space and doesn't really know what to do with it. It's cost them. That the small indecisions from some of these individual players really need to click together quickly. I mean, you need these 6 rounds. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's going to be a real dicey situation.
I mean, I feel like they're struggling to take these choke points too. Only once have we seen them really get the kill in a main, and it didn't really go crazy well. Now they're stuck inside of a mid smoke, giving Dougie 3. Kvem the only response, and he's got to slow it down. Can't just go sprinting into the A site off of that, even though there's typically only one. The right call for him to make, but, I mean, they're both stuck in purgatory. Where do you go with this round? Right now, it's Demka. All eyes turn to him as he goes back through spawn. Soulfly, I don't think we'll hear this. Oh, but Kvem just peeks a little too far back, a little too soon. And what could have been a 3-on-2 is now Demka's turn at a teed-up potential clutch. Bomb is recoverable. They're allowing to have him that, but beyond recovery, it's just 1v1s everywhere the eye can see. You're going to have to win a whole hell of a lot of them, and the first is about to come up, soon to be on Banjo as he keeps walking up through the bridge. Shadows will be given, and Banjo collects a freebie kill with a 7th falling into the laps of Fire Flux.
Ooh, and this feels done with in a lot of ways. I hate to call it a game this early, but right now, Passion UA have run out of ideas. You're calling these fast A plays, but don't have the properly placed flashbangs, giving Dougie a chance to go nuclear. And now it's Tech 9s, a conga line into the A bomb site, and they have all taken a nuke to their HP bars. And there's a second one.
I mean, I understand why you say what you say. This game so far been very uninspiring from Passion. Fire Flux, they are just having their way with them at every step. It doesn't look like they're going to overcomplicate this either. Just get it over with, show on the road type of round where they walk right into Dougie and get the rifles back out for the penultimate of the first half. They've got this and a hell of a lot of hoping in their CT side that keeps them in this game, but these next 2 rounds mean absolutely everything. And you need them both, quite frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the last round, straight up. So they need this one. Absolutely. And that won't make things any easier. Woro goes down early. They've been trying to bully Banjo, man, but he's 16-3. And yet still, they have been ruthlessly trying to charge through this A main. Finally, they get smoked off. They think better of it. They'll move back over to E-Box. Eventually find room there. Push off Soulfly, but they'll still be happy with how the round's feeling right now.
Not even going to retake connector control. No. Now where do you go? Passion, they've gone with mid at almost every one of these rounds we've seen, but completely hands off after the last time they tried to go through the smoke and get absolutely demolished. I think this is just going to be a raw B exec. Dopa, nade lands right in his lap. He'll be sitting outside E-Box for the remainder of the round. I'm assuming he's the last prong of approach. While he's come in, they're trying to distract, maybe. Doesn't seem to be working just yet. Dougie's cheated over to B, so they've at least got numbers on this B site, but I think that's pretty much all they have. They don't have kills, they don't have the advantage, they don't have the utility, and they don't have the manpower any longer. As Paz and Maze make a 2-man killing spree of a B site defense, it is a 9-3 CT side.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough gumption to Passion UA on that offense. Never really got some solid early mid control. Never was able to get into A main early. You didn't have those lurk timings to punish CT aggression at all. And because of that, you've got man advantages for the CTs in multiple mid-round situations. And because of that, very simple reads for the defense when it came to the late round. When the site hits were coming, I mean, you'd guarantee that there's at least 3 or 4 players on the bomb site that they would hit. So, a lot of work for Passion UA to do on this defense, but unfortunately, I don't even necessarily feel like they've got much runway. It's this pistol or bust. Even if they do win the pistol and the conversion, they're still in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is the Passion team that feels like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Where normally I feel like you've got some staples that can lead your team, which is like Fem and Waro. They're both bottom of the scoreboard. I mean, I feel like those two players being where they are is telling in and of itself.
Yeah. You can't have these guys that low on the scoreboard, that's for sure. But really, nobody's shown up to play today, at least on map number 2. Right now, a key opportunity for Fireflux to even the odds. Send us to that third map, which I believe is Ancient, yes?
Yep.
Another stable map for Passion UA, mind you. So they'll be happy to at least have that in their back pocket moving forward. But, that being said, still worrying with the lack of individual flair that we kind of saw on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And more importantly, a lack of tack timeouts as well. I don't feel like we've gotten TC on the mic for Passion UA at all or enough in this map so far.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like even they're kind of treating it like it's a wash. But I don't know. I hope that changes because right now they've got quite the deficit to be staring down. And it's a default pistol to start. Taking control of A main, leaving mid open. I think that's a bit of a questionable move, but they'll hear the footsteps sprinting up, so they'll at least get the information, right? That's handed to them. But Fireflux, it's about handing over kills, which so far they haven't really done on these pistols. It'll be a B wrap. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Are they going to walk into B main? I think they are. That's exactly what they seemingly wanted. The dualies can't get anything done. There's Dougie! Another multi! Not one kill comes from the site defenders until Waro finally steps up and steps in. Bomb planted in a safe spot. Them can't get anything back either. Dude, Dougie is on one right now.
Sick strat, sick player. Has final nail in the coffin. Waro will go ahead for the hills, save whatever he has. He doesn't have anything, frankly, so might as well fight forward and try to get some money. Taps in. Whittle down. And they should have his execution delivered, but Waro will find yet another. And finally, Dougie will close it out with the quad kill. But yeah, they throw that long smoke straight away, and you've got a temple wrap through late into that round. As soon as the wrap comes in, they don't have to worry about a deep long player. They can focus on the site proper, and then when the B main players come out, they turn all the CT's attention away from the temple wrap. It's a very beautifully executed pistol round there from Fireflux. They deserve this map 100%.
A life round from Dougie potentially, and that might just start to seal this. No surprise to the Passion UA CT side by that, but I'm sure Fireflux will wait this out. There's a lot of utility being given away for a round where you don't really carry a lot coming into it. I mean, we've already seen 3 smokes thrown. So, you've got 1 left, 2 flashes, 1 nade within the first 30, 40 seconds of the round. Fireflux are going to let all these smokes fade. They know what you've just given them. And the worst part is, they just gave up full control of A. So that's a smoke they didn't even need to use.
Now, Soulfly making sure that he's pulling some attention in the middle, but nobody pays attention to it. Instead, they're just going to gamble stack 3 on A. A 4th rotation coming in. And this is coming off of Jacasmo's information from B main. So everybody here for Fireflux and Passion UA, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh, maybe not in the way we would have thought, though, because Fem and Demka, they're the ones winning everything. Soulfly, He's not hidden. He didn't say he's not coming. Where's Jacasmo is taking his sweet time to get back into the site. He stalled out in mid. He delayed. He went back. They're able to get the crossfire in play, though. HE picked up, now 30 HP to his name. Soulfly running out of bullets, running out of health, running out of util, and running out of time.
That's just a great read from Passion and a great play from Jacasmo. As soon as he sees that open, call the entire rotation back the other way. And completely stifles Fireflux. So a bounce back here from the CTs and a great time for it to come through, considering a force buy is probably on the cards for the T side and potentially 2 rounds to churn up a potential comeback for Passion UA. 6 rounds needed to equalize the odds. A timeout instantly called from Fireflux. And Passion will have some time to slow their roll a little bit.
And maybe that's the jump start they needed. I'm thinking back to Dust 2, where things were looking dicey. It was 9-8. Rather, was it 8-7? I believe it was 8-7. Then it's a 4 USP, 1 P250 round on the CT side. All of a sudden, Passion don't lose a single round after it. Now, there's still going to be a lot of scrutiny on this game, because just because you win run round doesn't mean you magically have got this comeback story initiated. But considering you've got an anti-eco here, or rather, I'm sorry, a force buy here, anti-eco in the next, 4 rounds might not be all that bad, if you can get there.
Flash in for Demka. Spots nothing temporarily, but Banjo is still here. When you think about how much Banjo has won in this half so far, that'll be interesting to watch as this half develops. Squemba needs to find multiple, and he does. Topa there to help him out. It's just Soulfly left up in this 1v3, and he's got himself a gun and the bomb. A free route to the B bomb site in the 1v2.
Talk about overcooking it. It's textbook what they did. I think Soulfly is going to easily get traded, but that's just another gun lost in a spot where Passion cannot really be affording to give away anything whatsoever. But for now, they'll settle for winning the round, shutting the force buy down. Should still be a save in the next. So to them, that's all fine and well, and it's not really any sleep lost over that 1 round. But
There's an opportunity for a double dip here if you're Fireflux.
Oh, and they are. At least
Yeah.
Soulfly is. Oh my.
Because it's 3 kills in a bomb plant. Like, why not? I mean, you win one of these, the game is over. So this game plan for Fireflux is not a bad one.
Their buy is better, too. Like, they have 4 Galils and a Tech 9. This is not unimaginable in the slightest. Banjo will catch an HE, but damage is minuscule. This is going to be a full B-pop.
Yeah,
And
I like it.
they don't really have a lot to counter it, or at least in the sense of getting the utility out early. Molly takes a second, and now it's an MP9 stuck at the back of the site. Jacasmo, just damage and 1 kill. And now a 2-on-3. You said it, Passion. You lose one of these rounds, and it's the game. You can't go for a save here. You've got to attempt it. Nade into the site. Demka, a must-win duel. Drops the bomb carrier. And even though it's still a 2-on-2 and a lot of unknown assets are still playing around this board right now, just the lone fact that they have to spend time crossing back in to get the bomb is enough. Now look at Demka's bold play. Brazen. He's walked all the way up into E-Box. Fem! Oh, he's hit his shot, but they still got to worry about Demka. Back of the site. Flash isn't enough, and that might just close it.
What a round there from Banjo, man. I mean, cutting off the lurk off the mid rotation and B main early, making Fireflux's job to actually commit to that B bomb side as easy as pie. And the 1v1 to close. Credit to Demka for really trying to pull that one over the line, but just not enough at the end of the day. They'll have one last ditch effort on a force buy here, but this is it. This is their last opportunity, really. Realistically, I would say that the last round was their final opportunity, but they'll keep forcing here till the cows come home. Triple A main setup to start things out here, and they'll probably try to pop through and punish the G7 player.
Oh, well, there's the first. what needs to be something in a long chain of command, which they need to lead at almost every step of the way. It's another B approach, but this time they have info, they have numbers, they have some weapons, and they still have Jacasmo, but at this point, it's just a game of survival, right? Stay alive as long as you can with another head ripped off a Soulfly. It's a game of distraction, smoke, and mirrors, and Passion will yet to fall.
Ooh, man, I feel like we've finished like 4 rounds in like 20 seconds. This is kind of insane.
They're buying again!
Yeah, I mean, why not? You're double eco, right? You have to. But, you know, with how these rounds are faring, this is the ripe opportunity for Passion UA to claw back in. They convert that force buy, and now 7-8 rounds. It's a possibility. You start to put the pressure on the Fireflux guys, and maybe it's a different game, but this is bold. This is crazy from Waro, and a chance at multiple kills, but he misses.
They jump over. It's crosshair disruption to a T. Into the A site they go. But a huge double from Topa relieves Demka. Flashes behind the smoke. They try to beat it to the punch. Another messy spray. But Demka hangs on. And in comes Maze, now the last man remaining. And finally, Passion managed to get a hold of themselves.
Yeah,
so there's
been a lot
7.
going their way too. I mean, that spam was everything. That spam doesn't come through, the round's over. You know, Demka gets pressured from both angles. There's no chance, but he pulls through, man, and now they live for another day. An opportunity to get some cash up, and they've still got Fireflux at 11.
Think about the situation post this full eco. I mean, it's a 3-round gap. It's a 3-round buffer. Nowhere in the realm of unthinkable any longer. Passion have done some of the heavy lifting required to at least consider this to have comeback potential. But a lot of this is based off of chaotic, hectic rounds featuring Galils, MAC-10s, MP-9s. When the rifles come out, I'm sure we'll get something a little more understandable and standard, but for now it's still Waro trying to investigate the board, where all the pawns lie currently. Being the op, you'd love to have him with some extra cash, and that's the first.
They're doing this with Waro on 5 kills. Completely absent in this game. This is that opportunity to get his confidence out. Double swing. A dink found for him. MP9 recovered. A chance at converting onto this MP9. But Clem is there. And Passion UA get themselves that 8th round. All in all, another chance for map point to be achieved for Fireflux.
And here's the op from Waro. One person that we need to see if they want any chance to keep this momentum alive. But he'll play a very passive angle in mid. Right now, the aggression is through B main. And Topa, he'll have to do it all himself. Flashes are a bit late, but they come out on top with a 2-for-1 trade. Very, very slow pace. Fireflux considering every route, every alternative means to get into this.
Yeah. A real opportunity here. Still, though, for Fireflux. If they wanted to go to that B bomb site, it's just Topa, and if they can get a bomb plant, who knows? But they'll walk through mid. If they walk through mid and they try to go into A, 3 players to greet you.
It's another big kill for Jacasmo. Fireflux still seems stunned and stumped as to where they actually want to attack. Eventually, the time is going to lead them into a site they probably don't want to be hitting. Maze Maybe the end goal is to drop the op or try to save and spawn. I'm not entirely sure what that's going to get him. No, he's going to go for a very, very last second reroute into B. I mean, look, bold, brazen call. And at this point, there's just no time. You don't want to be dying after it, right? So might as well try to get the plant. Oh, wait, they're going to try to do it. Yeah. Demka, he gets him after time. That's huge.
Yeah, that is awkward to say the least for Maze. Well played from the side anchor. But Passion UA now really twisting the knife. Double digits is on the horizon. You can sense that they can just taste the comeback in full effect. And not even any real investment from the Fireflux camp. A couple of deagles and that's it.
Well, well, well. A game we were both writing off coming into this app, especially after you lose the pistol. It's now within striking distance of being a tie game. Passion. Apparently just a CT-sided team, man. I don't know what else to say about it. Makes sense. But didn't know to this extent. And we've still really not seen anything crazy from Waro, which,
Yeah.
it feels like it's due, right? I don't know. Maybe that's like a gambler mindset of me, but I feel like it's gonna pay out eventually. Like he's gonna hit.
Look, while he's trying to take time to warm up, you've still got plenty of players finding you some impact. Demka on that A side. Topa and Jacasmo on the B side. And now, in the 5v4, Fireflux more taking the time to just discuss what they've got on offer to make sure they can at least confirm overtime. The waltz in the E-box, but Topa's seen everything he needs to. Molly's good. And this should be a confirmed round for them. 3 players now available on this B-bomb site. Everybody looking at that one sight line of E-box. This should just be a mowdown.
Adjustments from Fem, but still a lot of damage given, and that's an AK handed over on the wrong side of the map, which Moro, he doesn't even pull out his op. He says, you know what, USP versus an AK, how about it? Huge round though, man. I mean, we've seen a Fireflux that can't even really get plans amassed, so if you keep that sort of story up, this could be one of those rounds where you essentially see the lead swapping hands. It all depends. Obviously, can you get a plant? Can you win the round? Can you stop Passion? Well, they've got the op on Dougie to try and do it, and he's still playing hot.
It needs to be a little bit more hot at this point. They need a player to get unlocked. Banjo has gone very quiet.
Oh.
All of a sudden. And this time, an opportunity right at his doorstep, but he can't convert. Dougie on the other end will find an answer back, though. Clem heading for the hills, and he'll make his escape out through 8 lane. Molly deep, he'll hold on to that part of the map at the very least, but I feel like he's sticking around for a little too long here.
Yeah.
Finally, he pulls back. And this 4v4 is still very doable for the CTs.
Well, they've gotten a lot out of this too, mind you. It's a 4-on-4 where you've got Maze and Dougie both tagged. They've wasted all of their mollies and nades trying to clear out these angles and canals. So if they do go for a site exact, they've got a couple of smokes and flashes. Beyond that, you're not mollying out these angles like heaven. You're not mollying out the middle of the site. And now you've got to walk right up through Waro, and you want to save these flashes. But do you at the same time? You really want to test the off 4-on-4 like this? No, you don't. And the first man hits the dust with a molly drop. He'll go on a long rotation because they've got the time to do it.
He has the angle, and that's a huge kill to get. That does open the door into this A bomb site, but Waro's rotation is swift, and it's accurate as well. Nade does so much damage to soften up these players, but 57 HP could still be the difference. C4 hits dirt. Topa gets through the smoke. SoFi pressed up against camera. Moves over to beach, though. Is he prepared for how close Soulfly and Jacasmo can be? No. It's all up to Maze on just 2 HP.
You don't know. He could be in so many different angles, though. There's so many worlds this could go awry. They've got kits, and they do have a bit of time. They're clearing out these angles one by one. Mid-sight now clean. Smoke dropped on top of the bomb. Finally now seen on top of the Raptor here. He's going to have to peek around. He's going to have to try to take these duels on his own terms, but it's not going to work out. The op is recoverable. The round is theirs. And from down 10-3 in this map, they find themselves tied at 11.
Brutal. Just a brutal situation for Fireflux, and you were waiting for that cash-in round for Waro. There it is. Both kills insanely impactful off of middle. It's just 2 kills, but even that nade damage that he does on the tail end is everything. Who knows if Maze had a little bit more HP, that if he wins that 1v1, it's a doable round. And now, bomb plant max loss bonus you'll buy if you're Fireflux, but all the momentum is gone. All of your star power has been flushed down the drain. It does feel like it's Passion's UA's time to turn the key on this best of 3 and march back up to the 1-1. But Fireflux are getting a little pacey. They're getting a little bit more pep in their step. Fast on E-Box here.
Oh, that's a big duel to drop if you're Topa. This is the fire that was missing the past few rounds. They're trying to counter it. They're trying to throw smokes in their face, but they're losing players. They're losing numbers, and they're losing them fast. But still, Jacasmo has answered big and put them back in an advantage. He and Demka alone have stolen this round from the hearts of Fireflux. And Jacasmo's Deagle gets a full house for match point.
And the money is gone. No bomb plant. Even if you do have that max loss, you're not going to have any util or anything to speak of if you want to buy in with rifles. Passion UA have clawed and screamed their way back into this game. Fireflux with no answers whatsoever. And every little win condition that I was talking about. Lack of star power from the extremity players. No AWP presence. Poor calling. All of that has been completely turned on its head on this CT half. And for Fireflux, is this it? Is the B-pop really your last-ditch call?
I mean, for what it's worth, they got far with this last time. And in come the nades, lot of damage, no kills. And that's what's important. Finally, Topa changes that with 2 of his own from Connector, seeing 2 more. They know this is going to be a B hit, but they're still losing numbers. Bomb finally goes down. Nate actually might drop the planter. They barely get the plant off in time. Demko is trying to stop them through the smoky spams.
What?
Where's Banjo? Coming in from Connector. Banjo, Demko, 1v1, overtime or bust. Who breaks first? The peak jiggles around the corner. Demka confident, but not good enough. Fireflux, they've just narrowly hung on. And it's, of course, the B-pop to force overtime.
I mean, those nades were so good, man. It was everything. But a couple of unruly sprays. It felt like Jacasmo trying to get back in the dark. Sees 2 bodies. Doesn't commit to either one. And as he splits the difference, it just gives another opportunity for Fireflux to get settled into the post. Called upon Banjo to have a little bit more impact at the tail end, and he finally does. A double kill to pull them into overtime. And now, Tabula Rasa, you can completely erase that slate and say, it's 0-0, first to 4.
But here's the thing. Again, I do kind of want to say it, right? Now that the party bus has come to a halt, I think a lot of these passion rounds come off a lot of big individualism. I think they haven't, beyond that one play a couple rounds ago where you see Kvem and Co go into canals, he finds one. Even then, he stuck around a bit too long. But a lot of it's big kills from Demka or Jacasmo having a crazy sight defense, or even it was Topa and E-Box. He was killing it. Now that the guns come out, it feels like they haven't done amazing to deal with the pace of Fireflux. Beyond the utility. However, you are right. Slate's wiped clean. They've at least got that to not worry about. And there's the first through a smoke of anything.
It's disappointing that Clem really wants to make that play happen. He's tried that maybe 3 times in this half, and he's failed every single time. So, a little unruly from him. And it's an instant 5v4 for Passion, or for Fireflux rather. And you can't total up if you're the CTs. You've got to find a way to claw it back. Unfortunately for them, they just have no map control whatsoever.
Feels like a rarity. But again, moments like this, I'm a broken record. I'm looking at Waro. And he might get tested. Feels like almost every time Fireflux, I'm sorry, have ended B. It's not ended well in the mid-round. But Waro can't just go 1-for-1 here. I mean, he's got to do more. And Topa jiggles a bit too far in mid. They'll still end up going A. But now Waro, I mean, how do you get a multi-kill here? I just don't think you do.
Soulfly just not budging out of camera. Finally showed the shoulder. I think Soulfly spotted him. At this point, no need to even swing. No need to bother. Nade up is good to soften him up, but look at how many players that he's got to deal with at this point. Demka, as soon as he swings, mid player will make contact, and there's nobody to trade him out. Yeah, there it is. Paz will find the necessary nail. Woro's still trying to slide out and hits a stunner of a shot. A little bit more of an opportunity now as the time continues to rot away. Tap in, but Paz connects, and this should be round over unless Maze doesn't swing, and he finally does. Converted round for Fireflux, but oh boy, did it get close.
We did at least see some from Waro. I'll give him that. Ask and you shall receive, but Fireflux just felt like they DM'd around that round and came away with the win. And I wonder what Passion's idea is here to start, because past few rounds have been very tame in terms of taking something. Topa's gone through E-Box, though, and nobody's in Canals to spot this just yet.
And Topa will think better of it. Moves back over because he's got no support. I don't know how that flashes him anyway. That's crazy. But Demka is unrelenting. Catches Banjo as he descends the stairs. That's a quick opening kill to pull back for Passion UA. Solid nade as well. Max damage on the Maze. And Demka's continuing his aggression. He wants to rip Maze away for the scroll wheel jump. It's so awkward and he doesn't know how low his opponent is. Soulfly comes back from the other end and Juggy's in A main? I have no idea how he's gotten that one. It's carpet. Yup, is good and as Topa leaves, man. Dougie capitalizes again.
I mean, I don't even know what to make of this round, because now at this point, I believe there's another, and yeah, Soulfly, he just drops through mid, unexpected, and is fully controlled B. He walks in through E-Box with zero contention. They both entirely fled the site. Again, required kill. Casmo misses hard and even fits the molly on the cross. Naded out of the run. What is going on?
Nightmare. Nightmare fuel now for Passion.
Oh no. Oh no.
Terrorists win.
I don't even know what to say about this, man. That round is just all over the place, man. You've got like the first fights going through E-Box, that you've got to push from main, gets a kill. Somehow not ready for the guy in rugs. Then you've got the drop down after the E-Box trade from mid. He walks in. They've completely left B. Ugh. I can't wrap my head around it. Timeout called. Finally, we get to see TC on the mic. But man,
Feels a bit late, I can't lie.
Yeah.
But you've got at least enough money to write home into this run for Passion. You could still have a pretty decent half if you can get one more. But at this point, Flux eyeing up that clean sweep on the offense. Surprisingly, the more difficult side of this second map. Woke up in Topa's face. Waro this time trained on the B main end and could have nearly died with how that flash was placed.
Yeah.
But lives.
I feel like this is such a weird op angle for Waro to play, right? Because he's either going to walk up or
That's a one and
feels
done.
like, yeah. And he is. He's going to walk up. Oh my God, what is going on? Okay, well, he's eventually going to turn his attention back to Canals. I'm so confused right now. I mean, it's a slow Canals take, right? But there's still so much utility to get through. Finally, some damage is exchanged. Trades hands as the op is still posted up from Khan. I'm pretty sure they're saying, don't you dare peek. Don't do it! We've heard the op dancing around here the whole time. Finally changes the story. And it looks like at least they won't go speechless, right? It's not going to be a close-out CT half. But it's still going to leave a poor taste in our mouth from what we saw in the first, where the T side didn't do anything.
Yeah, it was pretty lackluster to say the least, but at least you've got some individuals that are awake now. Demka, Topa, and Jakazbo have all had their moments, even Waro. I do feel like I haven't been able to say Quem's name at all this game. In fact, I'd argue that he's been a little bit of a detriment in some rounds.
I was going to say, you have said it, just not for the right reason.
Yeah, exactly. But really need him to step up here on those mid timings. Because if he can't control the pace of the game through the middle of the map, these splits are going to feel a lot more difficult to execute.
Mm.
And you know what? Because of that, I would suggest that maybe you don't even go for these splits. Maybe you just call executions and try to go from there.
I mean, we saw them get pretty far with a couple of their B exec calls. It was just post plans and not really being organized with one another. And it feels like they haven't necessarily been like flashing as much as they could be. I've seen in so many of their post plans, they've had flashes and have just ended up raw peeking things instead of peeking together or flashing and going in for a trade.
Now's the chance. First to 16. If we get 15s, then we're off to OT number 2. But this will be the real tone setter for Passion. If they want to hang around in this game, which they've been just hanging around for the entire map 2 of this series. But not enough to close it out. Reached map point first. Failed in the 1v1. And instantly, a little bit more gumption behind Demka.
Ooh.
And an even better opening kill from Waro, winning that AWP head-to-head.
Finally, it looks like he's turned up at least a little bit. Some of these must-win scenarios, he has certainly been reliable, but still not the worst outlook in a 4-on-5 Flux could be in. They've thrown almost nothing, right? So eventually, you are going to go in for a site take, and you do still have a ton of utility left to stop them.
You
And
do
right
need
now-
bodies in the right place, though. That's the issue.
I was gonna say, but they're stacking everybody, eh? And they're walking right into it.
Place.
Soulfly pretty much has to stopping this single-handedly, and Waro, what a dude. He had the bomb. He loses that fight, he hands over the bomb. Guess what? Here comes Waro, the man I had said we were missing this whole series. That's another tie game from him alone.
4 players on A, man. 4 players on A, and they deal with every single player. And there's only one guy you can celebrate in that one. That's Waro 2K. A sleeping giant throughout Anubis, but when called upon, he's finally arrived to the scene. And now, another opportunity to lock in match point first. Waro has the forward spawn as well. Charging in through the E-box, but smoked off, so he backs away. Ooh, good stuff.
I think Quoro kept screaming how much he wanted a boost, and Topa just didn't get the memo. Still looking
I don't know why you're trying to
though.
silent drop if you're Waro. You've already made the noise, man.
Ooh. A meaty 11 damage.
I thought that'd be more, honestly. Wow, they're just gonna re-execute on the A, but this time with no mid presence, and that's the real worry. Flash in, smokes come through, and here comes that firefight.
Yeah, I don't think they have a lot to stop this either. I think that's why they're making this call, because they threw so much to try and take control of Canals and A tons, it just failed. They never ended up going in, and now it's a free site for the taking for Passion UA. Both nades trying to blow open the same smoke. No result comes of it, and they've even got more to stop them from getting back in. This entire round is going to hinge on Canals and a four-way heavenly approach. And guess what? Passion, they want to take the fight to them, but backing away after they see all the presence, they know it now. No more hidden elements beyond the player sneaking in from Canals. Bomb have ticked. They've got to start getting a move on. And they've now spotted Soulfly. Yeah, you're right. Boxed in. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to look except for Denka's AK. Passion UA, another match point, this time from the T side.
Well, does it look like Fireflux were locking Passion UA, and it's Passion UA being basically just pummeling Fireflux through that one. And they finally found something that works, and they will commit again and again. Both A executions, an A split and an A hit, just working wonders. I think this is where some of the inexperience from a player like Dougie comes into play, where the execution comes in and instead of playing ahead of the utility, he backs away the camera. And now you're starting to see the utility work out for Passion UA as well.
We just saw like 90% of the rounds HG's used in the first 20 seconds. Both teams trying to read each other. Oh my lord. This is potentially duel for the game. Potentially right now, and that's a big opening kill. Dougie down. They had anti-flash plays in mind. They were ready. They were ready to try and get a trade in off of that. And they almost wonder, is this going to be a pull? Are they going to get him off the site? They are! There's Fem. You talked about him. You said we hadn't heard from him. What about now? Might be the reason Passion closed this out. Might be the reason for 16-14. We're back in old MR15 with this one. Zwaro said it's time to tap. Banjo in CT spawn. Somehow has to manage the unthinkable with not even full HP, not even an AK, not as much as a decoy. And guess what? That bomb is pretty much already fully ticked. You just run in at this point, hope for the best, but knowing damn well the worst is yet to come. Passion send Fireflux to the 0-2 bracket in CCT.
Whew, man, I mean, down 10-3. Passion UA clawed all the way back, nearly dropped the ball in overtime, but a couple of well-placed 8 hits. And lastly, I mean, the magnum opus from Topa in that series there, basically getting the conditioning of a third player to be on that A side, committing to an execute, finding an entry from that A main player, and then rerouting back in while Clem is basically phasing the B main smoke. I mean, that is chef's kiss. I was waiting for something like that in terms of the T side from Topa for that whole half of T side Counter-Strike, and I never got it. But finally, I felt like he could finally weave something together, and his development clearly is there. Credit to Topa and really lock it in on that overtime performance, and credit to Waro and Quem, who were silent for that entire regulation period of time, but really woke up when it mattered most in overtime.
And I honestly think this just comes down to the mental game toward the very ending stretches, right? Because you start with that first half you already mentioned didn't look that great from the T-side's perspective. We were counting it off. It almost looked like they were considering it a wash. They lose the pistol. It's 10-3. And all of a sudden, everything just starts going right. People start hitting shots. And it's one eco round again that starts to change the tides. And put passion back into it. And it almost feels like past that point, you see a lot of frustration coming out. You see a lot of ego peaks potentially from the side of Fireflux, giving over a lot of different duels, throwing away a lot of big man advantages. I'm thinking of the amount of times they would go in for late B takes, have numbers up, and just get mowed down by Jacasmo and Demko, who do practically everything for them. And at that point, you're going to start getting a little frustrated. And for Passion, you're going to start feeling good. I'm not entirely surprised to see them win in overtime when we come down this stretch, and I personally think that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that that's the way the cookie crumbles for Fireflux, but Passion UA are on the road to improvement and then some. That's going to do it for the broadcast here for the CCT Europe stream. I hope you guys enjoyed these 4 best of 3s, and of course, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for some more CCT action. We'll see you in a little bit.